Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Fallacy by C.M. Sutter, narrated by Nicole Zanzarella. Chapter 1. I glanced up from my desk when the security door opened between dispatch and the bullpen. Everyone had been working on closed-out cases from last month, and I was thankful to be inside the building, where the temperature was a comfortable 74 degrees. The stifling heat had persisted for days with no relief in sight. Jan's shoes clicked as she passed our desks, carrying a stack of mail in one hand and a manila envelope in the other. Jack reached out as she walked by. "Fan mail or get-well cards?" "You wish," Jan said as she continued toward Lieutenant Clark's office. "Are you sick, Jack?" I grabbed my cup and picked up his too as I headed for the coffee station. "No, but you want to drag out the shut-up-shoulder story as long as possible? I get it. You're a guy." Clayton and Billings groaned. "You're never going to have the last word, Jack," Billings said. "And you're never going to win with her." We chuckled playfully with each other. I set the steaming coffee cups on our desks and went to fill up Clayton's and Billings' too. Jan grinned as she walked out of Clark's office and back to the reception counter. "Stay cool, guys. I hope the AC doesn't break." "Son of a buck!" Clark's sudden outburst made us spin in our seats. Through the glass wall, we saw him grinding his fingertips into his temples. "This can't be good," I said. Our larger-than-life boss shoved back his chair and stormed into the bullpen. He grasped the manila envelope tightly in his hand. "All of you, in the conference room, now." His heavy footsteps sounded down the hallway even though the floor was carpeted. "Get forensics up here, too." I dialed the forensics lab and told Kyle that he and Dan were needed in the conference room ASAP. "Crap," Clayton said as we followed Clark down the hall. "I have a feeling we're going out into the heat whether we like it or not." We took our seats around the walnut veneered table and waited for Kyle and Dan to show up. Clark stood at the end, rapping his knuckles on the wood. I couldn't get a read on him yet. Either something had him shaken up or he was more than angry. I figured it was both. Kyle and Dan arrived and sat at the nearest available seats after they walked through the door. Clark began by shaking the contents of the manila envelope out onto the table. He slid the envelope to Dan. "I want this fingerprinted. So far I've touched it, and so has Jan. You can figure half a dozen people at the post office have, too. The contents are disturbing." Clark opened the cabinet at his back and pulled out the box containing latex gloves. He removed a pair for himself and slid the box down the table. "Everyone glove up." He carefully opened the single sheet of white printer paper that was folded in the middle. "I'm going to read it aloud, then let each of you take a look." Clark set the sheet of paper on the table in front of him and smoothed it flat. He took a seat and puffed out a loud sigh, then began to read. "No more lies and betrayal. It's time for retribution and cleansing. The vile people must pay, and hell's doors are open to welcome them in. Prepare yourself. You'll see my work soon." The lieutenant slid the sheet of paper down the table, and each of us took a turn reading it. "We have to decipher this message. We haven't had an incident yet to get a feel for what this person means. I'm throwing it out there. Does this author sound like a kook or the real deal? What are our options? Wait and see?" Dan spoke up. "First off, sir, we'll fingerprint everything. This paper looks like common printer paper stock, so likely nothing there as far as it being anything beyond typical. We can't get a determination from the note itself. It's typed in notepad, then printed out. If we can't lift prints off the letter or envelope, we are at a dead end with those items. It was mailed in town, and I'd venture to say from one of the blue mailboxes. There aren't any cameras around them." "What about DNA on the stamp or where they sealed the envelope?" I asked. "Sure, we'll check those too. That's common procedure, but we have nothing to compare it to." Jack added his 2 cents. "The message itself sounds kind of like the hell and damnation type of speech. Somebody in the clergy or even a religious zealot could have written it. Clayton slowly read the message out loud again. Yeah, I see where you're coming from, Jack. It does sound kind of preachy. Yeah, it does, I said, but we still don't know if it's a serious threat or just someone blowing smoke. Clark stood. Okay, guys, check out whatever you can as far as forensic evidence. Make 10 copies of that letter before you get started. The rest of you keep your eyes and ears peeled for somebody with an axe to grind. That's all we can do for now. Chapter 2. The long driveway beyond the dead-end road led to the small, faded, clapboard house. The walls inside the home held family secrets that were as dead and buried as the family dog. Nobody spoke of Alice's incident anymore. It was neatly tucked away, hopefully forgotten, and life carried on. Forced smiles and the cautious daily routine filled the family's waking hours. Alice's eyes darted toward Mandy and then at the clock. She watched as her 20-year-old daughter crossed the living room, barefoot and still wearing her green flannel bathrobe. Mandy took a seat on the old floral couch, as she did every day at 11 o'clock. The dark-paneled living room in that house held the sofa, a rocker, 2 end tables, and 2 velvet wall hangings of horses. The sofa had seen better days. Sun fading had taken a toll on it after being in front of windows year after year. What used to be vibrant colors on that threadbare couch now appeared as pastel hues at best. 2 flattened cushions looked as though somebody had let the air out of them. They held permanent indentations from years of use. 2 people sat in that sparsely decorated room. Alice watched as Mandy pulled the lace curtain to the side and looked out. Dust particles floated through the air from the disturbance. Mandy said the blue sky resembled the Caribbean, even though she had never been there herself. She added that the wispy clouds resembled Grandma's curly locks of white hair, God rest her soul. It had been 5 years since her untimely death. Mandy turned toward her mother and wrung her hands. Is today the day, Mama? Anxiety swept across Mandy's face as she waited for an answer. Alice nervously scratched at one of the thick scars on her forearm, paused the television, and pushed herself up by the arms of the creaky rocking chair. She crossed the room and knelt on the couch, with one knee buried in the cushion, causing the springs to squeak, then peered out the window. She looked at the sky as if she were waiting for a sign. She sighed in relief and released the curtain, letting it fall back to its original position behind the couch. It's perfect, as a matter of fact. Tell Mariah to start the iced tea. It's a good day for your daddy to die. Dread and her mother's command forced Mandy off the couch. She slumped to the staircase and clutched the newel post. With her hand cupping the side of her mouth, she yelled to her sister in their shared bedroom. Mariah leaped down the stairs, and her deep blue eyes sparkled with excitement. "We're finally doing this?" she asked. "Mama said we were." Mariah opened the silverware drawer and lifted out the plastic utensil tray. Underneath, folded neatly into a tiny square, was just what she needed. She hopped up on the wrought iron bar stool with the cracked vinyl seat and carefully unfolded the piece of pink paper she had been saving for weeks. She smoothed out the folds of the paper on the breakfast bar and waited while Mandy gathered her necessary utensils. Mandy pulled a saucepan out of the lower cabinet and set it on the stove. Alice clicked the button on the remote and turned off the television. She set the remote on the arm of the rocker and crossed the room to the kitchen. The table sat beneath the window that faced the driveway and the workshop. The chair legs screeched across the linoleum floor when she pulled it out. She sat on the corduroy cushion that was tied to the chair spindles and watched out the window. She had the best view from there. Mariah grudgingly untangled her hair from the nose pieces of her glasses as she muttered under her breath. "Mama, I need glasses with nose pieces built into the frames. Every time I put these on top of my head, they tangle in my hair." You're both getting contact lenses and new hairstyles soon, but for now, keep those glasses on your eyes where they belong." Mariah smiled. "I can't wait." She tore at the long strands of brown hair that were knotted in her glasses. She shook the hairs from her hands and watched as they floated to the floor. Mandy waited at the stove. "Are you going to read me the directions or not?" Mariah put her glasses back on and read from the recipe she printed off the computer for Southern sweet tea. Mandy followed the instructions Mariah called out and poured 4 cups of water into the pan and lit the burner. Once the water boiled, Mandy dropped in 12 tea bags of black tea. Mariah informed her that the tea needed to steep for 5 minutes. "Mama, is this going to be for lunch?" Mandy asked as she watched the timer on the stove count down the few remaining seconds. "Yes, sweet baby. It needs time to cool in the refrigerator before we serve it. Got the sugar ready?" Alice pressed her cheek against the cool window to watch the workshop doors for movement. Fly specks coated the glass. "Uh-huh." With a plastic slotted spoon, Mandy scooped up the tea bags as if she was netting fish and set them on the chipped white saucer on the counter. She measured out a cup of sugar and poured it into the pan, then stirred it with a wooden spoon until the sugar was dissolved. "All done." She set the spoon on the saucer next to the tea bags. With the glass pitcher filled, she carried it cautiously and placed it on the top shelf of the refrigerator, then wiped her hands on the food-stained tea towel. "Mariah, take this empty water bottle and the funnel. What you need is on the second shelf in the garage in the yellow gallon jug. Pour it in the bottle quickly and don't spill any." "Yes, Mama. Daddy's going to love that sweet tea." The kitchen led into the garage beyond the paint-chipped door. Mariah flipped on the light switch and took 2 steps down to the garage floor. She reminded herself not to dilly-dally. That was something she found herself doing far too often, and time was of the essence. She needed to be quick but careful with the funnel so she wouldn't spill anything. In less than 3 minutes, Mariah was back in the kitchen and proudly showing off the syrupy green liquid she had poured into the clear water bottle. "I didn't spill a drop." "Good girl. Tuck it under the sink for now. We won't need it until lunchtime." Alice returned to the rocker, clicked on the television, and channel surfed until she found a game show she liked. Mariah and Mandy sat on the floor on either side of the family matriarch, like matching bookends, and watched as the clock on the paneled wall across the room ticked each minute closer to noon. "It's time." Alice rose and started setting the table. 4 plates, 4 forks, and 4 paper napkins. Mandy and Mariah knew what to do. They had practiced it several times over the last few weeks. Mandy pulled 4 glasses out of the upper cabinet and set them on the counter next to the refrigerator. One was larger than the rest and had a hairline crack going down the side. That one was for her daddy. Mariah opened the center drawer inside the refrigerator, pulled out the package of bologna, and removed 4 pieces. She hummed to herself as she twisted the tie off the loaf of white bread and counted out 8 slices. She placed them side by side on the breadboard, then she put the loaf back into the cupboard. She generously spread yellow mustard on each slice of bread, followed by 1 piece of bologna. 4 completed sandwiches lay in front of her. She took a large knife out of the block and cut each sandwich diagonally, then placed them neatly on mismatched ceramic plates. Gripping each side of the bag of store-brand potato chips, she pulled at the seam and opened it. She poured the contents into a bowl and chomped on a handful of them while she worked. Mandy scowled at her sister. "Mama, Mariah is eating the chips." Alice slapped Mariah's hand. "That's enough horsing around. Let's get this done." "Yes, ma'am." Mariah lined up 8 dill pickles on a plate and placed them on the center of the table by the chips. Alice fidgeted and pointed, counted and mumbled before deciding the table looked right. She tucked behind her ears the loose strands of hair that had fallen out of the 2-day-old ponytail she wore. Mandy handed her mother a wet paper towel to wipe the bloodied scar she had mindlessly been scratching. "What's this? Oh, thank you, sweet pea." Alice hadn't noticed her arm was bleeding. "Okay, put ice in the glasses, but only 1 cube in your daddy's. I don't want to dilute his tea too much. Pour ours, then mix his with the antifreeze and stir it in real good. Hide the bottle behind the slow cooker, but have it handy in case he wants a second glass. I'll go tell him lunch is ready." Dean Blakely came inside, washed his hands at the yellowed kitchen sink, and scrubbed them with dish soap until they were covered in frothy suds. He rinsed, and Alice handed him the tea towel off the oven door to dry his hands. Dean took his seat at the head of the table and scooted his chair in, then bowed his head and said the blessing. After a 10-second pause for reverence, Dean slapped his hands together and said he was starving. He lifted up the top piece of bread and took a look at the lunch meat. "Only 1 slice of bologna?" "I didn't have time to go shopping. Do you want cheese on it, too?" Alice asked. He nodded as he unfolded the paper napkin and spread it across his lap. Alice walked to the refrigerator, pulled out a piece of cellophane-wrapped processed cheese, and handed it to Dean. "Here you go." "Thanks, dear. It sure is a hot one out there today." Dean wiped his brow with his forearm as he talked. "Then drink some tea. There's plenty. It should be icy cold by now." Alice lifted her glass and took a gulp. "It tastes delicious. You girls did a real good job." "Thanks, Mama," Mariah said. "We made it from scratch, Daddy." Dean lifted his glass and guzzled the tea. "Yep, this definitely hits the spot. Southern-style sweet tea?" Mariah smiled and watched him drink. "Uh-huh." He wiped his mouth with the napkin and balled it up. The fork clanked when he placed it on his plate. "Time to get back to work. I'm almost done with the wall hanging that's going to Georgia. It's coming around nicely. Come on out and take a look." "I'll be out in a few hours." Alice watched as Dean walked out and the screen door slammed at his back. "How soon will it kick in, Mama?" Mariah asked. Alice glanced up at the clock. "If he isn't dead by 6 o'clock, we'll finish him off ourselves. We'll gut him, then dump his body in the woods." "Won't we go to hell for that?" Mariah asked. "No time to worry about hell right now, sweet girl. Daddy's a cheater and a man. He deserves to die." "How do you know he's a cheater?" Mandy asked. Her eyes were filled with fear. "Are you questioning me, girl?" "No, ma'am." Mandy kept her eyes focused on the floor. "Good. There's going to be plenty more after your daddy, and I'm going to need your help. That goes for both of you. We'll ask God for forgiveness in church on Sunday, and every Sunday after that. He'll hear our prayers." Mariah heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 3. Alice checked the time. 4 o'clock. Dean had been in the workshop since after lunch. "Mandy, take your daddy some more iced tea. It has to be real hot in that workshop. You come right back here and let me know how he's doing." "Yes, Mama." Mandy pulled the bottle with the remaining antifreeze out from behind the slow cooker and poured all of it into a tall glass. She finished it off with iced tea. Alice heard the clinking sound of the spoon in the glass. "Stir it real good, honey." She paced in front of the kitchen window and watched Mandy kick up dust as she walked across the driveway. Mandy carried the tea in her left hand and opened the workshop door with her right, then disappeared inside. Alice looked at the sky again, still sunny with wispy clouds. She was sure one of the clouds was shaped like an angel. The vision made her smile with relief. It had to be a sign that Dean was dead. Her thoughts were interrupted when she saw Mandy running back to the house. "He's on the floor, Mama, and it looks like he threw up. He's holding his stomach and moaning, and his eyes are rolled back in his head. How much longer will it take?" "We're getting close. I'll check on him in an hour. But for now, let's watch TV. It will give us something else to focus on." Alice set the stove timer for an hour. When the buzzer sounded, Mariah rose from the couch. With her chest out and her hands on her hips, she strutted through the living room like a peacock after answering most of the game show questions correctly. I'm smarter than both of you put together. Watch that tongue, young lady. God strikes down the boastful, you know. Sorry, Mama. Can we check on Daddy now? I suppose it's time. If he isn't dead, we're going to end his suffering, understand? The girls nodded. How are we going to do it? It's a workshop, Mandy. I think there are more than enough tools to choose from. Go put on some old clothes that you don't care about. We're having a bonfire later. After changing clothes, they crossed the driveway, and Alice turned the handle on the creaky workshop door. Both girls followed at her back. Inside, the fiberboard walls were lined with tools hanging from hooks. A vise, numerous drills, and 2 table saws filled the center of the room. The blades of a knocked-over oscillating fan still whirred in the corner. Sawdust and metal shavings blew throughout the shop. The cord extended across the aisle and was tangled around a visible leg. There he is, Mama. Mandy pointed at Dean's leg. He's still on the floor, but he moved behind the workbench. Stay put. I'll see if he's gone. Unplug that stupid fan. Alice walked the narrow aisle between pieces of machinery and around the workbench to where Dean lay on the floor. She knelt over his lifeless body and pressed her index and middle fingers against his neck to feel for a pulse. There was none. Dried vomit and white foam caked the corners of his mouth, and his unblinking eyes stared at the fluorescent ceiling light. He was definitely dead. Okay, time to get busy. Mandy, grab that wall art your daddy was working on and put it in the storage room. We'll send it to the man in Georgia. $1,000 is a nice chunk of change. I don't want that pretty thing getting blood on it. Blood? Mandy stared at Alice as if she were speaking a foreign language. Yes, blood. The 3 of us are going to rid God's green earth of vile men that are unfaithful. They have to pay for their sins. Daddy was the first to go. Now help your sister carry that thing around the corner and grab a few plastic drop cloths, too. Hurry up. We have to finish this tonight. The girls returned a few minutes later with 2 plastic drop cloths. Come on, don't dilly-dally. Give me a hand with your father. First, we're going to put these sheets of plastic under him, so lay them out flat. The girls did as they were instructed. Okay, help me lift him onto the plastic. The 3 struggled to lift Dean's heavy 6-foot frame. They rolled him the final 2 feet to lie in the center of the plastic sheeting. Mandy gagged. This is disgusting. Pay attention and don't think about getting sick. You'll get used to it in time. Now grab some tools. We're going to start cutting. What did Daddy do that was so wrong? Mandy asked. Did he have a girlfriend? He had girlfriends online, so he needed to learn his lesson. God didn't put men on the earth to cheat. Mariah spoke up. I hate him, and I'm glad he's dead. I'll cut him up. Good girl. Look at the tools on the hooks and see what you can find. Mama, how are we going to live now that Daddy is gone? Your daddy made some fine artwork, Mandy. We'll sell everything that's in the storage room. My disability checks come on the 1st of the month, and they're as sure as the sun rising every morning. Both of you girls are going to work, too. We are? Yes, you are. You're going to do everything I tell you to do, just like Daddy said. Alice noticed the tools in Mariah's hands. Those are fine choices, honey. Now, come down here real close, and I'll show you what to do. Chapter 4. Give me a hug. I'm so proud of you. Amber laughed when I insisted on a sisterly embrace as she got ready for her first day of school. She would graduate college with a major in criminal justice and a minor in psychology. With the online courses she had taken over the summer break, her psychology requirements were almost complete. She could focus on the criminal justice side during this last school year. I still have a long road ahead of me, Jade. There's 2 more years of criminal justice studies while I'm going to the police academy. Then I have to be a cop for a while. It may take another 10 years before I become an FBI profiler, and that's if there are any openings available at the time. I shushed her out the door as I swiped at the air. Yeah. Anyway, get going before you're late. Good luck. Text me when you have a free minute. I thought about the note Clark had received last week as I began my day. Kyle and Dan had checked for fingerprints and DNA but found nothing. When nothing happened over the weekend, we chalked the note up to some nut job trying to agitate the sheriff's department. None of us found it very funny, with crimes slowing down due to the August heat wave and not many drunk driving or domestic disturbance tickets to hand out until Labor Day. I had already put in for a day off, which gave me the coveted 3-day weekend. We all deserved a personal day now and then, but we had to do it sparingly. With my dad coming to Wisconsin for Thanksgiving, I wanted to save my week-long vacation for his visit. I'd keep my fingers crossed that nothing would go haywire during his stay. With the holiday weekend right around the corner, another deck party was in the works, and I wanted the yard to look perfect. I needed to do a little backyard beautification. Several bobby pins were pinched between my lips. I pulled them out one by one and used them to secure my wayward strands of hair. The rest was snugged back in a bun. My sunglasses were momentarily hooked through the neckline of my tank top while I headed into the garage to get what I needed. With the bright overhead fluorescent tubes lighting my way and my gardening supplies organized neatly on the garage shelves, I quickly found what I needed. Snippers, hand spade, gloves, and a garbage can. I think that's it. I put my tools in the garbage can, closed the garage door, and headed to the backyard to trim the perennials and pull out the spend annuals. My cell phone and police scanner always sat within my reach. The sun beat down and stung my back as I worked. I felt droplets of sweat run from my hairline down to the nape of my neck. An hour had already passed. A few minutes of shade and an iced tea would hold me over for a while. I climbed the 5 wooden steps to the deck and untied the strings that kept the patio table umbrella closed. With a few turns of the crank, the green and tan umbrella opened and spread much-needed shade across the deck. The potted plants almost sighed with relief. I went inside the house, and the coolness from the air conditioner swept across me and gave my arms and legs instant goosebumps. I tried to convince myself to lounge in front of the TV, but I still had more work to do. Instead, I grabbed a bottle of tea, then deliberately lingered in front of the open refrigerator door for a minute, taking in the refreshing, chilled air. I cracked open the plastic bottle top, threw the cap in the trash, and returned to the deck. I closed the slider behind me. At the shaded table, I kicked off my purple gardening flip-flops and rested my bare feet on the closest chair while I enjoyed my tea. I studied my pockmarked right foot. The dog that bit me during an investigation a month ago did a number on my foot, and I had the scars to prove it. The doctor said I was lucky the dog missed my Achilles tendon. After learning why, I agreed. The scanner squawked to life when a call came in. I always had it tuned to our local North Bend Sheriff's Department frequency. I turned the black volume dial up higher and heard the code I always dreaded. A 1079 came in. Notify coroner. The location wasn't a home, but the Kettle Moraine County Park off Highway G, only 3 miles from my house. I was sure I'd hear sirens soon. That park was a 300-acre county park filled with hills, valleys, fishing ponds, and numerous trails spanning different lengths and levels of difficulty. Near the parking lot was a splash pad and a playground for kids. Everything else leaned more toward the outdoor enthusiast. Hikers, mountain bikers, runners, snowmobilers, and cross-country skiers in the winter months all enjoyed the benefits of that vast wooded park. I assumed a poor soul had a heart attack out on a trail, especially in this stifling heat. It sounded as though several deputies were already dispatched to the scene. I wondered why an ambulance wasn't dispatched first. Somebody would have had to pronounce the victim dead to call for the coroner, unless it was blatantly obvious. I called Jack's desk out of nothing more than curiosity. August had been slow so far, and I was thankful for that. "Hey, partner, what's going on?" I asked when he answered his desk phone on the second ring. He had been closing out old cases and filing paperwork for the last few weeks. "Hi, Jade. Not sure yet. How's the gardening going?" "Hot. I took a break and heard the 1079 on the scanner. Do you think somebody had a heart attack out there in this heat?" "Maybe. Hang on a sec." Jack put me on hold, and I listened to light jazz for at least 2 minutes before he came back to the phone. "Sorry, that was Jan. Ebert and Silver are on the scene. They called for forensics along with Lena and Jason." I perked up. "What for?" "Something is going on, and it sounds bad. Jan asked Ebert twice to repeat what he told her." "Which was?" "A young man walking the trails caught a glimpse of something red and a bad odor about 40 feet off the path. He bushwhacked in and found a dead man. According to the caller, parts of this guy have been removed." "What the hell? I'm coming in." "No way. Clayton Billings and I can handle it. It's your day off." "Not on your life. I'll be at the park in 10 minutes. I hung up and ran inside to change clothes before Jack could protest further. I backed out of my garage 5 minutes later and took off down the street. The sight in front of me when I arrived at the park made me groan. The playground and splash pad overflowed with moms and kids. That splash pad was a favorite among the children in the area and the perfect place to cool off on hot days. The parking lot was jam-packed with cars, and I saw 2 patrol cruisers at the very end of the lot. I radioed Silver to find out which trailhead I would take to get back to their location. He told me to take the 2.5-mile Glacier Trail. From the parking lot, it would be the farthest trail to my left. I acknowledged the directions and headed back. The sound of wilted, dried-out leaves crunching under my feet told me how the heat had taken its toll on the plant life in the area. Dead shrubbery and drooping flowers were everywhere. 100 yards in, and after going up and down a few hills, I saw the too familiar yellow tape. The area was already cordoned off, and Ebert stood inside the police tape, keeping curious eyes at bay. He looked surprised when he saw me walking up the trail. I leaned down and slipped under the tape. "Don't you have the day off?" "Not anymore. What have we got?" I noticed Ebert's forehead sparkled with perspiration. I was sure mine did, too. "You're the first one here besides Silver and me." Ebert pointed to a young man standing about 30 feet from us on the trail. He looked to be in his mid-20s. He wore a day pack and held a bottle of water. He was dressed in a pair of loose-fitting tan hiking shorts that went to his knees, an olive-green T-shirt, and a tan baseball cap that had Sandstone Creek, Colorado embroidered across the front in navy blue thread. "He's the guy that called it in. Name is Will Collier." I nodded. "Did you get a statement from him already?" "Yeah, but he didn't have a lot to say. Smelled something bad, saw red, and went in to investigate. He said he threw up about 5 feet from the body, just so you know. It's a hell of a scene, Jade." "Understood. I'm going to talk to him for a bit. Is the other side of the trail blocked?" "Yeah, the tape is up, and Silver is detouring people to a different trail. We might need more help keeping people back." "Go ahead and call for more deputies. I don't want the public beyond the play area by the parking lot." I walked over to Will Collier and introduced myself. He shook my hand. I could see distress in his eyes as I talked to him. He looked to be on the verge of breaking down. "Will, I understand how upsetting it is to come across something like this. I'm sorry you had to be the person who found this individual, but we appreciate the fact that you did and called it in. How long ago did you come across him?" He pulled off his cap and rubbed his head with his open hand. "I'd say less than a half hour ago." "Did you touch anything on the body?" "Hell no. No, ma'am. I've never seen anything like that in my life. It's going to be etched in my mind forever." "Unfortunately, it probably will." I saw the crew approaching. "Can you give me a few minutes, Will? I see my colleagues coming. If none of them need to speak to you, you'll be free to go. I'll be right back." The guys were getting the rundown from Ebert. I walked up and waited for a pause in the conversation. "Hey, guys, I spoke to the witness for a bit. Do any of you need to ask him anything? If not, I'll get his information and cut him loose." Jason spoke up. "As long as he didn't touch the body, we should be good. If we need any more from him, we'll give him a call." "Roger that. I'll get his address and phone number." I walked back to Will. "It looks like you're good to go." I pulled my notepad and pen out of my pocket. "All I need is your address, phone number, and spelling of your last name." He gave me his information, and I directed him to leave under the tape nearest Ebert. I shook Will's hand once more, and he left. Lena, Jason, Kyle, Dan, and Jack circled the body. Clayton stood with Ebert, and Billings walked over to talk to Silver. I entered the woods where the body lay and joined the rest. Lena and Jason knelt on the forest floor and looked closely at the dead man. "He's been out here for a couple of days," Lena said. "His rigor hasn't relaxed yet, but by the smell, along with the maggots, flies, and beetles, I'd say he's been dead at least 36 hours. Bugs get busy on open wounds, and by the looks of it, this guy has plenty." I stared at the deceased man and wondered if loved ones were looking for him. I also wondered how he got himself into such a predicament. Nobody deserved to be dismembered and defiled in such a way. Bugs gorged on his skin, making his face look pockmarked. Every orifice had some type of maggot or insect coming or going, in and out. The thought of being tossed in the woods like yesterday's trash was more than disturbing to me. This man was hated by somebody, and his injuries seemed to have a hidden meaning. Jack whistled at the immensity of overkill this man endured. "This looks personal. Don't you agree, Jason?" Jason nodded. "Somebody had to be pretty angry with him to go to this kind of extreme, but he didn't die here." He lifted the right side and looked under the body. "The ground beneath him is relatively clean, so I'd say he was dumped here post-mortem." Jason took in his surroundings. "This is a pretty secluded area off the trail. Our witness was lucky to have seen him at all. I imagine the killer picked this spot in hopes of hiding the corpse. In this heat, they probably didn't figure anyone would be out here hiking for a while. The body would decompose quickly, and the insects and animals would take care of the rest. Once we get the body washed down, we'll be able to tell you what's missing. Right now, we can see that the chest cavity is open and the fingers are gone. I'm assuming that's a deliberate act to keep us from identifying the man," Lena said. "We'll give you a breakdown of everything once he's cleaned up." I looked from face to face. There's definitely a story here. Now it's up to us to figure it out. I hope this guy was already dead when most of this took place. Right now, it's hard to say what killed him, right? I wiped my sweaty brow at the back of my hand. Lena agreed. "Any number of wounds could have killed him by the looks of it. We'll know more later. Let's get the gurney, Jason." "I'll bet you guys $100 that this is related to that note Clark got," I said. "I think we need to dig into that again." Kyle and Dan stayed behind to check for evidence in the area. Ebert, Silver, Billings, and Clayton remained at the scene to ward off onlookers. Jack and I walked down the trail back to our cars. We passed Lena and Jason coming up with the gurney. "Let us know your findings as soon as you have something," Jack said. Jason answered, "Will do." Chapter 5. Jack and I sat in the guest chairs in Lieutenant Clark's office and updated him on the body found in the park. "We need to take another look at that note you got last week, boss. There's a good chance this murder is related. Whoever wrote that note might be the killer," I said. "What was the COD?" Jack and I looked at each other and shrugged. "Boss, there's so much dried blood on the Vic we can't even tell what actually happened yet. Lena and Jason have to clean him up first." Jack heaved a sigh. "All we know so far is that his fingers are missing and his chest cavity is wide open." "Good God!" Clark shook his head and checked the time. "When are Clayton and Billings coming back?" "Not sure," I said. "They're keeping onlookers away. Even as hot as it is today, there's still plenty of people at that park." Clark stared at the ceiling as he leaned back in his desk chair. It creaked under his weight. "Okay, let's get Horbeck and Jameson in here. We have to go over this letter again with fresh eyes." "You got it, Lieutenant. I'll give them both a call." I sat at my desk and dialed each of them. Giving them the condensed version was enough for now. We'd rehash everything once they got here anyway. I started a fresh pot of coffee and put cups and condiments in the conference room. Jack set up the whiteboard again, and I placed a half-dozen notebooks with pencils on the conference room table. Within 20 minutes, Horbeck and Jameson walked through the security door and into the bullpen. Clark rounded the corner of his office and slapped the door frame. "Everyone is heading back. We'll wait for them to get here before we begin. Lena and Jason already have the body downstairs, and Kyle and Dan are going to join us." "Got it, boss. The coffee is almost done, and the conference room is set up." "Thanks, Jade." I saw Clark pull a tissue out of the dispenser on his desk and wipe his forehead. His cheeks were flushed. I was sure his anxiety level was high. Once everyone had arrived, we gathered in the conference room. Jack twisted the wand on the blinds to keep the afternoon sun out. We each took a seat, and Lieutenant Clark stood by the whiteboard. A stack of copies of the note lay in the center of the table. "Each of you grab one of those." Clark pointed at the copies. "Start picking every word apart. Is it a forewarning or a taunt? Is it directed at us or somebody who has wronged this person? Is the note related to the dead man we found today, or is it a coincidence? Write down your thoughts and throw them out there, too. I want to hear what each of you are thinking. The next hour or so is going to be a brainstorming session." He looked at all of us. "But before we begin, we need an update from the scene. What have you got, boys?" Dan spoke up. "The body was brought in after he was killed. The park was the convenient dump site. We found the most likely spot where the body was carried in. The brush isn't quite as dense there, and we did notice broken twigs. We're assuming the man was brought in under the cover of darkness. If Lena's calculations are close, it would seem that the man was killed sometime Saturday and brought to the park that night." Kyle added his thoughts. "Considering the distance from the parking lot to the site where the victim was found, we could have several different scenarios, Lieutenant." Clark took a gulp of coffee. "And they are?" "Either it was one very strong man dragging the body that distance, or several weaker people working together and carrying him in. Possibly women?" "Could be, or a few men of slighter build. Then, of course, there's the possibility of him being transported in some type of wagon. That could put us back to the one-person likelihood." I added my thoughts to the mix. Being a public park with popular trails doesn't help either. I'm sure that whatever the method of transport, whether it was something on wheels or more than one person, the tracks or footprints are long gone and trampled over by now. "That's unfortunately true, Jade," Dan said. "We checked the trail. No help there." "So did you guys find any forensic evidence?" Clark asked. "We did, sir, but it's only shreds of the man's own clothing that tore against the ground cover. It probably happened when he was being dragged into the woods. We didn't find any other cloth that didn't match what he was wearing. No shoe prints either, which doesn't surprise me with the quantity of animals in the woods." "Okay, let's focus on the note for now." Clark read it out loud as everyone followed along. "No more lies and betrayal. It's time for retribution and cleansing. The vile people must pay, and hell's doors are open to welcome them in. Prepare yourself. You'll see my work soon." Jack began. "The note sounds like a biblical rant and seems personal to the author. And the vile people part? What does that mean? Vile how? Ungodly? Thieves? Criminals? Cheaters? Hateful people? We can interpret that note 100 different ways, but what matters is the way the writer means it. Unless we know who they're talking about, we'll never know if a woman or a man wrote it, and who they're pointing fingers at." "You're right, Jack," Clark said. "And the prepare yourself part could be directed at us, starting with the body we found today. Is there more to come?" Kyle cleared his throat and spoke up. "We'll go over the man's clothing once we get it from Lena and Jason. Other than being stained with dried blood, his clothing didn't stand out as anything other than ordinary." "Was he wearing shoes?" Clark asked. "No, boss, he was barefoot." Clark shrugged. "I wonder why." "Should we check area churches, Lieutenant? Maybe talk to the minister or priest? We could ask if somebody in their congregation is behaving strangely." "Yeah, put that on your to-do list, Clayton. Let's see what Lena has to tell us first. They must have washed off the body already." Chapter 6. Sit still before I get mad." Tears filled Mariah's eyes as she fidgeted on the stool next to the kitchen sink. An old sheet was draped over her shoulders and secured under her neck to act as a cape while Alice tore through and cut her waist-length hair. "But, Mama, you're ripping out my hair." Alice noticed Mandy watching from the kitchen table. Mandy spun the pencil she had been doodling with while she waited her turn under the cape. She smirked at Mariah's anxiety. "Quit acting like such a baby, for God's sake." With a crack, Alice slammed the scissors down on the countertop, startling both girls. "Get over here right now." "But, Mama—" Mandy reluctantly got up and walked over to stand face to face with her mother. Alice slapped Mandy's cheek. "There's no cursing in this house, young lady. Now go sit in your room and ask God for forgiveness. I'll call you when it's your turn." Mandy slumped and held her red cheek as she walked away. "You girls are going to be the death of me someday." Mariah gasped. "Mama, don't say that." Alice removed the safety pin that secured the cape and released Mariah from under it. She gave it a thorough shake on the front step, then returned to the kitchen. "Okay, you're done for now." Alice handed Mariah the mirror. "What do you think?" Alice noticed the disappointment that spread across Mariah's face as she peered at her reflection. Her hair barely skimmed her shoulders. "I know you hate it, but I'm trying to make you girls look a little more modern. You're going blonde today, too." "It's beautiful, Mama. I love it." "You aren't a good liar, Mariah. Now go get your sister. It's time for her haircut." Mandy came downstairs and took her place on the stool. She sat quietly and didn't dare move. The scissors had scraped her skin several times already. "There, you're done too. Now go get the hair dye. There are 2 boxes in the cabinet under the bathroom sink." "Have you ever dyed hair, Mama?" Mariah asked. Alice ignored the question as she lifted the reading glasses that hung from the lanyard around her neck and placed them on her nose. She tore open the boxes of hair dye Mandy brought her, dropped the bottles on the counter, and pulled out the instruction sheet. She smoothed the folded paper and began reading. She looked over the bridge of her glasses at Mariah. "Mix these bottles together and give them a good shake. You're going first." Chapter 7. As I walked back to my desk, I noticed Lieutenant Clark had just hung up from a phone call. I pulled out my chair and sat down to dig into paperwork I might not get to later. Clark pushed back from his seat and got up. I heard him groan from my desk. It was obvious he had something to say as he stood against the doorframe between his office and the bullpen. "What's the word, boss?" He looked like a man that desperately needed a beach vacation and a tropical drink in each hand. "Lena has the initial report ready. She's bringing it up in 10 minutes. Need some coffee?" "Yeah, why not? Thanks, Jade." I glanced at the clock as I got up and walked to the coffee station. It wasn't even 4 o'clock, yet it seemed as if an entire day had passed. I dumped the last cup of cold coffee down the drain, gave the carafe a thorough rinsing, and refilled it with cold, clean water. I mentally calculated the number of people sitting in on this meeting and knew a full 12-cup pot wasn't enough since we were all caffeine addicts. We'd have to pony up for a larger coffee maker or an additional one at some point. I hit the start button and rapped on the lieutenant's half-open door. "Are we meeting in the conference room?" "Yeah, I suppose so. More comfortable in there." He jerked his chin toward the bullpen door. "By the looks of it, everyone is sitting in on this one anyway." I turned to see Lena and Jason, along with Kyle and Dan, walk in. "Okay, I'll get the second pot of coffee started." I motioned for Jack to carry the thermal carafe filled with fresh coffee into the conference room while I started another pot. Lena was kind enough to pitch in and take the tray containing the sugar, creamer, spoons, and napkins. Once we were seated around the large conference table with a cup of coffee in front of us, Lieutenant Clark gave Lena the floor. She stood and began her explanation of the initial exam so far. The actual autopsy hadn't started yet, but the body had been washed down and they were able to make a few observations. First, I want to start with the obvious. This gentleman appears to be somewhere between 45 and 50 years old. His current weight is 182 pounds, and he's 6 foot tall. It appears that the damage to his body was performed post-mortem. At first glance, once his clothes were removed and his body was rinsed off, I can tell you his heart, his eyes, and his fingers were removed. He wore dentures, which were absent from the body, so there's no way to tell who he was by dental records. Now, the interesting but gruesome part of this is, I'm almost 100% certain his body parts were removed with tools. I looked across the table at everybody's expressions. Tools? You mean like construction tools? Maybe. The heart removal was very ragged. It wasn't done with a knife. Under the magnifying glass, the cut marks left on the rib bones look very similar to the teeth on a reciprocating saw blade, and the fingers appear to have been removed with something like a wire cutter. I'm afraid to ask about the eyes, Jack said. Jason spoke up. The eyes could have been popped out with an awl, or pulled out with some type of narrow pliers. I took a deep breath. I think I'm going to pass on dinner tonight. Okay, so do you think the fingers and dentures were removed to keep us from identifying him? Lena nodded. I would say yes. She went on to add that although the man was fully dressed, she originally thought it odd that his shoes were missing. Jack said, Did you come to any conclusion on that? As a matter of fact, we did figure out why he wasn't wearing shoes, Jason said. Clark raised his brows. Go on. We realized this gentleman is very flat-footed. He likely wore arch supports. Anybody can buy gel supports at a drugstore, but if his were custom-made, he may have a file somewhere with a podiatrist. It's another way of possibly tracking him down. We each jotted that bit of information into our notepads. So that's saying this guy is probably local. The killer wouldn't care otherwise. Clark nodded. Good point, Jack. There are things the killer did to thwart us from discovering who this man was. The dentures, fingers, and shoes. But what about the eyes and heart? There's a story behind that, Billings said. Jilted lover, maybe? You know, the lovesick woman that says the guy ripped out her heart. Maybe she wanted to pay him back, literally. If that's the case, then we're likely looking at a woman for the murder. Jack heaved a sigh. Or a same-sex relationship. Now we're back to square one. How about the eyes? I asked. The victim might have seen something they shouldn't have. Then that could be anyone. He could have been at the wrong place at the wrong time and accidentally witnessed a crime, Clark added. I doubt it. The person that did this had to know the guy, Kyle said. They wouldn't care about fingerprints, dentures, or shoes if they weren't somehow connected to the victim. We're spinning our wheels with theory. We need something solid. It could be anyone. Work tools? That sounds like something a jealous husband would do to a wife's boyfriend. I looked at Dan and Kyle. Anything on the clothes? We haven't started on them yet, but that's next, Dan said. Clark spoke up. Okay, for now, let's go with what we know. Lena, you said the man currently weighs 182 pounds. How much more do the heart, eyes, and fingers add? Only another pound. The weight wouldn't change much. Okay, then. We need to find out if any man in our county has been reported missing in the last week, weighing between 180 and 85 pounds. Clark glanced at his notes. 6 foot tall and between 45 and 50 years old. Find out how many podiatrists are in town and talk to them. Let's start with that and see if anything shakes out. Kyle, are there any cameras at the park? We spoke to the park superintendent already. No cameras. Lena, can you determine the cause of death? The lieutenant asked. We're sending out a blood and urine sample to toxicology. Since the cutting was done post-mortem, something else killed the man. There weren't any strangulation marks on his neck, but of course we couldn't check for petechial hemorrhaging since... Clark interrupted. Yeah, because he didn't have any eyes. Sorry, Lieutenant. All right, everyone, let's get busy. We have a couple of hours of work to do yet today. Check out the foot doctor angle and local missing persons. Update Horbeck and Jameson when they get in, too." Clark slapped his hands together. "Let's go." Chapter 8. "Perfect. Just perfect. Your hair turned out exactly like I had planned. Now we'll move on to the next step." "What's that, Mama?" Mandy asked after staring at her shoulder-length blonde hair in the bathroom mirror for 5 minutes. "Get the laptop computer and bring it here. I'll show you what our mission is all about. I got a sign, you know, and you should both feel honored." Mandy elbowed Mariah and shot her a dubious glance as she pushed back the chair. "From who? God?" "I saw that. And yes, from God. Who else? It's our duty to obey, young lady. Now bring me that computer." Mandy went upstairs and returned a few minutes later with the laptop from her mother's bedroom. "Here we go," Alice said. "Plug it in behind the table, then bring us all some iced tea." Mandy rose once more, weaved the computer cord behind the table legs, and plugged it into the wall socket. She went to the refrigerator and poured 3 glasses of tea. Alice powered up the computer and let it run through the several updates it needed. A wide smile spread across her face when the home screen popped up. "Now, lower your head so I can sign in." The girls did as they were told and waited while Alice's fingertips tapped at the keyboard. "Okay, you can look now." "What's this?" Mariah asked. A questioning frown furrowed her brows. "Your daddy died because of this vile company. This is the site he used to meet his girlfriends." "A dating website owned by a company named Unhappily Hitched, Inc.? Mandy stood up. Alice grabbed her forearm and pulled her back down on the chair. "Where do you think you're going?" "I don't want any part of this." "You'll do exactly what I say. You know what your daddy told you. Anyway, blame him. He was the one that betrayed our family, making us suffer like this. He skated by 5 years ago, and he was overdue to get what he deserved." "But Daddy didn't—" "Let it go, Mandy," Mariah warned. "Anyway, you girls are going to help me find justice for all the women whose husbands are using this site. Those men will pay for their sins, every one of them." Mariah sucked on the straw, slurping her tea until it was gone. "I'll do what you want, Mama. Daddy told us to do whatever you said." "That's right, honey. Now go pretty up. I'm putting pictures of you on this website. We're going to lure those evil men out and publicly humiliate them. Their wives will thank us in the end." Mariah clapped her hands. "Can I put on makeup, too?" "Yes, you can. We're doing God's will, and he said it's okay. Now hurry up." "What about Mandy?" "You both look the same, honey. I only need pictures of one of you." Mariah happily trotted off to her second-floor bedroom. "What's wrong with you, girl? Cat got your tongue?" Alice asked. "No, Mama, I'm fine." Mandy stared at the dirty, cracked linoleum covering the kitchen floor. "Good, because I need both of you to help out. When Mariah comes down, you're going to take the pictures." Chapter 9. Apparently there are only 4 podiatrists in North Bend. I looked at the clock and realized we had 30 minutes until they would all be closing for the day. "Why don't we work on them tomorrow along with a few churches in the area? That alone could take a full day." "Sounds like a plan. Clayton is checking on city and county-wide missing persons." Jack jerked his chin toward Clayton, who was talking on his phone. "Where did Billings go?" I asked. Jack looked around and shrugged. Clayton hung up and answered my question. "He's downstairs checking to see if forensics found anything on the clothes." "So are there any missing person reports for the last week?" "Sorry, Jade, but no." I remembered my cell phone had been in my purse since I left the house. It was still on vibrate. I pulled it out. Crap. "What's wrong?" Jack raised his brows and stared at me. With all this going on, I totally forgot I even had a phone today. It was Amber's first day of school, and she was pretty stoked. I told her to text me to let me know how it was going. "And?" I laughed, and she did, about 5 times. As far as she knew, I had the day off. Guess I'm buying dinner. Oops, you're bad. Uh-huh. Luckily, I have an understanding sister. I think she's figuring out how this job works by watching us. Yeah, and I can see the pride in your eyes. You're more like a mom than a big sister to her, you know. Amber looks up to you, Jade. I'll second that, Clayton said. Thanks, guys. I'm so proud of her. You should hear my old man. I can almost see the twinkle in his eyes when he talks to us on speakerphone. Anyway, I'm heading out. I'll be in early in case any of you want to get out of bed before 7 a.m. to give me a hand pounding the pavement. Jack groaned. I'll be here at 7:30. That's a promise. Good enough. See you boys in the morning. I stopped in the lieutenant's office and told him he should head out too. He looked as though he needed some downtime, but he waved me off. I'll sleep when I'm dead. Yeah, won't we all? I walked out of the bullpen, said goodnight to Bob Kennedy, one of our evening dispatch operators, and headed to my car. I called Amber as I drove. Hey, sis, you haven't eaten yet, have you? No, but where have you been all day? I'll explain that over dinner. My treat. Let's go somewhere quiet. How about the Washington House? Want to meet me there in 15 minutes? Sure, but I have to change clothes first. See you in a few. I parked my car and took the footbridge over the Milwaukee River that ran through town. A public parking lot sat behind the retail buildings on Main Street, and the space I snagged was only a block from the restaurant. I thought back to the day Jack and I had lunch there before my birthday. A lot had happened since then. Jack and I had been shot or maimed in one fashion or another. Every day before work, I counted my blessings and said a prayer for our department's safety. I grasped the handrail and walked up the old brick steps of the beautiful, historic Washington House. As I entered the darkened foyer with the flocked velvet wallpaper and faux kerosene chandelier, I wondered how many people and fascinating stories had passed through those doors in the last century. It took me back 100 years. What was North Bend like back then, and who was sheriff? Was there a lot of crime then, too? I took a seat on the antique oak bench next to the hostess stand and saw Gabby, the hostess that I remembered from the day I was there with Jack. I waved to her, and she waved back. She probably didn't remember me, but the gesture was nice. The front door opened, and Amber stepped in. I saw her squint while her eyes adjusted to the different lighting. I stood up. Hey, sis, I'm right here. She looked over and grinned. Feeling guilty, huh? Absolutely, and I'm sorry. I'll explain later, but first I want to hear about your day. Gabby greeted us and led Amber and me to a nice table by the window facing Main Street. She told us the dinner specials, took our drink order, and left. So, how was school? I asked once we both relaxed with a drink in front of us. Amber had an Irish coffee, and I had my favorite, a Scottish ale. I know I'm going to love it, Jade. The criminal justice class is so interesting. It doesn't hurt that I have a few handsome classmates, too. I chuckled at my sister. I'm sure her age played a factor in what was important to her. Amber, if you're serious about becoming an FBI agent, you're going to have to keep your eye on the prize. I know, I'm just being cute. Well, that you are. Anyway, tell me more. Okay, I'm taking public speaking, sociology, and political science classes, too. That's a full load. Are you sure you're up for all of that? Of course I am. I'm only going to work at Joey's on Tuesday and Saturday nights starting this weekend, and he's okay with that. Joey knows how important my classes are to me. I'm so proud of you, honey. You have to finish this last year of school, then you still need 3 years of experience under your belt before you can apply at the FBI Academy. You have a long road ahead of you. I know, and I'm going to love every minute of it. The waitress came by and took our dinner orders. I'm starting the alkaline diet, Amber said proudly. It's so much healthier for you. I hate to burst your bubble, hon, but you've already messed up. That drink you're sipping on? The coffee and alcohol? Amber looked down at the hot, creamy beverage she had been sipping. Yeah, what about it? Not working. There's whiskey, coffee, sugar, and cream in that drink. None of them are allowed in the alkaline diet. Seriously? She wrinkled her nose. Uh-huh. Fine, I'll search for a different healthy diet tomorrow that still allows vices. I chuckled. Good luck with that. The waitress returned 15 minutes later with our meals. I happily ate my pasta primavera, garlic bread with dipping oil, and salad. I watched as Amber ate her dry, gluten-free bread and nibbled on her vegetable platter. She didn't look happy. I explained to her what consumed my day. Since we were eating, I didn't go into great detail. After our meal, we went home, drank a bottle of wine, and discussed Amber's future aspirations. Chapter 10. I have emails from men asking me sexy questions, Mama. What should I do? Mariah sat at the kitchen table after dinner and gnawed on her cuticles. Alice paused the game show she and Mandy were watching. The wooden kitchen chair screeched against the floor when she pulled it out and took a seat next to her daughter. Answer them, of course, but let me take a look first. Uh-huh. Filthy pigs. They're definitely going to hell, and we're going to speed that process up for them. Mandy will help lighten your load. These men have no idea there's two of you. We'll rid this earth of their sinful bodies twice as fast. Go ahead and make dates with at least 2 of them this week. That way we can repent in church on Sunday. We're going to introduce all of them to Daddy's wonderful workshop. Mariah wrung her hands. But, Mama, these guys are old, like 40. Yep, I guess that's the magic age when they start cheating. That's okay, sweetheart. You girls aren't going to be spending much time with them. They'll come here to pick you up for dinner, then I'll take care of the rest. Mandy reluctantly took a seat at the table and peered over her sister's shoulder. They're gross, Mama. Don't you never mind what they look like. They'll look worse by the end of the night. A wicked laugh from Alice caused Mariah to laugh too. Go ahead and pick one, Mariah. Mandy, you too. Hurry up and send off a response so we can start making plans. We need to straighten out the workshop, too. Your daddy sure made a bloody mess in there. Chapter 11. I slapped at the alarm clock on the nightstand. The buzzing made me want to throw the aqua-blue retro-style clock across the room. Someday I'd remember to set the alarm to a light, soothing elevator music station instead of a loud, jarring buzz, but then I'd probably sleep through it anyway. It seemed as if the night was only an hour long, but squinting through the slits I called eyelids confirmed it was actually 6:30. Last night Amber and I stayed up later than I had thought we would, but she deserved the public version of how my planned day off went to hell. I wasn't going to give her the bloody details, and that was information the press wouldn't be privy to either. My eyes burned from the light pouring through the window directly across the room. I was still getting used to having an east-facing bedroom, and I would often forget to close the blinds at night. I grumbled as I rolled out of bed and zombie-walked to the bathroom. The hot shower would feel wonderful, but maybe a cold one would wake me up faster. The automatic feature of my coffee maker was a godsend. Each morning after my shower, I would float down the hallway, following my nose to the fragrant scent of freshly brewed coffee. Last year, after much fanfare from my mom, I went ahead and bought everything necessary to grind my own beans and use the single-cup, cone-shaped ceramic coffee dripper to make the best cup of coffee known to man. She swore it tasted like coffee from heaven itself. For me, speed was more important. By the time I'd have 1 cup ready to drink with all that fussing, I could have downed 2 and been working on my 3rd. I appreciated her suggestion, but now the single-serve supplies were tucked away in the cabinet above the stove. I needed my minimum of 2 cups at home and a full cup in my travel mug to drink during my drive to work. Amber banged on my bedroom door and yelled that she was off to school and that Spaz had already been fed. I yelled back through the echo of my shower stall for her to have a nice day, and I'd see her tonight at dinner. I turned off the shower dial and stepped out to a warmed bath sheet. The simple pleasures in life were what I was all about, and a warmed towel did it for me. I slipped on my robe, cinched the belt, and headed to the kitchen for a cup of coffee number 1. Afterward, back in my bedroom, I thought about what the day might entail and slid the wooden hangers across the closet pole, looking for the right outfit to wear. I needed to dress for being outside in the heat and walking a lot. Flat, comfortable shoes and a sleeveless top would be perfect. I pulled out a tan summer blazer with matching pants, then found a sleeveless white cotton blouse to wear underneath the jacket. Once I was dressed and my second cup of coffee was filled and sitting on the bathroom counter along with a toasted bagel, I slicked back my damp hair and secured it in a ponytail with a tortoiseshell barrette. After a pat of powder here and there, blusher brushed across my cheeks, a light coat of mascara, and a final primping, I was good to go. I brushed my teeth, put on lip gloss, fed and kissed Porky and Polly, grabbed my gear, and headed into the garage. A quick slap at the switch on the wall, and the overhead door lifted to a sun-filled hot day. Habit forced me to check the orange digital clock on the bank a block from the station. It read 7:15. I glanced at my car's clock, 7:14. I frowned and reached to reset it, but it went to 7:15 a second later. I left it alone. A long line of traffic coming into town prevented me from turning left. I lowered my visor even though I sat relatively high in the seat, being 5'9". Facing east, the sun came right through my windshield. A car blasted its horn behind me. Trying to be more patient these days, I resisted flipping them the middle finger, since I couldn't turn left yet. But when I checked my rearview mirror and saw it was Jack, I flipped him off anyway. I squealed my tires and punched it. Now he could sit first in line at the oncoming traffic. Jack turned in and parked right as I reached the steps at the entrance to the sheriff's department. I'd wait and give him a little ribbing. "Sleeping behind the wheel?" "What is that supposed to mean?" he asked when he caught up to me. "You could have gotten through when I did, but I understand. At your age, you have to err on the side of caution, right? Don't want to forget which is the gas and which is the brake. You do know that happens with old people pretty often." He chuckled. "Who put a nickel in you this morning?" "This is my normal. You're never here early enough to see it. I will admit, I'm impressed by your promptness, though. Give me some knuckles." "Whatever." Jack punched knuckles with me. "I think you've had too much coffee." "Nah, there's never enough." We noticed Kyle taking the steps to the lower level when we entered the building. "Hey, Kyle," I called out. He stopped and looked back. "Jade? Jack? Good morning." He pointed upward. "I was updating Clark on the Vic's clothing." "Anything?" Jack asked. "Not really. The clothes are typical of any department store in the U.S. You know, brand name on the shirt tag, but the other side shows it was made in Taiwan. Actually, the cloth of the shirt and pants was faded and weak, meaning the items had been washed a lot. The clothes he had on had to be at least 5 years old. Sorry." "Yeah, thanks anyway. We'll likely be on the phone or meeting up with people for most of the day." "I know you spoke yesterday of meeting with podiatrists." Jack nodded. "I'd add dentists, too. The man wore dentures, so he had a dentist somewhere. Talk to Lena and Jason about getting a photo of him. She may be able to smooth out his facial injuries with her software program. Closed eyes make identifying people more difficult, but still, a picture could help." "Are they in yet?" "Yep, Lena is." "Thanks, Kyle." I turned to Jack. "I'm heading down to see what Lena can do. How about starting the coffee?" I gave him the best 7:30 in the morning smile I could muster up. "Yeah, sure." I entered the autopsy room and got instant goosebumps. It always seemed chilly in there to me. I saw Lena sitting at her desk in the office beyond the glass wall. She looked up when the door closed at my back. "In here, Jade," she called out. "Morning. What can I help you with?" She motioned for me to take a seat. 2 olive-green guest chairs faced her desk, and 2 faced Jason's. She stopped writing and set the pen on the folder she had just closed. She removed her reading glasses and smiled as she set them down, too. "Morning, Lena. We're going to be conducting face-to-face interviews today with podiatrists and dentists in the area. Actually, Kyle suggested the dentists, which makes sense. Anyway, do you think we can get a decent face shot of our John Doe?" She seemed to be mulling it over. He was exposed to the heat and bugs for a while, Jade. Is it doable, though? I mean, could somebody still identify him if they knew the guy? Possibly, but sometimes people are more focused on the injuries than they are on facial recognition. I'll see what I can do to get a usable shot. Maybe I can diminish the injuries a little with Photoshop. I'll take a few and bring them up in a bit. If not, we can have Marie do a sketch. Thanks, Lena. I pushed back the chair to leave. Sure, don't mention it. A familiar sound caught my ear when I entered the bullpen. Jack was at the coffee station, stirring cream into 2 cups. He looked up when I entered. Good timing. Here, carry your own coffee. Thanks, partner. I noticed that Clayton and Billings had arrived. Okay, guys, let's get the day planned. I sat at my desk and addressed the 3 men. Jack and I will take the dentists and possibly oral surgeons if we need to. Clayton, you and Billings take the podiatrists and the churches. It's all we have to go on. Between the 4 of us, we could get this done today if we're lucky. Clayton woke up his computer as I talked. Lena is going to try to get a few usable photos of our Vic's face. As soon as she brings them up, we can head out. With a few keystrokes, Clayton pulled up all the churches in Washburn County and the addresses. He had already printed out the podiatrist information yesterday before we left for the night. With only 4 podiatrists in the county, that part wouldn't take long. Holy cow. Clayton leaned back in his chair and groaned. What? Billings said. There are 52 religious organizations in Washburn County across 9 towns. Okay, you guys start in North Bend and go from there. Might as well start close to home. Let's meet up at Toucan for lunch and go over our results. Jack and I will pitch in after we finish with the dentists and oral surgeons. Jack added, Yeah, but I bet there are as many of them as there are churches. Could be. Give me a second, guys. I picked up my ringing phone. Lena was on the other end. Hey, Jade, I took 4 different facial shots. I'm going to bring them up for you guys to take a look, and then we can print the one you decide to use. Thanks, Lena. I hung up. Okay, Lena is on her way up. We have to choose which photo will be the most representative of our victim. We don't want to show people anything that's too graphic. Lena entered through the bullpen door and sat in one of my guest chairs. She pulled up the photos on her tablet, and we crowded around her. Okay, you guys decide. I did the best I could with what I had to work with. I patted Lena's shoulder in gratitude. We looked closely, and the consensus was the second picture. It showed the man's features well enough without emphasizing his injuries. Do you all agree on number 2? I asked. They nodded, and I gave Lena the go-ahead. We'll need a 6 copies for good measure. Sure, coming right up. Anything else? That should do it, thanks, Lena. With the photos in hand, I told the lieutenant our intentions, and we left. I gave Billings and Clayton 2 photos. We took 2, and I left the last 2 on my desk. Chapter 12. Stop that noise and give me 5 more minutes. Alice turned the volume up on the television while Mariah nervously drummed her fingers on the kitchen table as she waited. Mama, please come and read this. A man named David wants to meet me tonight in the mall parking lot. Hold your horses, young lady. There's 3 minutes left before the show is over. Mandy scooted her chair in next to Mariah and read the email. Are you nervous? I don't know. I've never been around any man except Daddy. Alice shut off the TV and lifted herself from the rocker. With her reading glasses in place, she leaned over Mariah at the table and read the email. She twisted the ends of her hair as she read it again. Move over. I'll answer his question. With her index fingers, Alice pressed 1 key at a time and sent off a response. That should do it. Baby steps first. I told him to come and pick you up tonight. She chuckled with pleasure. Of course, he's never leaving here once he arrives. A glint of crazy sparkled in Alice's eyes as she rubbed her hands together at a frenzied pace. She began scratching the scar on her left arm. Let's go straighten up the workshop. Mandy, fill up 2 buckets with hot, soapy water. Mariah, get the rubber gloves and the broom and dustpan. I'll get the garbage can and a bottle of bleach." They crossed the driveway, their arms loaded with cleaning supplies. Alice turned the key in the deadbolt lock. The smell of death overwhelmed them when they walked in. Mandy gagged. Alice inhaled deeply. "Phew! Smell that? That's the smell of a cheater. Smells like rotting flesh and rust. Let's get these windows open. Mandy, turn that fan on as high as it goes and make sure it's oscillating." Alice noticed a swarm of flies buzzing over the blue bucket next to the workbench. "Well, no wonder it stinks in here. Didn't I tell you to toss this bucket of body parts back by the burning pile, Mariah?" "Sorry, I forgot." Alice grabbed the handle and shoved the bucket into Mariah's midsection. "Well, do it now, except you can take it back into the woods. Enjoy that smell and the flies on your way. Mandy, start scrubbing and make it look real pretty in here. We're having a guest over tonight." Alice stood in the doorway and watched as Mandy ran out, threw up in the driveway, and then kicked gravel over the vomit. With the back of her hand, she wiped her mouth, then went back inside. "Give it some time. You'll toughen up." Alice grinned at her daughter and began sweeping the floor. Chapter 13. We would begin the office-to-office interviews in town, too. It made more sense to start from the center of the city, where our John Doe was found, and work our way out. After we printed the names and addresses, it turned out we had twice as many dentists in Washburn County as churches. It looked as though it might take several days to contact everyone, and Clayton and Billings were on their own, as Jack and I were. We sat in the cruiser and looked over our listings and the red pinpoints on the city map. "How do you want to tackle this?" I asked. I handed Jack the map. "Let's go from the closest office and work our way out. If we actually finish North Bend today, I'd be surprised." "Okay, city dentistry is on 7th and Walnut. That's as good a starting place as any." The thermometer at the corner of Main and Washington Streets showed it was 97 degrees, and the heat vapors that rose from the asphalt street proved it. Jack parked in the diagonal spot 2 buildings down from the dentist's office. The office was in an older part of town, and trees shaded both sides of 7th Avenue. At least the shade would prevent the car from becoming a stifling hotbox a little longer. We entered the building that looked to be a converted house. As the retail and commercial parts of town had expanded over the years, the zoning changed too. Many of the older homes closer to Main Street were now zoned for both residential and commercial use. "Oh, good. It looks like there are 3 dentists that use this building. That would be great if they were all this way," I said. Jack and I approached the reception desk. The waiting area was small, and there was no way to be discreet. We noticed a woman sitting alone, and another with what looked to be a daughter in her early teens. The woman behind the glass divider slid it to the right. "Hello, how can I help you?" Apparently she was keen enough to realize that a professionally dressed man and woman walking up to the counter together weren't likely patients checking in. "Hello, ma'am. I'm Sergeant Jade Monroe with the Washburn County Sheriff's Department, and this is my partner, Detective Jack Steele. We need a minute of your time, privately." "Oh, certainly." She pushed her roller chair back and stood. "Right through the door to your left." Jack and I walked through the door where she waited on the other side. "So, officers, how can I help?" "Ma'am, are you the receptionist for all of the dentists here?" "Yes, I am." Her eyes darted back and forth between Jack and me. "Okay, we're going to show you a picture of a deceased person. Now, it's only because this man wore dentures, and so far he hasn't been identified. Nobody has reported him missing, either. Since we can't go by dental records, we're hoping somebody will recognize his face." She gave both of us a dubious look. "If you aren't comfortable with this, just say so. We'll ask the dentists instead," Jack said. "No." She paused for a moment and looked back toward the exam rooms. "I'd hate to interrupt them. Okay, go ahead and show me." Jack pulled the large colored photo of our John Doe out of the folder he carried. The receptionist took in a big gulp of air and let it out slowly. "May I?" Jack handed her the picture. She took a long minute staring at it in that back hallway. She carried it into her cubicle where the lighting was better, and we followed. "I'm sorry. I can't say that I recognize him. We do have over 100 patients here, and if he wears dentures, who knows how long he's had them. Once they're fitted properly—" Jack patted her shoulder. "That's okay. We understand. Thanks for your time." We walked out and leaned against the stair railing to talk. "I have a feeling this might take forever. We need to get John Doe's face on the news. I'll call the lieutenant and see what he wants to do." "Yeah, I agree," Jack said. I pulled out my cell as we walked toward the cruiser. We can still pound the pavement since there aren't any leads anyway, but the news could speed up the process substantially. Jack clicked the key fob and the door locks popped up. We climbed in and I called the lieutenant as Jack drove to the next dentist's office. "Hey, boss, I'm thinking we need to get John Doe's face on the news, and we've had good luck with Marie's sketches in the past. It's your call if you think he looks too bad in the pictures. Jason has Marie's contact information in his office. She's usually pretty quick to get back to us." "Understood, and I'll go talk to Jason. Meanwhile, keep at it. I'll call you back as soon as I know something." By noon, and after speaking to 4 dentists, we still had nothing solid to go on. Nobody recognized our guy. I called Clayton and told him we were pulling into the parking lot of Toucan Grill. He said they were a few blocks away. Jack parked the cruiser, and we entered the building under the flamboyant yellow and pink awning. As much as I love the summer heat, the last week had been uncomfortably warm. So far, the hot, muggy day was zapping our energy reserves, and we still had plenty of interviews to go. Jack pulled the door open, and I instantly felt chilled when we stepped inside. The drastic change from the nearly 100-degree outdoor temperature to the 70-degree air-conditioned restaurant took some getting used to. I was thankful for my blazer after all. We found an empty booth facing the street where we could watch for Billings and Clayton. The waitress brought us each a tall glass of ice water while we waited. "We've got nothing. How about you?" Billings said as he and Clayton walked in and plunked down on the opposite side of the booth. Clayton pulled a handkerchief out of his jacket pocket and wiped his brow. "When is this heat wave going to let up?" "Good question." Jack waved the waitress over and told her we needed 2 more waters and 2 more menus. "So far nobody recognizes our guy," I said. I spoke to the lieutenant and suggested getting John Doe's picture or a drawing of him on the news. He's going to let us know what he can do. "Thanks a lot," Clayton said when the waitress brought each of them a glass of ice water. "Are you guys ready to order?" "I am." I looked at each face and they nodded. The waitress took our lunch orders, primarily burgers and fries, and left. I pulled the vibrating phone out of my blazer pocket and looked at the screen. It's Clark. I motioned for Jack to give me his notepad and a pen in case I needed it. It was faster than digging in my purse. I swiped the screen and answered. "Hey, boss, what have you got?" "Jade, here's what's going on. I've got Marie working on a sketch. She'll be done in an hour or so. I've already spoken with the local news stations and had Lena write up a brief description of our Vic. The stations can squeeze in a short segment on the 10 o'clock news." "Not at 6 o'clock?" "I guess not. They already have more pressing news to air on prime time with the wildfires up north. Go ahead and finish up your interviews. We'll decide how to go forward tomorrow after the segment airs." "Got it. We'll head back in at 5 o'clock. All of the businesses will be shutting down by then anyway." "Good enough. Stay cool." I hung up and slid Jack's notepad back to him. "Thanks. Didn't need it after all. Marie is working on a sketch, but the news can't air the segment until 10 o'clock. For now, Clark wants us to continue the interviews." Chapter 14. Alice wiped her hands on her jeans and gave the workshop an approving nod. "It's nice and clean. Your daddy would be proud." It's just going to get messy again later. Mandy crossed her arms in what appeared to be defiant disgust. Don't give me attitude, young lady. Yes, the workshop will get messy, but it's the price we have to pay for doing God's work, and hard work never killed anybody. Alice chuckled at the thought. But we will, Mariah said as she joined in with the laughter. Mandy huffed. There's something wrong with you two. Alice grabbed Mandy by the hair and pulled her close. Mandy squealed in pain as her mother snarled in her ear. You'll do as you're told, understand? Mandy nodded. Say it out loud. Yes, Mama, I understand. Good. Now, let's get these buckets and cleaning supplies put away. Alice looked at the watch on her left arm. It's time for you to pretty up, Mariah. You have a date in 2 hours. We'll go over everything again before David gets here. Later, as the sun fell lower in the sky and the shadow of the large ash tree near the window darkened the living room, Alice turned on the lights. She knew the time was getting near as she glanced at the clock on the paneled wall. Breaking news about the out-of-control wildfires 50 miles to their north interrupted her favorite game show. She turned off the TV. Mariah, get down here. It's time to go over the plan. Alice heard the dress shoes tap as Mariah descended each wooden step. She and Mandy waited at the table for the grand entrance. Well, my, aren't you the pretty one? Don't you think your sister looks pretty, Mandy? Mariah grinned and swirled in the kitchen. I feel beautiful, Mama. Thank you for the new dress. Don't get it dirty. You're going to be sharing that dress with your sister, you know. What do you think, Mandy? You can look this pretty, too, when it's your turn. Mandy hung her head and stared at the floor. Maybe. There's no maybes in this house. You're taking your turn. This is a family, and we're all going to work together. Okay, now listen up, Mariah. When David pulls in the driveway, you'll go outside and introduce yourself. You'll say you live here with your twin sister. Men are intrigued by twins, especially pretty ones like you two. Then what? Mariah chewed on her cuticles. She was excited and nervous at the same time. Then you tell him you have to say goodnight to your sister. You invite him to come with you so you can introduce him. You'll say Mandy is designing wall art in the workshop. Lead him inside, and I'll take care of the rest. Easy as pie. He's going to be here soon, Mama. Shouldn't we get in place? Mariah asked. Alice stood and kissed her daughter's cheek. Do exactly as I said. Don't deviate from the plan, and don't disappoint me. Come on, Mandy, let's go take our places. Mandy followed her mother out of the house. Alice turned and looked back from the driveway. Mariah was watching them from the living room window. They entered the workshop, turned on the light, and closed the door. Listen, I hear a car coming. Alice turned the wand on the blinds slightly. She caught a glimpse of headlights bouncing up the driveway. It's him. Mandy, grab a piece of your daddy's art and sit at the workbench with it. Mandy did as she was told. Alice hid behind the door with a hammer in her hand. She whispered across the room to Mandy. Act like you're doing something when they walk in, and don't look at me. Mandy nodded and busied herself with the crimping tool. The sound of voices closed in on the workshop. Alice waited, pressed tightly behind the door. She lifted the hammer above her head, ready to crush David's skull, and watched as the doorknob turned. Her eyes darted from Mandy to the door. Alice saw Mariah through the space where the hinges connected the door to the doorframe. She knew which side Mariah was standing on. The back of a man's head appeared directly in front of her. The heavy thud of metal against bone sounded as Alice swung hard and fast. David dropped to his knees and fell forward. His face hit the cement floor. See what I said? A child could pull this off. Help me get him up on the workbench before he comes to. Mandy, Mariah, and Alice lifted the man. They were thankful he wasn't overweight. Okay, put each hand in a vise. Make sure you crank them good and tight. I don't want him wiggling out. Mandy, go fetch some duct tape. That will help. Wrap it around his hands and the vices twice." "What should I do?" Mariah asked. "Find some safety glasses and load a long drill bit into your daddy's drill. After that, run into the house and change into something old. You need to get that dress off. Now hurry." Mandy secured David's hands in the vices with the tape. He began to moan, and blood from the back of his head was spreading across the workbench. "Mama, he's getting the workbench dirty." "Oh, for Pete's sake, we forgot to lay a plastic tarp down first. Go find one, quick. I don't want to ruin Daddy's workbench." Mandy disappeared into the storage room and returned with a plastic drop cloth. "How's this?" "That's perfect. Let's get it under him before he wakes up and starts fighting us." Mariah entered the workshop wearing a tattered t-shirt and torn shorts. She ran to Mandy's side to help. "I'll lift his shoulders while you place the drop cloth under him." She ran around the workbench, lifting each side of David so they could lay the cloth flat. Alice instructed the girls to duct tape his body to the bench so he couldn't squirm. "Get him taped down good and tight. Do his head and mouth, too." Mariah slapped her hands together and wore a confident smile. "All done, Mama. I don't think he can move 1 inch. We did a good job." Alice scanned the room. "Now, where are those safety glasses?" Mariah pointed at the table saw. "Right there." "Okay, put them on. This is going to get messy." Alice unbuttoned David's black dress shirt and spread it apart so the drill wouldn't choke out from the tangled material. She picked up the drill and leaned over him. His eyes popped open and fear spread across his face. He tried to scream through the duct tape, but all they heard were muffled sounds as Alice bore down on the left side of his chest with the spinning drill bit. Chunks of flesh, bone, and blood sprayed across the room. His body arched stiffly, then slumped as soon as the drill bit pierced his heart. Alice pressed the reverse button to back the drill out. She set it down next to the body and took off the safety glasses. She cleaned them with a shop rag and put them back on. "Turn his head to the side." Mariah grasped David's face between her hands and turned it. "He's looking at me, Mama." "He can't actually see you, honey. Close his eyelids. You'll be fine." Alice plunged the drill into his right temple, and then his left. Chunks of skin tissue, bone, and brain matter sprayed out. "There. That should do it." She wiped bits of residue off her face and spat on the floor. "Apparently he didn't need that brain anyway. It doesn't seem like he used it much. We're going to have to wait until dark to get rid of him. Let's clean up and dump his car somewhere. Did you girls take Daddy's art to the post office and ship it?" Mariah answered for both of them. "Yes, Mama, we did it earlier while you were napping. The payment was already posted. It's in Daddy's online account." "Good girl. We're going to have to get more of his work posted on the website. That money will hold us over for some time." Chapter 15. I dropped into the chair and elevated my foot on the ottoman as soon as I got home. Sometimes it bothered me and sometimes it didn't. It depended on how much walking I did. We struck out with our dentists, and Billings and Clayton came up empty too. I told Horbeck and Jameson to let us know if they got any leads after the broadcast. "Jade, do you want a beer?" "I'd kill for a beer right now. Thanks, hon." Amber cracked open 2 beer bottles and handed me one. "Foot bothering you?" "Yeah, too much walking today, I guess." I took a long, deep swig of my brew. "Man, that's good." She grinned. "So nothing popped on this dead guy yet?" "Nope. Jameson and Horbeck are answering phones tonight. That is, if anyone calls with a lead. I hope it was an isolated incident. Lately, it seems that Washburn County is the new hotspot for murders and dump sites. What gives with that, anyway?" "No clue, but it sucks. All this nonsense is giving our sleepy little community a bad name. What do you want for dinner?" "Surprise me." "Okay, I'll make spaghetti and garlic bread." I laughed. Wow, that was about the shortest surprise I've ever had. After our delicious dinner, Amber and I settled in on the couch with our favorite crime series and a glass of wine. I kept one eye on the clock. I'd switch over to the news at 10. The vibrating phone lying in my lap woke me. I needed a second to get my bearings. I looked to my right and saw Amber sound asleep on the other side of the couch. The clock above the TV showed it was close to 11 o'clock. Jameson? My mouth felt dry and parched as I said his name. I must have been sleeping with it open. Hey, Jade, you sound like a frog. Were you asleep? I rose from the couch and quietly pushed the slider open. Outside on the deck, I cleared my throat and began speaking. Yeah, I fell asleep and missed the segment. Has anyone called yet? Only a handful of people, but one caller sounded legit. Really? What did they say? It was a guy that lives in Madison. He said the sketch reminded him of a man that went to his church a few years back. If this is the same guy, the caller said they always had a prayer service after the sermon, and this man often raised his hand and asked the congregation to pray for his wife, Alice. Apparently, she was in the hospital for months, but he didn't say why. Teenage twin daughters were always at his side. I sat down in one of the deck chairs and looked out at the darkened woods. The night was still warm, and I could hear nocturnal animals rustling about beyond my field of vision, probably raccoons. Did you get a last name for this family? Nah, he didn't know them personally. All he knew was the guy's first name, which was Dean. I have the caller's information, though. Good. I'll give him a ring tomorrow. Maybe he'll remember a little more with some prodding. For all we know, he could be mistaken, but we have to follow up with every lead. Anything else? Nothing with merit. We're recording all the calls that come in, though. Okay, thanks, Jameson. I'll talk to you in the morning. I went inside, locked the slider, and woke Amber. Come on, sis. I'm shutting everything down. It's time for bed. Chapter 16. But I thought you didn't want anybody to find these men, Mama. Shh, keep your voice down, Mandy. I've changed my mind, Alice whispered. I want to show the world what happens to men that betray their marital bed. David can't be traced back to us like Daddy could. That's why we didn't bother chopping off his fingers. The news showed a drawing of Daddy's face. They've already found him. Mariah adjusted her grip under David's armpit as they carried him. How much farther? He's getting heavy. We're almost there. Now keep your voices down. They entered the track and field at the university on the outskirts of town and headed toward the bleachers. With no houses nearby, the area was dark and quiet. At night, the outdoor floodlights wouldn't go on again until the football season started in a few weeks. Alice was certain David would be found soon. The school groundskeepers were on a full-time schedule now that classes had resumed a few days ago. Here we are, so be careful and don't drop him. We're going halfway up and laying him on the bleachers. Mandy groaned as she began the slow ascent. Why can't we leave him at the bottom? Because we want him to be seen from a distance. Now shush and get moving, and don't trip. At the 10th step, Alice stopped. This is far enough. Now scoot in and lay him on the bench seat. With David lying flat on the seat, Alice crossed his arms over his chest and made sure he was balanced. She didn't want him to fall off the narrow metal bench. Okay, let's go. Alice led the way back to the truck hidden behind the maintenance shed. Aren't the cops going to be confused? Mandy asked. About what? Alice got in and turned the key in the ignition. Because David is here and his car is across town at an apartment parking lot. I'm not going to do their job for them, Alice huffed. Let them earn their paycheck. She glanced at the illuminated green numbers on the digital clock. It's late, and we still have to clean up the workshop. Tomorrow we'll go to Goodwill and get more work clothes. Chapter 17. With a dozen donuts and a jumbo coffee from the pit stop gas station, I climbed back into my Mustang and continued the last few miles to work. As long as my bathroom scale didn't show a significant jump in my weight, I'd bring those sugary treats to work twice a week. I saw Jack's car ahead of me, ready to turn left. Even though I was impressed that he was getting to work earlier than usual, I blasted my horn behind him anyway. He had plenty of time to turn between oncoming cars, but apparently he needed a little prodding. Knowing Jack, he fell asleep at the wheel while waiting to turn. I saw him jump, look at me through the rearview mirror, then flip me off. I followed him into the parking lot and pulled in alongside him. "You're a laughin' minute, Monroe," Jack said when he climbed out of his parked car. I chuckled. "What, did I startle you awake again?" "Whatever." He grinned when he saw the box of donuts. "You're a woman after my own heart." "And you're narcoleptic. Did you get a call from Jameson last night?" "Yeah, let's go see what he has to say. I'll carry the donuts." "Not on your life. I want there to be a few left when I set them out." We entered the building and said good morning to Jan. "It's hell in there." "What does that mean?" Jack asked. "A call came in from the university a few minutes ago. It's bad." I punched the security code into the pad next to the door, and we entered a frenzied bullpen. I dropped the box of donuts on the table in the back and asked what was going on. Clark waved us into his office. "What the hell is happening, boss?" "Another body, and by the description it's as gruesome as the first. Lena is there, and Jason is on his way. I called Kyle and Dan at home and told them to get here quick. They left with their equipment 10 minutes ago. Jameson and Horbeck are putting in overtime, and we have deputies on site already. We're heading out in a minute, so grab whatever you need now. We might be there for a while." "Where was the body found?" Jack asked. "All I know is a groundskeeper called it in." Clark looked at his watch. "Classes begin in 15 minutes. The deputies are cordoning off the area. I don't want to panic anyone, but I don't want hundreds of students disrupting our crime scene either. Jade, you and Jack go find an administrator to talk to. I'm thinking they should close school for the day. Try to convince them." "We're on it, boss." Jack and I got our notepads and pens from our desks. We each grabbed a donut as we headed to the door. Jameson and Horbeck did the same. "Who knows when we'll eat next," Jameson said as we rushed out. I called out to Clark as we headed to the door. "We'll meet you there, Lieutenant." He nodded and waved us on. Clayton and Billings pulled into the parking lot as the four of us exited the building. "What's going on?" Billings asked as he got out and closed the car door behind him. "Another body. Clark is still inside. See where he wants you guys. We're heading out." "Where to?" I looked back at Clayton as we climbed into a cruiser. "The university." My nerves kicked in as Jack drove. I slugged down my coffee and thought about Amber. "This is such crap, Jack." "You're thinking about Amber, aren't you?" He looked at me, and concern furrowed his forehead. "Can you blame me? I hope this incident doesn't set off bad memories with her after that attack she experienced a while back. She's been so strong and doesn't talk about it anymore." "She knows a body was found a few days ago, doesn't she?" "Yeah, of course, but it wasn't found at her school. I want her to feel safe." Jack reached across the console and squeezed my hand. "She's tough, Jade. This is going to affect all the students and faculty, not only Amber. It isn't personal." "I know, but I want to protect her." Jack turned left onto University Drive. We had 2 blocks to go. I could already see the parked cruisers and the coroner's van ahead. "You can't protect her forever. Pretty soon she'll be in law enforcement herself. Then it will be her job to protect people. She's going to need some room to spread her wings. It isn't your job to hover over her." Tough Love 101? Jack smiled. "Nah, just a little food for thought." We pulled up to the curb behind the coroner's van. Jameson and Horbeck parked behind us. I knew the school. It was my alma mater. "Where do we go?" Jack asked. "Follow me. I know where the administrative offices are. There has to be one dean in particular that calls the shots." We entered through an enormous walnut-paneled foyer with coffered ceilings. There were hallways going to the left, right, and straight ahead. Things looked a little different than how I remembered them. The fastest way to get the information we needed was to ask the first person we saw that wasn't a student. "Over here." I pointed at the first office down the long corridor to the right. It was the admissions office. We entered through the glass door. "Excuse me." I flashed my badge at the woman behind the counter. We didn't have time for professional courtesies. In our opinion, the school should be closed for the day. Chances were not many people knew the reason we were there yet. I need to know who the top dog is and where to find that person." The woman stood. A name badge pinned to her blouse had Penny L. written across it. "The Dean of Students and the Dean of Faculty are equal, ma'am." "Good, we'd like to speak with both of them, and we need to do it now. Can you lead us to their offices?" The woman's face went from friendly Frances to nervous Nellie in a split second. "Certainly, right this way. Elizabeth, watch the counter until I come back." She continued down the same corridor we were in. Jack and I followed a few steps behind her. We made one right turn and 2 lefts before we came to the administrative wing. She knocked on the first door to our right, which was the Dean of Students' office. Somebody from the other side called out to enter. We walked in behind Penny. "Sir, there are 2 detectives from the Sheriff's Department here to speak with you." He stood, finished the call he was on, and hung up his desk phone. He reached out to shake our hands and introduced himself as Martin Simpson, Dean of Students. His face looked agonized. "Thank you, Penny. Please close the door behind you." "Sir, I'm Sergeant Jade Monroe, and my partner here is Detective Jack Steele. We don't have time to beat around the bush. You are aware of the situation that's going on outside right now, am I correct?" "Yes, Sergeant, you are. I was just told about it." "Good. We need to keep the campus from going into a full-tilt panic, and we need to preserve our crime scene. I don't want to see 500 pictures from cell phones going viral on the internet. Do you get my drift, sir?" "Yes, of course. What can I do to help?" "First off, where are the cameras located on the campus? I noticed a few when we walked in." "The large interior areas have cameras, such as the cafeteria, sports center, library, theater, and the entrances and exits." "What about outside?" "That would be the parking lot and the main entrances to each building, Sergeant." Jack spoke up. "There aren't any cameras at the sports fields?" "Unfortunately, we don't have stationary cameras out there. During events, there are so many cameras running already, they've always been enough." "Can you get somebody to pull the feed from whatever outdoor cameras you have? We'll need a copy for our technical guys." "Of course, I'll get right on that. Anything else?" "Actually, yes. We need you to close the campus for the day and send everyone home. We don't have the manpower to keep this many students at bay when our officers can be put to better use. Do you have that authority?" "I do, along with the Dean of Faculty." "Do we need to speak with that person as well, or will you handle it? It's imperative to shut the campus down now. There could be crucial evidence anywhere, indoors or outside. You'll have to make an announcement for all students to leave the campus immediately. They should leave via their building's front entrance. We'll have deputies on hand to secure the other exits until the campus is vacated. I'm sure you understand that we can't have students wandering around." My phone buzzed in my pocket. "Excuse me for a minute." I stepped out into the hallway and answered. Clark was calling. "Jade?" "Sir." "I'm on my way. Kyle said the body is on the track and field bleachers. I don't want to see one person other than law enforcement out there. Got it?" "Got it, boss." I hung up and went back inside the dean's office. "Dean Simpson, it appears that our crime scene is the track and field bleachers. I'm depending on you and your faculty to clear the school immediately, and I don't want to see one person in that area. Am I perfectly clear?" "Crystal. I'll do it right now." "Thank you. I want all of the faculty to stay behind. Can you gather everyone to the cafeteria after the students are out? It will make our interviews go much faster." "Will do." Jack and I thanked him, shook his hand, and walked out. An exit sign with illuminated red letters hung at the end of the hallway. We headed in that direction and heard the dean make his announcement over the loudspeaker before we reached the outer door. Jack shoved open the steel door with his shoulder. The heat and bright sunshine hit us both in the face. I squinted. Damn it, I knew I forgot something. "Your sunglasses?" "Uh-huh. Now, which way is the track and field area?" I tried to figure out which direction we were facing. Jack looked up at the sun, shielded his eyes, and pointed at his right. "That way is south." "Thanks, partner. That's the way we want to go." We cut through a courtyard and walked around 2 tall brick buildings before we finally saw the football field and running track ahead of us. Bright yellow police tape surrounded the first section of bleachers. Jason must have moved the coroner's van once they realized where the body was located. The forensics van was parked out on the field, too. Over my shoulder to the left, I saw floods of students leaving the building and heading to the parking lot. I hoped the distance between the student and faculty parking lot to the bleachers was too far for anyone to get pictures of the deceased man lying on the bench seat. "Kyle, can you get a tent barrier up around the body in case there are prying eyes somewhere out there?" "Sure thing, Jade. It will help preserve evidence, too, if there is any." Kyle and Dan set up a 4-walled cloth barrier 3 levels up and 3 levels down around the bench seat our victim was lying on. That gave them, as well as Lena and Jason, plenty of room to work. Chapter 18. "Where's the groundskeeper that made the call?" I yelled to anybody that might be listening. Silver pointed at the 3rd row of bleachers where a large commercial mower was parked and a man sat next to Ebert on the lowest row of seats. Jack and I approached the distraught-looking man with Ebert. He was slightly pudgy and wore loose carpenter shorts that ended below his knees, along with a yellow t-shirt and a baseball cap. I put him at 60 years old or so. His skin was dark and leathery, likely from daily sun exposure without sunscreen. He didn't look to be the type that cared about protecting his skin. Gray hair poked out from under his cap, and he wore wire-rimmed glasses. We pulled Ebert aside and spoke to him for a few minutes. "You got a statement from him?" "Yep, he's pretty shook up, Sergeant." "Yeah, I bet. Hang on to that statement. I want to review it later. For now, grab as many available deputies as you can and go inside. The dean is gathering the staff into the cafeteria. Start interviewing everybody." "Got it, Sergeant." Jack and I sat down next to the groundskeeper. We introduced ourselves and asked his name as we pulled out our notepads. "I'm Bill Gentry." "Nice to meet you, Bill. How long have you worked here?" He pulled off his cap, wiped his brow, and then put it back on. "Coming on 14 years now." "So you know the ins and outs of this campus?" "Sure do, like the back of my hand." "That's good to know. What time did you start work this morning?" Jack asked. "Guess around 6 o'clock. Hate working outside all day in this heat, so I started early." "So 6 isn't your normal starting time?" "Nope, it's usually 7. "How many groundskeepers are there?" I asked. "There are 3 of us. Mike was already working out front, and Frank just got here when—" "We understand. Can you walk us through the last hour?" Bill shook his head as if to clear the images from it. "I got the mower out of the maintenance shed like always, and began around the hard surfaces. That's my normal pattern, small stuff first. The fields usually take most of the day. I began driving the mower toward the sporting fields." "Meaning the football, soccer, and track area?" I asked. He nodded and rubbed his eyes, then looked off across the football field. "Please continue, Mr. Gentry," Jack said. "Well, that's when I saw him. To be honest, I thought it was some vagrant sleeping it off on the bleachers. I yelled out for him to move on, but I didn't get a response. That's when I shut down the mower and walked up to the guy. His arms were crossed over his chest, and he was wearing a dark shirt, so I didn't notice the blood right away. He had dried blood on the sides of his head, too. I didn't even think to tell the administrators until after I dialed 911. "You did the right thing, Bill. And you called as soon as you realized the man was dead?" I asked. "Yes, immediately. And just so you know, I didn't touch anything. As a matter of fact, I ran down those bleacher steps so fast I'm surprised I didn't lose my footing." I patted his shoulder. "Please, feel free to call either of us if you think of something else. The school is shut down for the day, so go home. You probably need time to wind down anyway." We handed Bill our cards and said we'd be in touch if we needed to speak to him again. We shook his hand and watched as he climbed back on the mower and headed to the maintenance shed. "Ready to take a look?" I asked. Jack let out a puff of air and led the way up the bleacher steps. Lena looked up when he pushed aside the white barrier cloth and we entered the area. She sat on the bench seat one row above the body, and Jason sat on the bench below. They were studying the deceased man's injuries closely when we walked in. The constant clicking of Dan's camera sounded in the background as we talked to Lena and Jason. "So what do you guys know so far?" I asked. I knew they wouldn't have a lot of time to look the victim over outside in this heat. They needed to get him to the autopsy room, where the temperature was a fixed 65 degrees. Jason spoke up. "First off, the deceased has no identification on his body, so we'll have to come up with the height, weight, and approximate age." I nodded. "As far as injuries, it's pretty similar to our first victim in the fact that common workshop tools were used. The left side of this man's chest has a hole about the diameter of a half-inch drill bit. His skull was pierced on both sides with the same tool." I groaned. What the heck is going on? That just blew a hole, excuse the pun, in our theory about a jilted husband or wife. Okay, we need to get him out of this heat. Kyle, are you guys done taking pictures of the body and how he's positioned? Yeah, we're good. Sergeant? I turned to see Deputy Lawrence standing at the tent entrance. Hi, Karin, what can I do for you? The groundskeeper, Mr. Gentry, is asking for you. I gave Jack a surprised look. Give me 1 second, Karin. Anything else before you guys take him out of here? Lena looked at Jason and said they were ready to go. Okay, we'll catch up with you later. Jack and I followed Karin down the bleacher steps. Where is Mr. Gentry? He's over there, Sergeant. Karin pointed toward the maintenance shed 100 feet away. Jack and I met up with Bill, who was pacing back and forth near the double doors. Mr. Gentry, did you remember something else? No, ma'am, but I did see this. Bill led us to a disturbed area of ground. He pointed at what appeared to be a small blood stain in the dirt and droplets that led off in the direction of the bleachers. A fresh set of tire tracks imprinted the ground near the blood stain. We knelt down to get a better look. Does anyone have a reason to park behind the maintenance shed? Is equipment stored back here? No, ma'am. It's where the gas tanks for our machinery are located. Nothing else. I was going to top off the gas in the mower before I put it away. Okay, good eye, Bill. Jack, can you call Kyle and Dan over here? Round up Lawrence and a few other deputies to cordon off this area, too. On it. Jack dialed Kyle's cell and told him they were needed at the maintenance shed. He yelled out to Lawrence and waved her over. What's up, Detective? Lawrence asked. I need you and a few other deputies to cordon off this area. Looks like Mr. Gentry found some possible evidence. Will do. Deputy Lawrence gathered help and began staking out the area with yellow tape. With the leather strap holding the bouncing camera around his neck, Dan rushed over and began snapping photos of the ground within the police tape. Kyle joined him with the forensics kit in hand. He knelt at the stain and rubbed the cotton swab across it. Using the blood analysis chemical compound, he tested it to see whether the color changed. It did. His nod confirmed it was human blood. I need to make a plaster mold of this tire track, too, while we still have a viable print. If the wind picks up, we could lose a good portion of it, Kyle said. I called Lawrence over. Karin, gather more deputies. I want half of you to start at these blood droplets in the dirt and the other half at the bleachers. Start searching the grass between the two areas for anything. You might see blood here and there. Put a marker wherever you do, but look for anything that isn't organic to the area. Yes, Sergeant, we'll get right on it. Clark joined us at the secondary scene. Dispatch called. Jan said she just got off the phone with a woman reporting a missing person. Apparently, this lady's husband hasn't been seen since he left for work yesterday morning. Here's her name and address. Go check it out. I don't know if I'm hoping it's her husband or not. Knowing something seems better than knowing nothing, like victim number 1. Speaking of John Doe, we need somebody to follow up with that call Jameson got last night. Lieutenant Clark said he'd get Clayton and Billings on it. He handed me the sheet of paper torn from his notepad and sent us on our way. I noticed a slow-moving pickup truck with several people inside as Jack and I walked back to the parked cruiser. What do you make of that? I said, jerking my head toward the green truck. Jack smirked. Busybodies, curiosity seekers, looky-loos, who knows? University does go through to Paradise Drive. Yeah, I know, but as of right now, everyone is a suspect. I watched the truck until it was out of sight, then we climbed into the cruiser and left. The woman who called in the missing husband lived in Richfield, 15 minutes from the college. Jack drove southwest on Highway 60 to Highway 175, where he turned left at a four-way stop. Farm fields lined both sides of the highway, with small, unincorporated villages interrupting the flat landscape now and then. 5 miles south, we slowed at the green Richfield sign bolted to a post as we entered town. The population count on the sign showed 2,143 residents. I called out the directions as Jack got closer. Turn into the Rivers Cove subdivision. The woman lives on Hidden Hammock Place. Jack followed my directions, and within a few minutes we turned into a blacktop driveway. Weeds sprang up between the cracks in the asphalt. The lawn needed cutting and was full of dandelions that had gone to seed. Faded siding enveloped the house, and it stood out among the neatly manicured yards and well-kept homes on the same street. The sight in front of us told us a story of a family that didn't care anymore. That in itself said there might be trouble in paradise. Jack parked and we exited the cruiser. We followed the sidewalk to the front door, bypassing toys scattered across the path and blocking our way. Jack rang the doorbell. Thundering footsteps from screaming kids got closer as we waited. The door flew open and banged against the wall behind it. An adult voice yelled at the 3 children, ranging from what looked to be 3 to 7. The mother pushed past them and ordered the children into the family room to play video games. She invited us in and introduced herself as Whitney Smith. "Mrs. Smith, I'm Sergeant Jade Monroe with the Sheriff's Department, and—" I pointed at Jack. "This is my partner, Jack Steele." Jack nodded and extended his hand. "Is there a quiet place where we can talk? We have a few questions for you." She showed us into the formal living room. From what I saw as we walked, that looked to be the only clean room in the house. "This should work. The kids aren't allowed in here, and you can call me Whitney," she said. Now I understood why that room was clean. "Please, have a seat." Whitney pointed at the couch against the wall, and she took a seat in the matching side chair. "I haven't seen David since he left for work yesterday, and I'm worried sick. He said he was having dinner with a customer, which wasn't unusual. Those dinners usually run late." "What does your husband do for a living, Whitney?" I asked. "He's in software sales. He has a busy work life, and I try to understand. I do the best I can to hold down the fort at home, but it does get chaotic doing most everything on my own. 3 kids are definitely a handful." "When does school start for them?" Jack asked. She heaved a sigh. "Next week, and I have to say I'll be thankful for the peace and quiet. Still, I can't imagine David bailing on us. That isn't the kind of man he is. He loves me, and he loves his kids." Jack gave her a thoughtful look. "Ma'am, you said things are chaotic. Do you think David might have needed a break?" "He wouldn't dare pull that on me. I'm the glue that holds this family together. He's gone most of the time the way it is. If anyone needs a break, it's me." "Are you two getting along okay? No infidelity, affairs, threats of divorce?" Jack asked. "Of course not. We get along as well as any husband and wife that have been married for 10 years. Everybody argues at times, but it's never anything serious." She peered around the corner and yelled for the kids to turn the volume down on the video game. "Sorry." "Whitney, what kind of vehicle does David drive?" "He has a year-old Corolla. It's white with a tan interior." "Is it a coupe or a sedan?" Jack asked as he took notes. "It's a 4-door, easier with kids." "Would you happen to have the plate numbers and a recent picture of David?" I asked. Sure. Give me a minute." She rose, smoothed out her blouse, and turned left down the hallway, which likely led to the bedrooms. We waited in silence. I heard footsteps coming back in our direction a few minutes later. Whitney turned into the living room with a photo album in her hand and placed it on the coffee table between us. She handed me the title of the Corolla, then took her seat. I wrote down the plate number and thanked her. She pointed at the album. There are pictures in here of our 10th anniversary party. They were taken only a few months ago." "That should be fine," Jack said as he picked up the album and opened it to the last filled page. "Here?" "Yes, we had a nice party in the banquet room at the Riverside Inn. Everything seemed perfectly normal." I gave Jack a nod as we studied the photo. "Ma'am, we've found David." "Oh, good." Her shoulders relaxed as she breathed a momentary sigh of relief. She paused, then gave us both a concerned look. "And?" I reached out and squeezed her hand. "Whitney, I'm sorry to inform you that David is deceased." Chapter 19. "They found David pretty quickly," Alice said as she pulled into the driveway and parked the truck in the garage. "Guess it's for the best, as hot as it is outside." "They sure had plenty of cops there. Are they going to catch us?" Mariah asked. "Don't you worry your pretty little head about the cops." Alice turned the key in the door and swung it open. She crossed the living room and stepped into the kitchen, then hooked the strap of her purse over the chair back. "There's a bigger picture here, girls. We need to do our part to rid the world of these despicable men. Marriage is a sacred union between two people. If your daddy hadn't started this mess, we wouldn't have to be doing the things we do. Now it's our mission." "Because God said so?" Mandy huffed and took a seat on the couch. "Watch your tone of voice, young lady. Consider yourself lucky." "Lucky? We're killing people, Mama." "God gave us a sign, so it is his will. There aren't many people lucky enough to have God give them such an important mission." "We're going against the commandments. Do you think God wants us to do that?" The springs creaked when Alice took a seat next to Mandy. She peered out the window and gazed at the clouds, then smiled. "Yes, I do. And as a matter of fact, the next one is all yours." Mariah giggled and plopped down on the kitchen chair next to the computer. The screen came to life when she hit the power button. "Let's see who wants to go out with me now. Thank you for sharing the password with me, Mama." She logged onto the cheater's website, as Alice called it, and checked her inbox. "Come look, Mandy. There are 3 guys that want to go on a date with me. Take your pick. They all look good." With a nudge from Alice, Mandy reluctantly got up, walked into the kitchen, and took a seat next to her twin. "I don't care. You pick, Mariah." Mandy stared at the screen, her bent elbows on the table and her head resting in her open palms. "Fine, be that way. Mama, when should we plan the next date?" Alice paced in thought, her arms crossed against her chest. "See who wants to go out with you tonight. If there's more than one, both of you girls are going to work. I have to plan something spectacular." Alice kept a watchful eye on Mandy. She knew that daughter was a tougher nut to crack, while Mariah was on board with whatever Alice suggested. Mariah happily tapped away on the keyboard as Mandy watched in silence. "There we go. I responded to all of them, Mama." "Good girl. Now we wait." Chapter 20. Jack and I updated Lieutenant Clark on our visit with Whitney Smith as we sat on the guest chairs in his office. "I don't think she's good for the murder, boss. She would have had to get a babysitter for Pete's sake, and it's so gruesome. An act like that takes some planning and a place to do it. We do need to put a bolo out for David Smith's car, though. The wife doesn't have it, and it wasn't at the crime scene. We have the works: make, model, plate number, year, and color. I'll tell the city boys to watch for it, too, when they do their normal rounds. We should get a warrant anyway for the house. Did you go into the garage or ask about power tools?" "No, but Mrs. Smith said her husband was rarely home. He was in sales and had to schmooze customers, that sort of thing. According to her description of him, he didn't seem to have a lot of time for the family, let alone puttering in a workshop," I said. Clark raised his brows. "So there was trouble between them?" "Nah, seemed like the typical 10-year marriage and 3 kids under age 8 type of thing," Jack said. Clark sighed. I'll have a warrant before the end of the day. Nobody is getting a pass on this. Check their bank records and life insurance policies. See if anything new has been added to the husband's life insurance policy recently, or if any large amounts of money have been moved in or out of their bank accounts. The wife may not have committed the actual crime, but that doesn't mean somebody didn't do it for her. When is she coming in to make the ID? Lena said she'd let us know. It should be in an hour or so, Jack said. Okay, get back at it. I'll get a judge on the horn for the warrant, Clark said. I excused myself and picked up the ringing phone on my desk. Billy from the tech department was calling. Hey, Jade, I wanted to let you know we went over the tape from the university. Lena's estimated TOD was 10 to 15 hours prior to when Mr. Smith was found, so we went back to 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. There's nothing on the parking lot cam and nothing at the school entrances until this morning when the faculty started coming in. Thanks, Billy. There's something sticking in my craw, though. Can you and Todd spare a few minutes? Sure, no problem. We'll be right up. What are you thinking? Jack gave me the typical right eyebrow raise as he asked the question. That green truck from earlier is bothering me, I said. I got up, rinsed out my travel mug that was still sitting on my desk from that morning, and poured cold water into it. The slow-moving one that drove by the university? Jack drummed his fingers on his desk as if in thought. Yep, that one. Don't ask me why, but something seemed off, almost like they were too interested. Do you think you'd recognize it again if you saw it? Possibly. Help me remember, Jack. You saw it too. There wasn't anything unusual about it, though. At least nothing that stood out. What would you say, maybe 10 years old? Jack leaned back in his chair and looked at the ceiling. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's hard to say what it was, though. Could have been a Ford, but at that distance I couldn't read any badges. Me either. I need to pull up a city map. As far as I know, there's only 3 ways to access University Drive. I looked up when Todd and Billy walked in. Jack rose and wheeled his chair over to my desk. Todd and Billy took the guest chairs. What have you got, Jade? Billy asked. Nothing other than a hunch. Come take a look. They huddled around my computer screen as I pointed. We only have 3 ways to access University Drive. There's Washington Street, Decorah Road, and Chestnut Street. There isn't any retail on Chestnut, so we can rule that out. If there's any footage of that green truck from Decorah or Washington Streets from last night, it could be a viable lead. True, and it would have to be after dark, Jack added. Now we need to find out what businesses closest to the intersections with University Drive have cameras facing the street. Todd spoke up. We can access that information, zoom in closer, and the business names will pop up on your map. Let's go with Washington Street first. It's likely to be the busiest street at night. First Bank has an ATM outside. That camera faces the street. I wrote that down. What else would for sure? Jack pointed at Safroni Auto Mall. They'll definitely have cameras, and probably more than one facing the lot. I bet they're always on, too, especially with the rash of car thefts lately. How busy are you guys today? If we called ahead and had 2 businesses near each intersection pull their footage from last night, could you guys spare a few hours to look it over? I asked. They both agreed. I located 2 businesses on Decorah that would likely have cameras, too, and made the calls. Todd and Billy left at 2 o'clock to see if they could track down a green truck on one of the businesses' camera footage for me. I got up, stretched, and rotated my neck. Crackling pops sounded. I wondered if Billings and Clayton had called in yet from Madison. I rapped on Clark's half-open door. Hey, boss, have you heard from Clayton and Billings yet? He looked at his watch. Yeah, Clayton updated me. They interviewed the man again that called in the tip from the news segment. He didn't know much more than what he told Jameson on the phone, but he did give them the name of the minister and the church this guy and his family went to. Hopefully they'll get a last name and more information from the minister. That's if John Doe is even the right guy. I rubbed my knotted neck. The tight muscles were giving me a headache. We have to check every lead, even if we are chasing our tails once in a while. Yeah, I know, Clark said. I'm up for some coffee. How about you? Thanks, Jade. That sounds good. I saw Jack talking on his phone and indicated with my raised coffee cup that I was making a fresh pot. He nodded, so I started a 12-cupper. Who was that? I asked when he hung up. Lena called. She said they got the tox report back for John Doe. Because there wasn't an obvious cause of death, she had them check for all types of poisoning, too. Lena is a smart woman. I filled the carafe and poured the water into the pot, added 6 heaping tablespoons of grounds into the filter, and turned the pot on. Yeah, and they got a hit. Are you serious? Sure am. Let's tell Clark. Jack led, and I was right on his heels back to the lieutenant's office. Boss, Lena got a hit on the tox report for John Doe, Jack said. Clark slid his paperwork to the side, took off his reading glasses, and motioned for us to sit. Well, what did it say? She said it came back positive for ethylene glycol poisoning. Antifreeze, so a quick but extremely painful death. Then the guy was nearly gutted and had his eyes removed. Now David Smith had his heart pierced and his skull drilled into. It seems like there's a certain amount of vengeance going, and it's only directed at men. If this killer was just that, a sadistic killer, wouldn't they kill anyone that was convenient? I asked. Don't know for sure, but it made me wonder how David Smith was subdued, Jack said. I asked Lena if she was going to order a tox report for poisons on him, too. She is, but she also said after shaving David's head, she saw a large wound on the back of his skull indicative of blunt force trauma. She said it made sense after realizing he had a broken nose. When he was hit from behind, he likely fell forward, causing that injury too. That means somebody lay in wait and cracked him in the head from behind. I wrung my hands. That could mean he was still alive when his wounds were inflicted. Jack agreed. According to Lena, he probably was. There's something connecting these two men, but we'll never know what it is unless we learn John Doe's real identity, I said. I heard the coffee maker beep and went out to fill our cups. I handed Clark his first. Thanks, Jade. Okay, Jack, get on those bank statements and life insurance policies. Jade, go downstairs and see if Kyle has come up with anything on those tire tread imprints. Was anything else found at the scene? I'll ask him that too, boss. The last I heard before we left the university was that nobody had found anything lying on the bleachers or in the grass. Jack went back to work at his computer with a fresh cup of coffee. I left mine on my desk and went downstairs. I entered the forensics lab and saw Dan checking slides under the microscope. Kyle was sitting at his computer. He looked up when I entered the room. Hey, Jade, what can I do for you? Anything on the tire treads? Actually, the tread pattern belongs to all-terrain truck tires. There are a handful of manufacturers for those types of tires. I'm narrowing it down right now for the specific brand. So there's no way that imprint is from a car tire? Nope, truck for sure. Okay, ring me when you get a match. Thanks, Kyle. As long as I was down there anyway, I approached Dan to find out if he had anything. Any trace of fingerprints, Dan? Actually, he did have partial fingerprints on the sides of his face, but it's tough to get a full print from skin. Even with the partial, there weren't any matches in the system. I knew I was hoping for too much. Okay, thanks. I wanted to run upstairs to give Jack my news, but I knew to walk at a normal pace. The doctor said my right foot needed another month to be completely healed. I entered the bullpen with obvious excitement written across my face, and Jack noticed immediately. What's up? You aren't even going to believe this. Kyle said the tread was from a truck tire. No shit. It's a fact, Jack, and a viable lead. Now we have to wait for Billy and Todd to get back with some good news. I hope to God they found that truck on one of the business's cameras. I checked the time, 4:30. Our opportunity for lunch had come and gone hours ago. I opened the cardboard box from the donuts I'd brought in that morning and was surprised to see 3 left. I poked at one and it was still soft. I grabbed all 3 with napkins and handed one to Jack, one to Clark, and enjoyed the last one myself. Chapter 21. "Come on, Mandy, get over here and decide. I've already picked my guy," Mariah said. She kicked her legs up on a vacant chair and drummed her fingers against the tabletop while she waited. Mandy dried her hands on the tea towel and hung it smoothly over the oven handle. Alice took her place at Mariah's right and looked over the profiles of the 2 remaining married men that were more than happy to have an illicit rendezvous with a beautiful 20-year-old blonde. "Mandy, sit your butt down on this chair," Alice insisted. "You're picking one of these men, and you're doing it now." "You pick for me, Mama." "Nope, it's on you. You're part of this family, and you're participating in this cleansing. It's God's will. Now sit." Mariah pulled the chair out for Mandy. "I'd pick this guy. He's younger than the other one and cuter." "What the hell is the difference, Mariah? Does it matter what his age is or how cute he is when he has a hole in his head?" The sting caught Mandy by surprise. She held her cheek and stared at the floor. Tears dropped to the linoleum beneath her chair. Alice stood above her, her right arm outstretched and ready to slap Mandy for the 2nd time. "If I ever hear you curse again, I'll rip your tongue out." "She means it too, Mandy. Now pick one of these guys." Mandy pointed at the man who used the screen alias Loverboy. A smile lit up Mariah's face. "Good choice. That's who I would have picked, too." "All right now, Mariah, go ahead and set up the date with both of them. Make one for 7 o'clock and the other for 7:30 tomorrow. Since my note went unnoticed with the law, we'll have to let the public know why these men are paying for their sins. I know what the perfect clue will be." "Tell us, Mama," Mariah pleaded. "Not yet, but you'll see tomorrow night. For now, I have to come up with the right tools." Chapter 22. "Jade, I have the tire results," Kyle said when he called my desk phone. "Awesome, go ahead. I'm writing it down as you speak." I grabbed my notepad and flipped to the last empty page. "Well, because of the unique tread style, these look to be the BF Goodrich all-terrain truck tires. Since the tread pattern is still defined, I'd venture to say they're under a year old." "Okay, so all we need to do is call the local places that sell that tire and have them pull their records for the last year or so for somebody named Dean something." "That's right. Hopefully the guy was actually local. Didn't Clayton and Billings go to Madison to interview that man from the tip line?" "Yeah, and they should be back any minute. They called Clark 20 minutes ago, but the call went dead during the update. They must be in a bad cell reception area, and I'm anxious to hear what they found out. That's the main reason we're still hanging around. Anyway, thanks, Kyle." Clark came out of his office and sat in one of my guest chairs. "Anything?" "Hell yeah. Kyle has the make of the tires and the models of truck that tire is most often used on. Now, if we get a last name and Billy and Todd come up with the truck I described on any of the business's cameras from last night, we should have our guy." "Or girl," Jack said. I looked toward Jack. It seems so improbable, but you're right. Could a woman be that gruesome? She'd definitely need assistance to get David from the back of the maintenance shed to the 10th row of the bleachers. "Don't forget there were several people in that truck we saw," Jack said. "True enough." The bullpen door opened and Clayton and Billings walked through. "Finally, please tell us you have something." I pushed back my chair and stood. My adrenaline was kicking in, likely from too much coffee. I needed to pace. Clayton spoke up. "We didn't get a lot more from the caller than what he told Jameson." I suddenly felt deflated and sat back down. "But," Billings added, "the minister of the Crossroads Church in Madison told us a little more. According to Minister Grant, the husband was looking for someone to exorcise his wife, who was alleged to have demons. That's how the minister originally met Dean. He explained to Dean that he didn't do exorcisms, but he'd welcome the family to join the church, and he'd pray for the wife's recovery." Dean and the daughters came to church several times alone and asked for prayers for his wife, Alice, who was in the hospital. Minister Grant said Dean never became a member and only showed up at church a handful of times and then disappeared. He said he felt bad for the family because they always looked so distraught. Did you get a last name, though? Sorry, Jade, but he didn't have the family surname. He said the church doesn't pry, and they only get last names when people actually join as members. Okay, but did he verify that the sketch was Dean? He said, as far as he could recall, the sketch did look like Dean. He also said he hadn't seen him for several years. So what do we know for sure? Clark asked as he turned my guest chair toward the rest of the detectives sitting at their desks. Jack started. We know the husband was Dean, the wife was Alice, and they had twin daughters that looked to be teenagers. Alice allegedly had demons, and I'm guessing the hospital stay wasn't because she had a tonsillectomy. Neither our caller nor the minister knew their last names. I turned to Jack. So what does that tell us? Most likely that they were a very private family and didn't have close friends. Only one person called in on the tip line with a real lead, and that was from Madison. Jack stood and took my place pacing. Dean was someone they knew several years ago, so what about here in North Bend? No calls from anyone local that recognized this guy? That's odd. Who supports the family? Somebody has to work to buy groceries and pay the bills. That leaves us in the dark again, Billings said. Whoever the killer is may have a dark green truck and workshop tools. As soon as we hear back from Todd and Billy, we'll know if they saw that vehicle on anybody's footage from last night. The question is, are these killings related? And if they are, why? Okay, I think we're going in too many directions at once. I got the warrant from the judge. Jade and Jack, go back to Mrs. Smith's house right now and search it. Ask her if she or her husband knew anybody named Dean or Alice. Be back here with an update before 7. After that, we're calling it a night. Clayton, call Todd and see if they have anything on the camera footage yet. Let's go. The lieutenant handed me the warrant, and I shoved it into my purse, along with my notepad and phone. Ready? I asked. Jack nodded, grabbed his necessities off his desk, and jammed everything into his pockets. I pulled a set of keys off the hook behind the reception desk, handed them to Jack, and we left. We headed toward the cruiser that beeped when Jack clicked the key fob. Over there, third one down, I said. Pull into a drive-thru on our way to the Smith house. I'm going to die if I don't eat something. Jack gave me a grin. What, 2 donuts didn't fill you up today? Hardly. Maybe 3 would have. I'm going to text Amber and let her know she's having dinner alone tonight. I hope I'm back home by 8. She likes telling me about her classes. I bet she does, Jack said as he drove down Washington Street. How about Speedy Burgers? I hear they're pretty good. Sounds perfect, and I'll have 2 of them. I'm going to call Whitney Smith and tell her we're on our way. We wolfed down our burgers, and 15 minutes later we pulled into the familiar driveway with the messy yard. Jack parked, and we exited the cruiser. Whitney was already standing at the front door with her arms crossed against her chest. She didn't look happy to see us twice in one day. "Did you forget something?" she asked curtly. I handed her the warrant. "No, ma'am, but we are going to search the premises. Please step aside. This shouldn't take too long." She unfolded the paperwork and stared at it in disbelief. "What are you looking for?" "Ma'am, please have a seat and keep your children corralled. We'd like this to go as smoothly as possible without interruptions." Jack searched the garage, I took the basement, and then we both searched the living quarters. We didn't find one power tool, let alone a sign that somebody did woodworking, remodeling, or anything mechanical in the home. We returned to the living room. "Mrs. Smith, did your husband ever work with hand or power tools? Did he have hobbies that involved drills, saws, and the like?" "What does that mean? We have a hammer and a few screwdrivers and a toolbox in the closet. He didn't have time for anything else." "We saw the toolbox, ma'am, and we'll have to take that with us for now." "Whatever." "Mrs. Smith, were you or your husband acquainted with anyone named Dean or Alice?" Only my kid's pediatrician. Her name is Alice Clausen. Is she local? I wrote the name down, but had my doubts that there was any connection. Yes, at the clinic on 18th Street. Thanks, that should do it. You've already made the identification? Yes, I have. She wiped her eyes as she talked. We're sorry for your loss, Whitney. Please call us if you can think of anything that might help with this case. I wanted to speak in very generic terms with 3 youngsters sitting at their mother's side. Jack and I left. He backed out of the driveway, and I checked the time. 6:30. I leaned back in the seat and knew if I closed my eyes I would doze off. Instead, I stared out the window as Jack drove back to the station. I hope Billy and Todd are back. I'm wiped out. With a good night's sleep, we can hit the tire stores with fresh eyes in the morning. Did you pull up the life insurance policies and bank information for the Smiths? I asked. Yeah, I did. The copies should be in my inbox by morning. You do look beat. How about a couple coffees from Pit Stop? Thanks, partner. Chapter 23. I carefully lifted the lid and blew on the coffee to cool it. I needed to appear somewhat awake before we got back to the station. We had only 5 minutes before Jack would be turning into the parking lot. The lieutenant would want to hear what we discovered at the Smith home, if anything, and I was dying to know whether Billy and Todd saw a truck on the tapes. Jack turned left onto Schmidt Road. I took a couple of long gulps of coffee, burning my tongue in the process. Walk slowly, I said as Jack parked and we exited the cruiser. Aren't you done with that coffee yet? Sorry, I've already scalded the skin off my tongue. Now it burns to drink it. Take it inside. Who cares? You always have a cup of coffee in your hand anyway. We entered the building, plugged the code into the pad alongside the bullpen door, and pushed it open. Everyone that sat at their desks looked as beat as I felt. Well? Clark rose, walked around his desk, and came out of his office. Jack and I dropped to our chairs simultaneously. Go ahead, you tell them, I said to Jack as I propped my chin up on my desk with my closed hand. We searched the Smith home and found nothing other than a toolbox with a small number of household tools. I dropped it off downstairs for Kyle and Dan to look over. Whitney said David wasn't into hobbies or anything related to power tools. She also said they didn't know anybody named Dean or Alice other than their kid's pediatrician named Alice Clausen. That's easy enough to check out, Billings said. And on a good note, Todd said they saw a truck turning off of Washington Street onto University Drive at 10:30 last night. He couldn't actually tell if it was dark green or another dark color, but it was the only truck that turned onto University from either Washington Street or Decorah. Which place had the video? I asked, now fully awake. The bank's ATM. The bank was their first stop, but the camera software was going through an update. They went back an hour before the bank closed and were able to check last night's video. That's when they saw it. They've both left already, but they brought up the thumb drive for you to see, Clayton said. I checked each face. Let's take a look. Have you guys already watched it? Clark spoke up. Nope, we were waiting for you guys to get back. We crowded around my computer and I slid the thumb drive into an empty port. I opened up the file and fast-forwarded the tape to begin at 10:25. Here we go. I want to see which direction the truck comes from. I think Todd said it came from the west, Billings said. I nodded and watched closely. The traffic was minimal once a vehicle reached University Drive. The street was on the outskirts of the city limits, but within range of the wide-angle camera lens of the bank's ATM. Most of the vehicles picked up on the camera were going in and out of restaurants on the right side of the screen. There it is. I pointed at the vehicle coming into town from the west. I made sure the tape was at the 10:30 mark. Until it was ready to turn, all we could see were headlights. A right-hand blinker flashed, and the vehicle slowed to a stop at the lights. It turned as soon as the lights went green. I paused the tape when the vehicle was parallel to the camera. Can any of you tell what kind of truck that is? They scooted their chairs in and leaned closer to the screen. Without street lights, it's tough to say, Jade, Clayton said. All we have is reflective lights from the other vehicles and ambient lighting from buildings down the street." "What about location of the blinkers and even the side mirrors?" I asked. Jack and I thought from a distance the truck could have been around 10 years old. Wait a minute. Jack, think back. Did that truck have a short or long box, and was it a crew cab? Yeah, that would definitely make a difference. He stared at the video of the truck again. I saw 2 faces at the side window looking toward us. That tells me it's a crew cab, like this one, and I don't think it had a short box. We wouldn't be able to tell anything with the blinkers or mirrors since the truck was parallel to us. And to me, Clayton said, it looks like a Ford. And yeah, it does look older. The F-Series Ford trucks were one of the trucks on the list for that tire brand. That's good enough for me. We can start checking tomorrow for all of the tire shops and garages that sold those tires over the last 2 years to anybody named Dean. But right now, I'm going home. Night, guys. Great work, I said as I packed up my belongings and left the bullpen. When I pulled my car into the driveway, I saw the woods behind the condo illuminated from our deck lights. That told me Amber was possibly sitting outside waiting for me to get home. I smiled with appreciation for my sister. She was a thoughtful young lady and a perfect housemate. She called out from the deck when I entered the house. "Hey, sis, I figured you'd need to wind down a little. I've got a cold one out here with your name on it." I hung my purse on the back of the bar stool, took my service weapon and shoulder harness into my bedroom, then returned to the living room and slid open the screen door. "You know me pretty well, kiddo. Thanks. A cold beer is exactly what I need. It might even help me sleep." "Sounds like you had a tough day with the fiasco at the university." "How much did you hear?" "Only that some guy died out on the track bleachers." "That's what's going around?" "Uh-huh. Should I know more?" "Nope, we have it under control. Sort of. I'm keeping my fingers crossed that we'll get a name for the John Doe from the park. We need that to get his case moving forward." "I hope it works out, Jade. I don't know the gory details, but it sounds bad nonetheless." Amber looked at her watch. "I have early classes tomorrow since everything was canceled today. I think we should both turn in after this beer. You look beat." "Yeah, that works for me." Chapter 24.
We'll return to the story soon. But for now, let the music help you slow down and feel present. This free audiobook is made with care.
"Tonight will be the best so far," Alice said as she started breakfast. She cracked 6 eggs into a bowl, added a splash of milk, and began whisking the mixture for scrambled eggs. The bacon sizzled on the griddle, and 3 slices of bread lay on the counter for toast when the time was right. Mariah sat at the computer, exchanging messages with both men they were meeting. She chuckled every time a new message popped up. "Mama, these guys are flirting with me." Mandy scowled as she filled her chipped orange coffee cup that had Florida written across the side. "I think you're enjoying this a little too much, Mariah." "Don't you 2 start that bickering again," Alice threatened. "I'll smack you both upside the head." "Mandy is jealous." "Right, I'm jealous of you because you're enjoying the attention from 2 men we're going to kill. Don't forget you and I look identical. They're only flirting with you because you're young and pretty, not because you're interesting. They don't even know you. I could have posted pictures of myself, but I'm not as twisted as you, Mariah." "Mama told me to, and you don't have the guts anyway." These men are vile and need to die, and you're a big baby." Mariah began taunting Mandy. She popped her thumb into her mouth and began making sucking noises. Alice spun when she heard the chair crash to the floor. Mariah screamed for help as Mandy straddled her and pummeled her face. Mariah's lip and nose were bloodied. Alice jerked Mandy backward by her hair and threw her against the wall. "I've had enough of you. If you didn't have a mission to accomplish tonight, I'd blacken both of your eyes. Now get up and sit your fanny on that chair. Apologize to Mariah right now." Mandy sat silently while Alice tended to Mariah's injuries. "How am I going to meet those guys now? Mandy bashed my face in, Mama." Mariah sat with her head back, holding a cold, wet rag against the bridge of her nose to stop the bleeding. Alice turned toward Mandy and spewed the words at her. "I told you to apologize to your sister." "Sorry, Mariah, but I don't consider you my sister anymore. You're nothing but a stranger to me. So there, I said I was sorry." "I hate you, Mandy." "Whatever, I don't care." Alice slid 2 plates of eggs, bacon, and toast across the table. "Shut up and eat your breakfast. Mandy, tonight you're doing everything on your own. Mariah, after breakfast, send off those emails with directions on how to get here. I have the perfect ending for those 2 men." Chapter 25. I grabbed the notepad off my nightstand. Sleep didn't come easily for me last night, so I made sure to make a list of things I needed to do. As I tiptoed down the hallway, I saw Amber's bedroom door was open, and she had already left. No need to be quiet after all. The coffee was already made, and a cup sat on the counter waiting to be filled. Next to the empty cup lay a note saying Amber was bringing home Chinese for dinner, and Spaz had been fed. I filled my cup, poured a bit of cream in it, and gave it a thorough stir, then headed down the hall to take a hot, steamy shower. While back in the kitchen for my second cup of coffee, I decided on a bowl of instant oatmeal. I noticed that the scale had been creeping up a few pounds from those anxiety-calming donuts we'd all been eating too many of lately. It felt good to eat something without icing on it once in a while. I was excited to get to work and start plugging away at my to-do list. I'd enlist the help of Jack, Clayton, and Billings, and with any luck, we'd finally find out if Dean somebody was John Doe's real name. With a last name and, hopefully, a local address, we'd be knocking on his door and finding out why nobody had reported him missing. My cell phone rang as I backed out of the garage. I shifted the car into park and dug through my purse for my phone. The screen showed it was Jack. "Hey, what's up?" I shifted into reverse, hit the remote for the garage door, and backed out onto the street. "Have you left yet?" "I am right now. Why?" "I have a flat and don't want to get dirty changing it. Can you pick me up? I'll deal with the tire after work." "Yeah, sure, I'll be there in 10. I hung up, did a U-turn, and headed the other way. "Thanks, partner," Jack said a few minutes later as he climbed into the passenger seat. "I'll buy donuts if you want to stop." My conscience told me to say no, but my lack of willpower won out. I'd try again tomorrow. "Sure, sounds delicious. I want a French cruller. The rest is up to you." Jack ducked his head back in the door when he got out. "Only one? Are you sure?" "Yep, one is good. I'm trying to cut back on the sweets." We arrived at the station at 7:45. Clark was already at his desk when we walked in, and the coffee was brewing. "Man, you guys are spoiling me. I didn't have to do anything yet." I plopped down at my desk and pulled the notepad out of my purse. I powered up my computer and waited. "As long as you're waiting around, you can pour us some coffee." Clark grinned at me and gave me a wink. I chuckled. "Sure, boss. Jack, are you ready for a cup?" "Yeah, thanks." Clayton and Billings walked in at 8 o'clock and helped themselves at the coffee station. Once they were seated, I printed a list of all the tire dealers, car dealerships, garages, and general stores that sold tires in Washburn County and handed out the sheets. "It looks like there are 70 places throughout the county that sell tires. It doesn't mean they sell the BF Goodrich all-terrain tires we're looking for, though. That will be the first question to ask. We don't want to waste their time or ours. If they do sell that tire, we'll need them to go back 2 years for sure for anybody named Dean or Alice that purchased a set. Let's divide up this list and get started. It's going to be a busy day. If any of you can think of other stores, write them down so none of them are overlooked. Make sure to note if some don't answer the phone, too. You'll have to get back to them later. I sat down and got started on my almost 20 places to call. I was certain nobody that answered at any of the stores would be too pleased to go back almost 2 years looking for somebody named Dean or Alice, especially without a last name. I would even go as far as asking for anyone who used only the initial D or A instead of a first name. Hopefully, the list would be short for names of people that had purchased those tires. We had no way of knowing if the tires were purchased online either. If they were, we'd be back to square one. By 10 o'clock, and a third of the way through our lists, I had everyone stop and tell me where they were with the calls. Jack had 2 sales of those tires so far. One was to somebody with A as the first initial and Carpenter as the last name. The other was to a Deanna Brent. He took down the addresses and phone numbers for both. I had nothing so far. Billings had 3 stores that sold that brand of tire, and one place looked the information up and had nobody with an A or a D as their first name. The other 2 stores said to call back later. They were too busy to check. Clayton had 3 people that had purchased the tires in the stores he'd called. One was to an Alan Falens, another to a D. Ray, and the last was to a Dan O'Meara. So it looks like we have 2 possibilities, maybe 3 so far if Deanna Brent was a typo. That gives us A. Carpenter and D. Ray. Let's call them and find out what make, model, and color of vehicle those tires went on. Either they'll have information we can work with, or they'll get scratched off our list and we'll continue on. "How do you want us to proceed with the calls, Jade?" Clayton asked. "We'll say that we're checking into a string of recent robberies at tire centers, and that tire has been the one most often stolen. Ask the person if they still have their tires and what vehicle they're on. Tell them that somebody reported them stolen right off their truck. Invent any story you want. Just find out what make, model, and color of truck they're on. You 3 go ahead with those calls. I'll keep dialing." The 3 calls took only a few minutes. Deanna Brent bought the tires for her husband's birthday gift. He drove a 2009 Toyota Tundra, and the tires were still on the truck. The A in A. Carpenter stood for Andrew. He was a 77-year-old man that sold his 2007 red Chevy Silverado when he retired to an assisted living residence. He said he sold it on an online auction site to somebody in Michigan. The last name, D. Ray, was a Dennis Ray, and he had a black single-cab short-bed Ford F-150 with a black camper on the back. He wasn't our guy either. We continued with the calls. "Jade?" "Uh-huh." I scratched number 13 off my list and looked up to see what Jack wanted. "Would you mind taking me home at lunchtime? It should only take a few minutes to get that tire off my car. We can take it to the service station down the street from my house. They've worked on my car in the past, and they'll get it plugged today. That way I can pick it up after work." "Yeah, I suppose, as long as we have time to hit a drive-through." "That'll work, thanks." We had a few more possible names, and then the list would be complete, other than the places we needed to call back. We broke for lunch at noon. "Boss, do you want a burger and fries from the drive-through?" I asked as I popped my head around Clark's door. "I'd love a burger and fries," he said as he shook the baggie filled with carrot sticks and celery stalks at me. "You're actually still eating that rabbit food?" "I guess so, until I lose another 10 pounds. Liz and my doctor are in cahoots with each other and monitor my every movement. She even bought one of those gadgets I have to wear on my arm that tracks every calorie, footstep, and breath I take. There's no way I can get away with it. But thanks for the offer." I laughed. I know I don't have that willpower on my own. Maybe Amber should start monitoring me, too. Sorry, boss. It sucks to be you. Liz means well, but she isn't the one that has to eat this crap. Okay, we'll be back in an hour. Clark waved me away as he chomped on a celery stalk. Chapter 26. When he finally reached the menu board at the drive-thru restaurant, Jack placed our orders. The 6 cars ahead of us were definitely slowing things down. "It won't take long with the tire. We'll be back at our desks by 1 o'clock. Unless we're still waiting for our food. I sighed and watched as more cars pulled into the car-side waiting area for servers to bring out their white bags of greasy burgers and salty fries. Don't you find it odd that nobody has reported a missing person other than Whitney Smith? Her call came in less than 24 hours after David didn't come home. No family member has called in for John Doe yet. Jack inched the cruiser ahead. That's telling me he's either a loner and has no close next of kin, or the opposite. The next of kin doesn't want us to know who he is. If he actually is this Dean guy, why hasn't Alice or the daughters called it in? Because they're the ones who did it. Uh-huh. We find his family, we find his killer. But why David Smith? Jack pulled the wallet out of his back pocket and took out a 20. That's the million-dollar question. We finally got to the window to pay. I hoped the person at the second window would give us 2 soft drinks and a large bag of burgers instead of telling us to pull into the car-side waiting area. My cell phone rang as Jack was handed the bag of food and 2 soft drinks. He grinned. Guess it's our lucky day. Not necessarily. Clark is calling. I answered on the second ring. Hey, boss, change your mind about the burger? Jade, sorry to cut your lunch short, but we got a call from North Bend PD. They know this is our case, so they contacted me. They found David Smith's car. Already? Yep. Apparently, it's parked in an apartment complex on the north side of town, up near Barton Hill. The place is called Lakeview Apartments. The parking spaces there are assigned. That's why the call came in so soon. The resident was out of town, and when she came home this morning, she found a white Corolla in her spot. She told the manager, who called it in. Kyle and Dan are at the apartment complex right now. I think you and Jack should head over. No problem, boss. We're on our way. Give me the address. We ate our lunch during the short drive to the north side of town. The address sounded familiar, and when we arrived, I knew why. Back in my college days, one of my closest friends' parents lived there. It would have brought back fond memories if it wasn't tied to this most recent murder. Jack pulled into the circular driveway at the top of the hill. The complex was a tidy group of 9 buildings, all surrounding the center pool and clubhouse. The apartments had either a first-floor patio with a view of the pool or a balcony with the same view. Each building held 8 apartments that were red brick to the second floor. From that point upward, they were sided in white vinyl, accented with green shutters. The parking lot followed around the circle, 2 spaces deep, and each space was numbered to correspond with the apartment number. We found the black forensics van midway around the circle, parked next to a white Corolla in space E207. Jack parked behind the van, and we got out. "Hey, guys, what do you have?" I asked as I put on my sunglasses and walked over to the car. Nothing at first blush other than finding his wallet under the seat. The killer probably put it there. There's a bunch of fast food wrappers and bags with time-stamped receipts stapled to the bags. We'll sort everything out once we get the car back to the evidence garage. If we're lucky, we might get prints off his wallet, steering wheel, or door handles. The seat position would work comfortably for anybody between 5'7" and 6'2". Hang on a sec. I hit the call button for Lena. "Hey, Lena, it's Jade. How tall was David Smith?" "Uh-huh. Okay, thanks." I clicked off. David was 5'11", so the seat position isn't going to matter. Jack spoke up. "Going through the drive-through receipts for location and times could help us narrow down what places he frequented most often and times of day. There could be a pattern. Let us know when you're done checking those items. Maybe we can put something together using the receipts." "Will do, Detective," Kyle said. "I'll give Clark a quick call." I walked as I spoke and noticed a spot of shade and a picnic table on a small patch of grass that looked inviting. I headed toward it and sat, instantly feeling a few degrees cooler. The thick canopy of the tree offered a slight breeze, which felt wonderful against my face. "Hey, boss, we're at the apartment. There weren't too many more places on the list to call. I think Clayton and Billings can cover that while Jack and I interview people at the apartment complex. We're going to start with the manager and tenant whose car belongs in that parking space." "Yeah, sounds good. I'll let Clayton and Billings know to continue on." Thanks, boss. The car has a bunch of fast food bags inside with time-stamped receipts. We'll go through those later, and David Smith's wallet was under the seat, too. I'll call back in an hour or so and let you know our progress. I think Kyle has already called for the flatbed. Good enough. I clicked off, took in a deep breath of cooler air, and headed back into the scorching sunlight. Do you guys need anything more from us? Jack asked. No, we're good. We'll hang out until the flatbed gets here, Dan said. Okay, catch you back at the station later. Jack and I headed in the direction of a sign with an arrow and the word office written on it. Chapter 27. Larry Taylor said he can't meet me tonight after all. Something came up, but he's asking if I want to have lunch with him right now instead. What should we do? Mariah asked. We'll have to alter the plan a bit, but tell him okay. He has to come here and pick you up like any decent gentleman would, though. Mandy, you're going to do exactly like Mariah did the other night with David Smith, except you're bringing Larry Taylor into the house. Tell him he has to meet your mama because she's old-fashioned. I'll be waiting for him behind the door. We'll save the workshop for later when John Leiter arrives. No sense in cleaning that mess up twice. Now, hurry along and get your butt upstairs. Comb your hair and change into that pretty dress. Mama, please, I don't want to do this. Shut your mouth and do as your daddy said. Anything I want, remember? If you wouldn't have punched your poor sister's face, maybe you wouldn't be in this predicament. There's always consequences, young lady. Now get moving. Alice watched as Mandy trudged up the stairs, each foot taking an unwilling step upward. You'd better be back down here in 10 minutes. You don't want me coming up after you. What should I do, Mama? Mariah asked. You, sweet child, can fetch some things from the workshop, but you have to hurry. Get the duct tape, a length of rope, 2 9-volt batteries, a pry bar, the Dremel toolkit, sandpaper, and pliers. Alice busied herself at the kitchen table, making sure everything was in its proper place. Certain things needed to be out of reach, too. She jiggled the bottom kitchen cabinet door that often stuck and pulled out the 7-inch cast-iron fry pan. That went behind the front door. Alice heard the sound of footsteps descending the stairs. Mandy turned the corner and stood for her mother. Alice sized her up. You look real nice. Now go sit on the couch and watch out the window for Larry. Why is the workshop door open? Mariah's getting the necessities. She'll be back in a minute. Alice leaned over the couch back and peered out the window. Here she comes. Mariah entered the house with her hands full. I got what you asked for. Alice nodded. Okay, put the stuff on the kitchen counter. He should be here any minute. They sat and watched for movement. A slight layer of dust clouded the driveway, and the familiar sound of crunching gravel perked up their ears. Mariah bounced on the couch with excitement. He's here, Mama. Shush. Now go sit on the staircase and wait, and stay out of sight. I don't want him to see you until I say so. Mandy, you better put on the performance of your life, or you'll be answering to me. Now get outside and welcome Larry in. Mandy smoothed her dress and walked out. Alice dropped the sheer lace curtain so the visitor wouldn't see her and rose from the couch. She settled in behind the front door and tucked the loose strands of hair behind her ears. The engine shut off, and she heard the car door open and close. Voices got closer, and the sound of shoes on the sidewalk told her they were only a few feet away. Her eyes darted to the doorknob as she lay in wait, watching for the slightest turn. Her jaw muscles twitched with tension. Alice was as anxious as a hungry fox about to pounce on an unsuspecting rabbit. The turn of the handle prepared her for action. She lifted the fry pan over her head as the door opened fully. Mandy called out to her. Mama, there's someone here I'd like you to meet. Come on in, Larry. Alice saw him step inside, beyond the open door that Mandy leaned against. She leaped out and swung, holding back enough to only knock him out. The killing would come later, and Mandy would be shown what to do. The crack against his skull made a sickening thud. He fell forward as David had, stunned and nearly unconscious. He groaned and tried to get up, but Alice whacked him again. He collapsed on the living room floor. "You killed him, Mama," Mariah said angrily as she came around the corner from the stairway. "I didn't kill anyone. That's Mandy's job. Now help me drag him to the chair." They propped Larry up in a sitting fashion in the kitchen chair Alice had readied for him. "Mariah, get the duct tape and tape his hands to the chair arms good and tight. Do the same with his legs." Alice grabbed the 20-foot length of rope and stood on the table. She wove it through the large eye hook screwed into the kitchen ceiling beam, then secured it around Larry's neck. "Tape his forehead to the back of the chair, Mandy." Alice climbed off the table. "That should do it. If he wiggles too much and tips the chair over, he'll strangle himself." Alice checked the time and grinned. "We have hours with him before John shows up. Mandy, go change your clothes." By the time Mandy had returned to the kitchen, Larry was regaining consciousness. She sat next to her mother and sister and stared at him, waiting for instructions from the matriarch. Blood dripped from the back of Larry's head to the shoulders of his shirt, where it settled and soaked in. Fear took over his face when he realized he couldn't move. He saw Mandy sitting across from him with the battered Mariah and Alice, the mother. His eyes darted from woman to woman and to each of his hands taped to the arms of the chair. The chair hopped as he tried to free himself until he felt something tighten around his throat. "Better be careful, Larry. If that chair tips, you die. Of course you can't see the noose around your neck, but from your expression, well, I assure you it's there. Mandy, go get the old sheet we used for your haircut. I don't want to mess up the linoleum." Mandy disappeared down the hallway. She returned with a faded twin-sized sheet. "Drape it around him." She did as she was told. Larry's nostrils flared as he tried to suck in air. Tears streamed down his cheeks. "Do you know what you are, Larry? That's right. You can't talk with that tape over your mouth. Let me help you with that." Alice ripped the duct tape from his lips, taking skin with it. "There we go. I'll start over. Larry, do you know what you are and why you're here?"
"No, I don't. Who are you? What do you want with me?"
"We're your judge and jury. I'm sentencing you to death. Why were you contacting my daughter? You're a married man."
"That's what the website is for. People like me."
"Cheaters? Men that betray their marital beds? It's against God's will, and we were chosen to put a stop to it. I'll make sure your wife finds out what you've done."
"Please, no. I'll pull my profile off the site and I'll never do it again."
"Shut up. It's too late for pleading. Mariah, get the pry bar." Mariah, chomping at the bit, took a half-dozen excited steps to the kitchen counter and back to the table with the pry bar in hand.
"What should I do, Mama?"
"Pry his mouth open with it when he clamps it shut. Mandy, get those 2 batteries. When Mariah opens his mouth, I want you to wedge them on each side, back by his molars. That way he can't close his mouth. Don't snivel either. Do what you're told." Mandy retrieved the 2 9-volt rectangular batteries from the countertop and came back to the table. Alice grinned. "Ready?" Mariah leaned over Larry with the pry bar. "Just so you know, Larry, I thought you were handsome." She smiled at him, then jammed the pry bar between his teeth, using it as a lever to open his jaws. He fought her the best he could and screamed in agony as his gums and teeth were bloodied. "Mandy, get those batteries in there while his mouth is open." Mandy wedged a battery between the upper and lower molars on each side so Larry couldn't close his mouth. Alice slapped her hands together. "There we go. That's perfect. Let's begin. Get in there, Mandy, and start snapping off his front teeth."
"Why?"
"Because I said so. That's what the pliers are for. Now get busy." Mandy could barely control her shaking hands as she leaned over Larry with the pliers.
Her eyes clouded with tears as she began. He screeched with every snap. Blood and saliva dripped from his mouth to the sheet draped around him.
Guess we won't use that thing again, right, Mama?
Mariah watched enthusiastically.
That's right, honey.
There, it's done. All of the front ones are broken off,
Mandy said. Stand back and let me see. Alice wiped the blood from Larry's mouth with a paper towel and took a look. Nice job. Okay, get the sandpaper and Dremel tool.
Mandy did as she was told.
Now, put duct tape across his mouth and eyes. Make sure it's secured tightly to the back of the chair so he can't squirm. I want our next project to be perfect. Mariah, cut that tape off his forehead. When Mandy and Mariah had done what they were told, Alice handed the sandpaper to Mandy.
What am I supposed to do with this?
Sand his forehead real good. I don't want any tape residue on him.
Mandy's feet were frozen to the floor until Alice shoved her toward Larry.
Move it. Your day is far from over.
Alice crossed the room and grabbed a magazine off the end table. She fanned her face with the pages.
Hot in here with all this adrenaline flowing. Start sanding. I'll tell you when it's good enough.
Alice took her seat next to Mariah and watched Mandy work. Mama, his forehead is bleeding from all the sanding.
I can fix that.
Alice rose and entered the first room down the hallway. She returned with a bottle of rubbing alcohol and poured it over Larry's forehead. His back arched stiffly with pain. Muffled cries sounded through the tape. She wiped his forehead.
Guess we got the sticky stuff off.
She opened the Dremel attachments box and sorted through them.
This one looks good.
She put the bit in the end of the tool and handed it to Mandy.
I want you to write cheater across his forehead in big block letters. You had better make it look good, too, or you'll suffer my wrath. No misspelled words, and I want it neat so everyone can read it.
Mandy slowly carved each letter into Larry's forehead. She was thankful when he finally passed out from the pain.
I'm done, Mama.
Alice stood and moved in closely to inspect Mandy's work. She dabbed the paper towel across Larry's forehead.
Good girl. That's enough until John gets here. I'll start dinner.
Chapter 28. The cardboard clock hooked through the suction cup on the office door showed the manager was out to lunch. The red hands on the clock were pointed at 1:30. The office would reopen then.
Didn't the manager know we'd want to talk to him? I said, somewhat perturbed as I jiggled the handle on the locked door.
Jack shrugged.
Maybe he thought calling in the abandoned car was talking to somebody. Let's start with the tenant in E207. After we interview her, we'll do our routine knock and talk to whoever is home in the D, E, and F buildings. We'll catch the manager later.
Yeah, I guess. We climbed the stairs to the second floor and followed the hallway to E207. Here it is. I knocked and heard footsteps approaching. I was sure the 5-second hesitation to open the door was due to the tenant sizing us up through the peephole. I heard the familiar sound of a chain lock slide, then a deadbolt turn, and finally the door creaked open. A friendly-looking 20-something woman smiled widely at us.
"Hi there," Jack said. "We're Detectives Monroe and Steele from the Sheriff's Department. May we speak to you for a few minutes?"
"Sure, come on in. I'm Heidi Anderson." We shook Heidi's hand and took a seat on the couch in her small but nicely decorated living room. She pulled a kitchen chair in and sat across from us.
"Heidi, could you walk us through this morning when you got home?" I asked.
It wasn't anything eventful. She looked at me, and I nodded for her to continue. I spent 5 days at my parents' cabin in Rhinelander. Let's see, I left there at 8 o'clock, so I must have gotten home around 11:30. I already had the week planned off of work.
"And then what?" Jack asked.
I pulled into the parking lot kind of mindlessly, I guess, and approached my spot to turn in, but a car was parked there. I looked around and didn't see anybody outside, so I drove over to the manager's office and parked in the visitors area. I told Mr. Crane about it, and he called it in. My car is still sitting there. That's really all I know. Okay, thanks, Heidi. You can move your car back to your space now. The other car has been towed away. We handed her our cards, asked her to call us if she thought of anything else, and crossed the hallway to the adjacent apartment. We'd spent the next 2 hours interviewing people that hadn't noticed anything, but it was something we had to do. There was always a chance we'd catch a break. Nobody remembered anything that stood out. With the patios and balconies facing the inner area where the pool was located, it was unlikely we'd find a tenant that had a reason to look out a bedroom window at the parking lot on Tuesday night. "Let's see if the manager is in," I said as we took the stairs down and followed the arrow leading us back to the office. "Excuse me, officers?" We turned and recognized a young woman following us down the sidewalk. We had spoken to her about an hour back, and she lived in the E building on the first floor. "There actually is something I remember about Tuesday night. It's probably nothing, but when I came home from the movies, there was a truck in my parking spot. I had to wait for them to leave so I could pull in." "Your name again?" I asked as I took out my notepad. "Brenda Miller." "Brenda, do you remember what time that was?" The movie let out at 10, and then I went to a fast food restaurant with my friend. I probably got home around 11-ish. "Okay," I wrote that down. "Would you mind showing us which parking slot is yours?" Jack said. "Sure, right over here." We crossed the parking lot, and she pointed at a spot 2 slots away from where the Corolla had been parked. A blue subcompact was neatly parked between 2 other vehicles. "That's your car?" Jack asked. "Uh-huh. Do you remember anything about the truck that was parked there? Like the color, model, or anything unusual about it?" I asked. "I remember it was dark, but at nighttime I couldn't tell you the exact color. It could have been black or dark blue, maybe even dark green." "Anything else? Take your time and think hard. How about the people in it?" "That's right. I saw a woman jump into the passenger side, then it sped away." I gave Jack a hopeful glance. "Could you tell her age, hair color, what she wore?" Her hair was definitely blonde, about shoulder length." She waited as I wrote that down. "And I think she looked like my age." I smiled at Brenda. "Which is?" "Oh, sorry." Her face went red. "I'm 22. "Okay, that's a big help, Brenda. Here are our cards if you happen to remember anything else. Thank you." "Very interesting," Jack said as we headed to the manager's office. "We might be making progress after all." "That's a good sign." I noticed the cardboard clock was no longer on the glass door. Mr. Crane must be back. Jack pushed the door open and we entered. A long reception counter stood directly in front of us, covered with brochures about the complex, a plate of cookies, and a cup filled with pens. To our left was a water cooler with small paper cups in a dispenser, and to our right were 2 plum-colored guest chairs with a landscape hanging on the wall above them. A bell sat on the counter next to the brochures. We waited for a minute, expecting somebody to greet us, but when nobody did, I rang the bell. A male voice sounded from an adjoining room. "1 minute, please." We continued to wait. Finally, a slightly overweight gentleman appeared from around the corner. He looked to be in his late 60s. He had thinning gray hair, and reading glasses were perched on the bridge of his nose. He wore an ivory-colored short-sleeved shirt and khaki pants. Several ballpoint pens peeked out of his shirt pocket. We introduced ourselves. "Sorry about that. I was in the middle of answering an instant message from a potential tenant. What can I help you with, detectives?" "It's Mr. Crane, correct?" "Yes, ma'am. That's me last time I looked." He chuckled at his own comment. "Great. Can you spare a few minutes? We have several questions for you about the car that was parked in slot E207, Jack said. "I'm the one that called it in. I told the cops it didn't belong there. What else do you need to know?" "Is there a place we can sit to have this conversation, sir?" "Sure. Come on back to my private office." He chuckled again. I gave Jack an eye roll as we followed Mr. Crane to the next room. "Have a seat," he said as he pointed at several folding chairs. "Mr. Crane, do you monitor the complex or just show apartments?" Jack asked. "You mean like security patrol?" "Yes, in a way. Do you walk around the complex, and do you live on site?" "Sure do, but mostly I watch the pool area from my apartment. I live in A4 and have the best view of the pool and landscaping." "I'm sure you do. Do you ever check the parking lot?" "No, I don't have a reason to, since all the slots are assigned. We've got a visitors' parking area near the entrance with 10 spaces. First come, first served sort of thing." "Sure, understood. Can you walk us through this morning when Heidi Anderson told you there was a car in her space?" "Not much to tell. She came into the office and told me a white car was parked in her slot. I grabbed my phone and followed her out. I called the North Bend PD and gave them the license number and description of the car. I told them it must have been abandoned since all of the residents know that their guests have to park in a visitor spot." I wrote as he spoke, even though the information was redundant. His statement was nearly verbatim to Heidi's. "Is there anything else you remember about it?" "I peered through the windows and noticed the floor was a mess with empty food bags. I guess that's it." Jack furrowed his brows. "So you touched the car?" Sort of. If you call cupping my hands to the glass to see inside better, touching it. I didn't open the doors or anything like that, but I did pick up a scrap of paper lying on the ground by the driver's side." "What did you do with it?" I asked. "I meant to throw it away, but I think it's still in my pocket. Garbage is always blowing around. I do my best to keep this place tidy." I asked him to check to see if he still had it. Mr. Crane stood and fished the piece of paper out of his front left pants pocket. "Yep, here it is." He handed the scrunched-up slip of paper to me. I opened it, smoothed it out on the desk, and took a look. "What is it?" Jack asked. "An insured parcel was sent from the post office a few days ago. This is the receipt." I put it inside my notepad so it wouldn't get misplaced. "Thank you, Mr. Crane. We noticed there's sporadic video cameras located throughout the grounds. Are they live, and can you access them?" "Yep, they're live, but I'd have to get somebody in to pull them up. I'm not that electronically savvy." "We have technicians that could access the feed with your permission," I said. He scratched his forehead as if in thought. "Well, I'm not at liberty to do that sort of thing. I'd have to call the parent company first for permission." "Could you do that now, please?" Jack asked. Mr. Crane looked at his watch and shrugged. "I would if I could, but they're in Great Britain. It's 10 o'clock their time. The best I could do is leave a message, but I won't get anyone on the horn, that's for sure." I stood to leave. "Okay, that's fine, but let them know if they don't agree to let us go ahead, we'll get a warrant for the video. Either way, we'll be watching that video tomorrow. We'd much rather deal with a cooperative party. Refusing us access to it would be interfering with a murder investigation." "Murder, Sergeant? Because a car was abandoned here in the parking lot?" "That's correct, and make sure you mention that in your message." We told him we'd check back with him in the morning, shook his hand, and left. With the time-stamped fast food receipts in the car, the post office receipt, a possible video from the apartment that might show a dark green truck and a young blonde woman getting into it, we had something to work with. We still had dentists, podiatrists, churches, and tire stores to follow up with, too. I was sure we'd be busy for days to come. "Let's head back. We'll update Clark and see if Clayton and Billings found out anything from their tire stores," Jack said. "It's a shame, you know." I heaved a sigh as we walked back to the car. "What's that?" "If we can't figure out who John Doe is, he'll have to go on the ground unidentified or get cremated on the county's dime. Too bad he can't be donated to medical research." "Yeah, but there wasn't much of him left to donate. I'm definitely leaning toward the family for the murder. Now we just need to find them." Jack and I returned to the station, parked the cruiser, and crossed the lot. The heat that radiated from the asphalt was still intense, even this late in the afternoon. Inside, Jack punched in the code to the bullpen. Clayton and Billings looked as though they were packing up for the day. "No leads on the tires?" I asked. Clayton spoke up. "Nah, some said they'd call back after they had time to check their records. Tomorrow we should get—" With his index finger, he poked each name as he counted. 9 callbacks. "There might be a video of the parking lot from last night," Jack announced. Clark came out of his office, his ears perked. "Did I hear you right?" "Yep, except the manager needs permission from the parent company to allow us access. He should have it tomorrow. If not, we told him we would get a warrant for it anyway." "Good, stay on top of that." "Will do, boss." "Go home and get some rest. I'll update Horbeck and Jameson when they get in." "Thanks, boss. Good night." Jack and I walked to my car and got in. "I can wait around if you want to drop your car off." "You sure? They probably won't get to it anymore today. That means I'll have to hitch a ride with you again in the morning." "I don't mind, but you aren't getting off scot-free," I said. "You're buying coffee and donuts in the morning." "You drive a hard bargain, woman. But you've got a deal. It won't take long, I promise." Chapter 29. "Clean up your plate so you can get ready for John," Alice said as she shoveled food into her mouth. "I'm not hungry." Mandy pushed her plate aside and wrung her hands. "How can you two sit here and eat when Larry is taped to the chair and has broken teeth, a carved forehead, and a noose around his neck?" Mandy glanced at him, then looked away. "He's staring at us. Look at his eyes. He's petrified." Alice swatted the air and dismissed Mandy's statement. "He's lucky he still has eyes in his head, and he won't be petrified for long. Go on, then, put your dishes in the sink and get upstairs and change. We'll catch John off guard in the workshop. We wouldn't want Larry to ruin the surprise for him." Alice took Mandy's plate and scraped the macaroni and cheese onto her own, then handed it back to her. "Wash that plate before you go upstairs." Mandy rose and took her plate and fork to the sink. With the dish rag, she scrubbed them thoroughly, rinsed them, and set them in the dish drainer alongside the breakfast dishes. She heaved a sigh as she crossed the kitchen and left Alice, Mariah, and Larry at the table alone. She came down the stairs 30 minutes later, wearing the same dress she had on earlier. Alice and Mariah sat in the living room, enjoying a TV game show when Mandy entered. "I'm ready, Mama." "You look real nice." Alice glanced at the clock. "John should be here soon. We'll entertain him for a while in the workshop, then we'll come back for Larry. You should be proud of yourself, Sweet Pea. You're helping to rid this town of bad men." Mandy's lip curled with disdain. "Think what you want, Mama. We're all going to hell. Watch that tongue." Alice smiled as if she had a revelation. "I just thought of something different for John." Mandy passed in front of the TV and headed for the door. "Where are you going?" Alice paused the television and gave Mandy a bewildered look. "John isn't going to be here for another half hour." "I know, Mama, but I want to check the workshop and be left alone for a while." "Don't dilly-dally out there too long. We have to go over the plan one last time." Mandy nodded and closed the door at her back. Mariah pulled the curtain aside and stared at her sister through the window. A small dust cloud formed as Mandy trudged across the driveway. "What's her problem?" "I don't know, honey, but let's finish watching this show. It's almost over." A muffled groan sounded to Alice's left. She turned and gave Larry a warning scowl. "Do you want to die now or later?" She smirked when he fell quiet. "That's what I thought." "Mandy is coming back, Mama," Mariah said when she noticed her sister returning from the workshop. The hinges creaked when Mandy opened the door and entered the living room. She sat on the couch and gave the clock a sideways glance. Alice stared at her daughter suspiciously. She noticed Mandy's left eyebrow twitch. "Are you done with whatever you had to do?" "Yes, ma'am." Mandy wrung her hands in her lap. "Is there something you need to say before John gets here?" "No, Mama, nothing." All right, then. The plan is the same as with David, except we tie John to a chair after I knock him senseless. Larry will come out and watch the show, and when the fun is over, they'll both die. Mariah, turn the TV off. It's time to take our places in the workshop. I'm sure Larry has other things on his mind anyway. Remember, Mandy, come straight into the workshop with John. Mandy nodded and sat to wait. Alice looked back as she and Mariah crossed the driveway. She saw Mandy with her arm draped over the back of the couch and the shears pulled to the side. Her eyes were fixed on the long driveway. "Sit at your daddy's workbench," Alice said to Mariah as she browsed the selection of hammers. "Here's something different." She held up a hammer with one end that resembled a spike. "This one looks like fun. Do you have the duct tape handy, honey?" "Yes, Mama, I'm all ready to go. I wish I looked prettier, though. Damn Mandy. Why did she have to bash my face in?" "First off, no cussing or I'll add to your injuries. Mandy jumped you because you were taunting her. You deserved it, didn't you?" "I guess so." Mariah leaped from the seat she had taken at the workbench. "I hear a car coming." Alice spread the slats on the blinds and peeked through. "Yes, sir. Here he comes. It's show time. Get back to your chair and look like you're doing something. I'm going to wait in the storage room. Make idle conversation with John and Mandy when they come in, then I'll take over a few minutes later." Alice watched as Mandy came out of the house and approached the car. The driver's door opened and Mandy stood in the way, blocking Alice's view. Finally, a man exited, took Mandy's hand, and approached the workshop. "Turn the radio on, Mariah, and act like you're busy. They're heading this way." Mariah reached above her head and turned the knob on the grime-coated radio sitting on the shelf. She did the same with the volume knob, then quickly sat down. The door opened, and Mandy and John entered. "John, this is my twin, Mariah. She's an artist and had a run-in with something that fell off the shelf the other day. Forgive the way she looks. She's normally pretty." Mariah glared, but extended her hand to shake John's. A noise sounded at their backs. Alice grunted as she came out of the storage room, carrying a large box. "And this is my mama, Alice. Please let me get that box for you. It looks heavy." "Well, aren't you the gentleman?" Alice said as she allowed John to take the box from her hands. As he turned to set the box on the workbench, Alice pulled the hammer out of her waistband and swung. John dropped to his knees and grabbed the back of his head. He looked at his bloody hand, bewildered and wobbling. Alice whacked him in the skull again, and he slumped forward. "Either he's a tough nut to crack, or I'm losing my edge." She grinned and dropped the hammer to the floor. "Let's get him on that chair, girls. Put a drop cloth under him first. I don't want to get Daddy's chair stained with blood." Once John was propped up, Mariah wound the duct tape around him and the chair. His arms were bound to his sides, and his legs that hung limply were taped to the chair legs. "What are you going to do with him, Mama?" Mandy asked. Alice pondered her choices. "We're definitely carving his forehead like Larry's, but I think John will get his tongue cut out, too. Everything we do, girls, is a message. It's up to the law to figure it out. Mariah, run in the house and get that Dremel tool. I forgot to bring it out here." "Okay." Mariah giggled with obvious anticipation and took off out the door. Alice mulled over the tools on the back wall. "So we need a pliers to hold his tongue still, and a sharp knife." The sound that nearly exploded in her ears caught Alice off guard. Everything she held spilled across the floor. She spun to see Mandy holding Dean's revolver, still pointed at John, with faint ribbons of smoke floating up from the barrel. "What did you do?" Alice screeched with anger when she saw the dime-sized hole through John's forehead. "I saved him from your slow torture. You'd kill him anyway, but now you can't enjoy it." The workshop door burst open so hard the knob indented the drywall behind it. Mariah, with the carving tool clutched in her hand, screamed at the sight of John. His head had been thrown back against the chair he was taped to. The back of his head was gone, and most of the contents were spilled out on the floor behind him. "What happened?" "Your sister took it upon herself to kill him." Alice picked up the hammer and threw it fast and hard, nearly hitting Mandy. "Larry is dead next to the table, Mama. The chair is lying on its side, and the noose strangled him." "Is that your work, too?" Alice sneered at Mandy. "And where did you find your daddy's pistol? Is that what you were doing out here earlier, hiding the gun?" The glare on Mandy's face showed her disgust. "I'm not taking part in this anymore. We aren't a team or a family, so leave me alone. I'm going to my bedroom." Alice and Mariah watched as Mandy retreated to the house with the revolver still gripped in her hand. "Now what?" Mariah asked. A frown spread across her face. Alice tore open John's shirt. "Now we continue without her." Chapter 30. After dropping Jack's car off and taking him home, I drove the 10 minutes to the condo and turned into Ashbury Woods. I did a double take when I saw Amber walking the neighborhood several blocks from our house. Checking my rearview mirror first, I honked, cranked the wheel, and pulled over. As I powered down the passenger window, she crossed the sidewalk, stepped off the curb, and headed toward my car. "What the hell, Amber? It's too hot out here for a stroll around the neighborhood." She leaned down to the opened window and looked in. Immediately, I saw her puffy red eyes and tear-stained cheeks. "What's wrong, honey?" "I can't find Spaz. I got home a few hours ago from school, and he's nowhere." "How can that even be possible? The doors are locked when we're gone. You've searched the whole house?" She reached through the open window and grabbed a tissue out of the glove box, then nodded as she blew her nose. "Get in. We're searching the house again." Amber climbed in and I drove the 3 short blocks to my house. My head was swimming as I recounted my every step and movement that morning when I left for work. Jack had called as I backed out of the garage. Did I close the door to the kitchen tightly? Could Spaz have sneaked out while I sat in the driveway, digging through my purse for my phone? Amber left before me. Did she close the door tight? Did I even see Spaz that morning? I pulled into the driveway and pressed the button on the garage door opener. The door lifted and I pulled in. "Did you check the basement too?" I asked as we entered the house. "I checked everywhere, Jade. He isn't here." Between both of us, we searched every inch of the house. No Spaz. I hated to think it could have been me that didn't close the door between the kitchen and the garage, but it probably was. My mind had been scatterbrained lately with everything going on, but the last thing I'd want to do was break my sister's heart. "Do you think it's possible that he sneaked past one of us when we left this morning?" "I guess so, but he's never tried that before. Why would he even want to? It's hot outside." I chuckled. "He's a cat, Amber. They don't think like we do. And they're tough. All we can do is put food and water on the deck. He'll come back. I just hope we don't attract raccoons instead." Amber sat quietly most of the evening in a sullen funk. I felt horrible about Spaz, but there was nothing either of us could do but wait. I sat across from her on the recliner and organized my to-do list for tomorrow. The list continued to grow as I added tasks needed to catch this killer or killers. The first thing on my agenda was to contact Mr. Crane at the apartment complex. We had to gain access to that video feed in the morning, and with the time difference, it would be mid-afternoon in England. They would have had ample time to respond to Mr. Crane's request for permission to allow us to access the tape. I set my legal pad of notes on the end table and pulled the wooden handle on the side of the recliner. The chair's footrest folded, the back came up, and I stood and walked into the kitchen. I kept the wine glasses above the stove. Someday I'd buy an antique credenza or something similar to keep my nice stemware in, but for now the kitchen cabinet was good enough. I pulled out 2 wine glasses and set them on the counter. The small 12-bottle wine rack had 4 bottles remaining in it. I decided on a Cabernet since the white hadn't been chilled yet. I placed a bottle of Riesling in the refrigerator for another time. With the corkscrew knife, I sliced the foil seal, pulled it off, and sank the corkscrew into the cork. With a few turns and a pull, I popped it off. I poured 2 glasses and carried them to the living room. "Here you go, sis. You look like you need a glass of wine. I promise you Spaz will be back. I've heard people say their cats stay out for days and then return home as if it were nothing." "I know you're just trying to make me feel better, but it isn't working. Spaz isn't a feral cat. He's been declawed, and he doesn't know how to hunt. That's why we're putting food out for him. He'll come home. And then we have to be more attentive so he doesn't get out again." Amber nodded and sipped her wine. Chapter 31. "That should do it," Alice said as she slapped her hands together. She and Mariah stood over the corpses and admired the work they had done during the last few hours. Earlier, they had pulled Larry out of the house and dragged him to the workshop. He lay over the top of John's body. Mariah giggled. "Look at us, Mama. We're a bloody mess." Alice looked at her hands and clothing. I guess we are. Go ahead and shower and change your clothes. I have to think of the perfect place for these 2. I want the world to see our handiwork. It's our finest so far, and it's sending a message to all the men out there who like to stray. I bet the owner of Unhappily Hitched, Inc. will shut down his dating site before long. Men will be too scared to go on it, and they should be." Alice sat in the workshop and waited as Mariah cleaned up. She wanted the men to be found in a public place, but that might prove difficult. She wasn't ready to be caught. There was still so much to do. Alice thought hard. She needed to find a spot where plenty of people could see the men, but a location without cameras. The perfect place popped into her head as she jumped off the chair and wiped her hands with a shop rag. Pressing a few keys on her cell phone, Alice conducted an online search. "I couldn't have thought of a better place. It will shame these men and send a message throughout the community that these acts won't be tolerated." Alice turned when she heard the door open. Mariah was back and cleaned up. "Wait here. I'll shower and be right back. I have the perfect place for both of these disgusting men. God will be so pleased with us. Find something to wrap these 2 in. I don't want to dirty up our clean clothes." "Okay, Mama. Should I back the truck up to the door?" "Yes, honey, I'd appreciate it. Well, looky there." Alice pointed at the second-story window. A light was on in the twins' bedroom. Alice saw Mandy pull back when she realized that she had been seen. "Your sister is watching us. I bet she's jealous that she isn't a part of our plans anymore." "Too bad for her. She can just keep watching." Mariah gave her mother a kiss on the cheek and yelled upward to the partially opened window. "There you go, Mandy. You can be all alone just like you wanted. Mama and I don't care about you anymore, and we don't need you either." They heard the window slam shut, and the room went dark. Later that night, Alice pulled out of the driveway, the headlights bouncing with each rut. Mariah sat in the passenger seat and flipped through the stations on the radio, hoping to find some lively music. Both men were wrapped in burlap from a roll Mariah had found on a shelf in the storage room. They were nude inside the nubby cloth and lay in the back of the truck under the tonneau cover. Alice took the back roads into North Bend. She remembered how to find St. John's Church. The family had attended several times in the past when the church held holiday services. The public was always welcome, according to the weekly newspaper ads they ran. St. John's was the largest church in North Bend, and because they were having a members' function in the morning, many people would witness the bodies sitting on the benches at the front entrance. As Alice recalled, large maple trees covered the grounds of the church. Throughout the summer months, the main entryway was cloaked in shade. Cement benches sat at either side of the granite steps, with life-sized marble angels flanking the wooden double doors. Alice circled the block several times once they arrived at St. John's. The massive stone structure with its tall steeple stood on the corner of Highland and Silverbrook Avenues. Several driveways led into the large complex with its 3 connecting buildings. In addition to the enormous church itself, the facility held an elementary and high school, as well as an administrative building. Alice needed to park in the most convenient driveway nearest the front entrance, yet the one best hidden under the cover of darkness. Without Mandy's help, she and Mariah would have to drag 2 men, and their mission would take some time. "It looks good to me, Mama. I don't see a soul anywhere." "We have to be quick, Mariah. I can't have you whining about how much these men weigh. We'll drag them one at a time. You'll take an arm and I'll grab one too. Larry will be left in the bushes until we get John near the front. Then we'll set both of them up on the benches and get the heck out of Dodge." Mariah grinned. "You said heck, Mama." "It's not the same as saying hell. Okay, looks like the coast is clear. I'm pulling into the deliveries parking lot where there aren't any street lights. We'll check the distance to the entrance first and find a good hiding spot for Larry. Then we'll come back and get started." "Oh, goody." Mariah's fingers gripped the truck's door handle before Alice came to a full stop. "Hold your horses. I don't need you getting hurt before we even begin." Alice killed the engine, and the headlights went dark. They sat silent for a moment, their ears perked for nearby sounds. The night was dead still. "Okay, let's go, and keep quiet." Alice and Mariah crept out of the truck and followed the sidewalk around to the front of the church. The distant corner streetlight created just enough of a dim glow for them to see the pathway, but under the tree cover they were well hidden. "This should do nicely." Alice pointed at a row of hedges. They could stash Larry behind them temporarily. They continued forward and followed the sidewalk until it curved left at the main entrance to the church. It looked just as Alice remembered. A cement bench sat on either side of the sidewalk, and a pair of angels stood at the doors of the holy establishment. Alice grinned widely. "I wish we could see the faces of the people that come across them in the morning. I'm sure it will be priceless. Let's get Larry." Back at the truck, Alice opened the tailgate and reached in. "Give me a hand pulling him forward. When we get him out, we'll drag him on the lawn. There won't be as much friction." They pulled the first wrapped body toward them and placed him on the lawn. "How do we know it's Larry?" "It doesn't really matter. They're both going on the benches. Let's get this one behind the hedges. Unwrap his arms so we can drag him." Mariah did as she was told. "It's Larry, Mama," Mariah said happily. "He has more hair than John does." Alice jerked her head toward the hedges, and they pulled the corpse the 100 feet and left him. They went back to the truck and got John. "Okay, let's take a breather for a minute. Those 2 were heavy," Alice said as she filled her lungs with the warm nighttime air. They sat on the lawn under several large trees, hidden from view. 2 wrapped corpses lay 5 feet away. "We have to unwrap them and prop them in a sitting position." "Won't they just slide off the benches?" Mariah asked. "Not if we hang their arms behind the benches. They're already getting stiff, and by morning they'll be stuck in that position." Mariah pouted. "What's wrong, sweet pea?" Alice whispered. "I want them to look the same, like twins, but Mandy screwed that all up." "Don't you worry about a thing. The message is the same on both of them. Everyone will understand that these men, literally sitting on God's doorstep, betrayed their families, just like Daddy did." "Is Daddy in hell?" "Of course he is, honey. It's where those kind of men belong. Let's finish this up and go home." They unrolled the burlap and exposed both naked men. The bodies were cut, carved, shot, and strangled. They propped Larry up on the right bench and John on the left. Their nearly stiff arms were forced behind the bench backs in order to keep them sitting upright, and their legs were bent at the knees. They would remain just how they were seated. With a final look of approval, Alice and Mariah gathered the burlap, threw it into the back of the truck, and drove home. Chapter 32. Her screams startled me awake. I leaped out of bed and ran down the hallway. The sliding door to the deck was open, and I saw Amber in her bathrobe kneeling over something, her back facing me. I dreaded the worst and ran to her side. Spaz lay on the deck unmoving. I stared at his rib cage and saw it rise and fall. "He's alive, honey. Bring me some large towels and call the animal hospital." Spaz was breathing on his own, and hopefully his injuries were superficial. His skin was torn, he was bloodied, and bits of fur were missing. Spaz likely got into a scuffle with a feral cat that had claws. From the looks of things, Spaz probably got the worst end of it. Amber brought me towels, and I gently lifted her beloved cat and wrapped him in them. "I have to get dressed." 5 minutes later, I ran down the hallway in a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. "Let's go," I said as I grabbed my car keys and locked the door behind us. Amber sat in the passenger seat, and I carefully placed Spaz on her lap. Tears ran like an open faucet down her cheeks. "He'll be okay, honey. It looks like deep claw scratches and maybe a few bites. He didn't get any facial injuries, so that's good." I backed out of the garage and closed the overhead. I wanted to sound the sirens and rip through town, but I couldn't. I had to drive the speed limit, and the animal hospital was a half-hour away. I hit the steering wheel with my open hand. Damn it! What? I was supposed to pick up Jack for work. I glanced at the clock. 6:45. I lifted my phone and hit Jack's name on my contact list. "Morning, Jade. What's up? I was just getting into the shower." "Jack, call Clayton or Billings. I can't pick you up." "What's wrong? Are you and Amber okay?" "We are, but Spaz got into it with some other animal. He's pretty beat up. We're on our way to the animal hospital on Silver Spring right now." "Sure, no problem. How's Amber holding up?" I looked to my right at my sister's face. "Not good." "Put me on speakerphone." "Okay, go ahead." "Hey, Amber." "Hi, Jack." "You know how tough Spaz is, don't you? He's a fighter, and cats have 9 lives, remember? I don't think Spaz has even used half of them yet. He'll be okay, so take a deep breath and think good thoughts." Amber wiped the tears with the back of her hand. "All right, thanks, Jack." "You got it, hon. I'm thinking of you guys." I clicked off speakerphone and put the phone to my ear. "I'll touch base with you after we have the vet check him out. Sorry about the ride, Jack." "Don't even worry about it. Take care of Amber and Spaz. We'll catch up later." I clicked off and gave Spaz a glance. His eyes were open, and he looked calm. Amber, on the other hand, was another story. We arrived at the animal hospital, and I sat in the waiting room while Amber followed the nurse into an exam room. I searched the faces of the people around me. I saw worry, hope, and anguish. Children asked parents if their pets would be okay, and others wept openly at the loss. I got up and walked to the counter to tell the receptionist that I'd be outside. Watching and waiting indoors was too heartbreaking. My mind drifted back to Mrs. Smith and her children as I paced the parking lot. I wondered how they were coping, and whether John Doe would ever have a name. I found a wooden bench cloaked in the shade of a willow tree. The decorative iron trim surrounding the back held images of playful dogs and cats. It made me smile, and I sat for a bit. I pulled out the to-do list I had neatly folded and put in my purse last night. I read over my entries, then took out my notepad to find Mr. Crane's phone number. Since I had to wait for Amber anyway, I decided to scratch a few things off my list. He answered right as I was about to hang up. "Lakeview Apartments, how can I help you?" "Mr. Crane, Sergeant Monroe calling." "Good morning, Sergeant. Guess you weren't kidding about getting back to me. It's barely 7:30. Good thing I forward the calls to my cell phone." His tone irritated me, but I didn't have time to concern myself with his time-of-day issues. "Did I wake you, Mr. Crane?" "Nope." "Then the time shouldn't matter. Did you get a call from the apartment's parent company yet? It should be early afternoon in England." "I haven't checked the voicemail yet. I was making a pot of coffee." I didn't care what he was doing when I called. "I understand, Mr. Crane. Why don't you check the messages now? I'll call you back in 5 minutes. Goodbye." I glanced up and looked toward the door. No Amber yet. Then I checked my watch. 3 minutes had gone by. At the 4-minute mark, I called Mr. Crane back. "Lakeview Apartments?" "It's Sergeant Monroe. Did you hear from them?" "Yes, ma'am. They gave their permission. But I still don't know how to access the video feed."
That isn't a problem. We have our own technical team that works with video equipment every day. You'll hear from me later when we're on our way. Thank you. Goodbye. I got up, crossed the parking lot, and entered the vestibule. The cooler air that hit me felt refreshing. The waiting room gave off a happy vibe, likely to keep people in a calm mindset. I wasn't sure how well that was working. The light green room had wallpaper borders of playful animals, all healthy and happy. The TV that hung in the corner near the ceiling was turned to the animal channel, but the volume was off and only closed captioning let people know what was being said. I scanned the room but didn't see Amber, so I sat and waited again. 5 minutes later, I heard a door at the end of the hall open and close. I sat in a chair facing that area so I could watch for Amber. I looked up and saw her walking toward me. I did a quick read of her face. She looked relieved. I smiled. Amber plopped down on the vacant chair beside me and wrapped her arms around my neck. "He's going to be okay." Her voice cracked when she spoke. "Thank God. What was the outcome?" "Spaz was sedated because they needed to stitch up a few spots. They had to shave him in 4 different places. He was given antibiotics, and they want to keep him overnight because of the sedation. He should make a full recovery. The doctor said he was lucky that his face wasn't scratched. He could have been blinded if his eyes had been hit." "Could they tell what got to him?" "Probably a feral cat, just like we thought. We have to be more careful." "I know, honey. We'll put up a gate if we have to, and I'll make sure that kitchen door is closing properly. So now what?" "The doctor is finishing up. He'll be out soon to tell me when I can pick Spaz up tomorrow. I may have to do it between classes." The animal channel held our attention until the doctor came out and consulted with Amber. We were in the car and on our way back to North Bend by 8:30. Amber said she was thankful she didn't have any exams that morning. The only class she missed could be made up later. "Can you grab my phone out of my purse?" I realized that I had forgotten to call Jack, and now my phone was ringing. Amber handed it to me. "Hello?" "Jade, it's Lieutenant Clark. What's your ETA?" His voice sounded tight and full of anxiety. "Boss, what's wrong? I'm heading back now, but I have to drop Amber off at home first. Get to St. John's Church on Highland and Silverbrook as soon as you can. All hell broke loose. Everyone is already there. Jade?" "Yes, boss?" "Use your siren and step on it." Chapter 33. Alice sat at the kitchen table with her right knee crossed over her left leg. Her foot bounced with nervous energy. She had a perfect view of the TV in the living room, and the portable radio on the breakfast bar was within earshot. She waited anxiously for news of the men she and Mariah had left at St. John's Church last night. A hot cup of coffee sat on the table to her left, and she pinched a half-eaten piece of toast between the fingers of her right hand. The breaking news that interrupted her daytime soap caught her attention, and she jumped up and grabbed the remote from the end table. She pressed the volume button to the loudest setting. A TV reporter stood just beyond the police tape on the sidewalk in front of the church. Alice saw the familiar steeple and trees in the background. It was confirmed. The men had been found. Alice yelled for Mariah to join her as she sat on the ottoman just 3 feet from the TV screen, leaning forward and hanging on every word the reporter said. "Sit down and listen to this," she called out when she heard the thunder of footsteps running down the stairs. "Did they find them, Mama?" "They sure did, honey." Alice patted the ottoman and scooted over so her daughter could join her. Mariah sat and rubbed her hands together while they listened. "This is Andrea Jones reporting live from a gruesome scene found only an hour ago at none other than a beloved church in this small and normally quiet community. What we know as of now is that 2 unidentified, nude men were found sitting at the front doors of the most well-known church in North Bend. Our understanding is that the scene is grisly and a certain amount of torture is evident on both bodies. This macabre act has shut down a large quadrant of the neighborhood, and police are combing the area for evidence. So far, the motive for this horrendous act remains a mystery. As far as we've been told, no witnesses have come forward, and there are no cameras in the area. We will interrupt regularly scheduled television shows throughout the day as updates come in. Again, this is Andrea Jones, reporting live at St. John's Church on the corner of Silverbrook and Highland Avenues in North Bend. Woo-hoo, Mama! I bet everybody will sit up and take notice now. Apparently, actions speak louder than words. That's right. I gave the law fair warning with my note when Daddy died. Now the ball is in their court. Churches need to help spread the word about fidelity. Alice rose to fill her coffee cup and saw Mandy standing at their backs. How long have you been sneaking around? I'm not sneaking around. I live here. I can't help it if you were too busy cheering your accomplishments to hear me come down the stairs. Mandy turned and shuffled to the kitchen, where she poured herself a cup of coffee. Alice followed her. You aren't going to do anything stupid, are you? Alice asked as she sized up her daughter. Mariah came around the corner and stood alongside her mother. I don't even know what that means. Mandy dropped onto a kitchen chair with a heavy sigh. Her head rested in her hands. Good. Keep it that way. What did you do with your daddy's pistol? Mandy stared straight ahead, then flicked a fly off the table. I got rid of it. Where? I threw it in the swamp last night after you two left. Don't you lie to me, girl. I'm not lying, Mama. Alice stared at her daughter suspiciously, yet she hoped Mandy was telling the truth. Then she turned back to the television, eagerly awaiting more updates on her latest handiwork. Chapter 34. I'm sorry I have to dump you off this way, but I need to go. Jade, it's okay. It sounds urgent. We'll catch up later, and thank you for helping with Spaz. I nodded and shifted the car into reverse as Amber got out on the driveway. The tires caught and squawked as I dropped the car into first gear and took off down the street. St. John's Church held special memories for me, and the thought of something defiling that sanctuary was enough to set me off. We weren't a religious family per se, but St. John's was where I attended Sunday school as a child. Weddings, baptisms, and marriages within my family and group of friends took place there. Our family found seats in that beautiful church at every religious holiday, and my marriage to Lance, a marriage I thought would be forever, was conducted at that altar. The minister and parishioners didn't deserve to have anything tarnish the loving and welcoming image this church represented. 4 minutes was all it took for me to arrive at a scene right out of one of my favorite crime fiction TV shows. Police tape, squad cars from NBPD, and the sheriff's department kept curious onlookers at bay. I pulled up to several uniformed policemen barricading the street and flashed my badge. With a recognized nod and quick instructions, they told me to park where I was and walk in. A block from the church, as I looked ahead, I saw a half-dozen TV news vans set up with their masts towering above the tree line. The forensics van, the coroner's van, more squad cars, and several of our cruisers were parked near the sidewalk that led to the church's main entrance. I dialed Jack's cell and hoped through the commotion he'd either hear it ring or feel it vibrate. Jade, where are you? I just arrived, and I'm about a half block from the church entrance. What the hell happened, and where are you guys? Okay, the front of the church is closed off with cloth barricades. We don't need these images on the 6 o'clock news. Come around to the side entrance on the south. I'll meet you there. It's pretty horrific. I turned and followed a different sidewalk around to the south. It looked as though that door entered through the administrative building. Bolted to the building was a sign with an arrow pointing to administration and deliveries. I pulled the steel door toward me and saw Jack leaning against the wall halfway down the hallway. Jack, what happened? This place looks like a war zone. Come on, I'll show you. There are 2 bodies sitting on benches at the front entrance. It's pretty grisly. Sitting on benches? What the hell? No kidding. The call came in about an hour ago when the parishioners began arriving. They're planning a fundraising auction for this weekend, and they were going to set up the auditorium today. That's when the guys were discovered sitting right at the front door. Jack led me through several back hallways until we reached the chapel. We walked past the altar and down the aisle between the pews.
A flash of memories would have made me want to smile if that had been appropriate, but it wasn't. We reached the vestibule, walked through it, and then Jack pushed out the heavy wooden doors. The area was bright but filtered from the tree cover. The entrance to the church faced southeast, and the mid-morning sun was directly in front of us. 4 wide granite steps led down to the sidewalk. A statue of an angel stood on either side of the doors, and the benches were at the bottom of the steps. Oh my God. I could barely speak above a whisper. I was shocked by the devastation these 2 men had endured. I leaned in closer, barely able to believe what I was looking at. Lena and Jason stood within that confined space along with Kyle and Dan. They nodded in my direction when I approached. "Never saw anything like this before, Jade," Kyle said. "We got a real maniac on our hands." Lieutenant Clark and Captain Tom Sanders, as well as Lieutenant Colbert and Detective Miller from the police department, were there. We shook hands and greeted each other. "I don't even know what to think. This is way beyond anything North Bend has ever dealt with." I called Lena over. "What can you tell me?" "Jade, as I've explained to the rest of the group so far, there's a gunshot wound going through the forehead of the man on the north bench. Looks like a .38 could have been the weapon by the size of the entry wound. They both have the word cheater carved on them, one on the forehead and one on the chest in block letters. The man with the bullet wound had his tongue removed, and the other man had his teeth broken off, and has evidence of strangulation. Of course, there's no ID, given the fact that they're both nude." Clark spoke up. "Whoever is doing this has a serious rage issue with men. There's that underlying church element that goes along with the note we received last week. Cheater? I'm leaning toward the infidelity kind of cheating. The removal of the heart, eyes, tongue, and teeth tells me there's betrayal involved. That can only point to women doing these grisly acts." He looked at Captain Sanders and patted his shoulder. "Tom, we're going to need everyone's help with this one. It's too big for us alone." "You got it, Chuck. I'll get the foot soldiers out there right now to start canvassing the neighborhood for witnesses." I agree with the profile belonging to a woman or multiple women. A witness at the apartment complex where David Smith's car was located. I pulled out my notepad. A Brenda Miller said she saw a dark truck pull out of her parking spot, and a young-looking blonde woman climbed into the passenger seat. "Okay, Jade, I'm going to need you and Jack to get Todd and Billy over to that apartment complex. You said the manager gave us the green light to go ahead with the video?" "That's right, boss." "All right. Clayton and Billings interview the first people on the scene this morning again. Get everything they have to say down on paper." Clark called Kyle and Dan over. "You 2 need help?" "We'd sure appreciate it, Lieutenant," Kyle said. "There's a lot to go over." Clark looked at Captain Sanders. "Tom, can you spare your forensic team?" "Absolutely. I'll make the call right now." "Okay, I'll tell the media that we're going to hold a press conference at noon. I want everyone back here in the administrative conference room at 11 o'clock. We have to put together a profile. Let's move." Clark slapped his hands together and waved us off. Chapter 35. My mind was going in 100 directions as I jogged the 2 blocks back to my car. Jack said he'd meet me at the station, and we'd take a cruiser to the apartment complex from there. I called Mr. Crane and told him we were on our way, and Jack said he'd call Todd and Billy to give them a heads up. The situation was out of control and getting worse with each newly discovered body, and the killer's brutality was escalating at an alarming rate. The profile we intended to put together and present to the media later would hopefully strike a chord with somebody. We needed to apprehend the perpetrator before more people became victims. My phone rang as I drove. Jan was calling from dispatch. "Jade, I'm trying to get a hold of Lieutenant Clark, but he isn't answering. It seems like nobody at that crime scene can hear their phone ring." "It's pretty chaotic there right now, Jan. What can I do for you?" 2 separate calls came in to me from the police department. I know the PD is on the scene, too, and they probably don't know their own dispatch is trying to get through to them. Anyway, 2 men were reported missing this morning. One is a Larry Taylor, and the other is a John Leiter. Both men are from the county. Looks like Larry Taylor lives in North Bend and John Leiter lives near Allentown." My involuntary groan sounded through the phone lines. "There's a good chance those missing men could be the victims at the church. Jack and I will be there in 5. I hung up and slapped my open hands against the steering wheel as I drove. A few minutes later, I pulled into the parking lot and squealed to a stop. As I climbed out of my car, Jack pulled in and parked. I lifted my sunglasses and perched them on my forehead. Jan called as I was driving. And she said she received a call from North Bend PD's dispatch saying 2 men had been reported missing this morning. Terrific. Did the calls come in from their wives? I don't know. Let's see what Jan says. We entered the building and headed to the dispatch desk behind the reception counter. Jan told us that the message from the police department's dispatch said the calls came in from the men's wives prior to the breaking news on TV. "This has already been broadcast? The news doesn't even have the facts yet," Jack said with a moan. "Apparently they know enough. Somebody must have leaked something to them. It could have been one of the people that happened upon these men this morning. The press is calling it the work of the North Bend Carver," Jan said. "What? Oh my God, that's going to start a citywide panic. Text me the names, phone numbers, and addresses of the wives that called in. Jack, what do you think? Should we get Jameson and Horbeck in to help? We don't have enough manpower here. Everyone is tied up downtown." "You're second in charge, Jade. It's your call. I'll go downstairs and see if Todd and Billy are ready to go." I dialed Lee and Brian at their homes. They had both just gotten up and hadn't seen the news coverage that leaked out. I gave them a quick briefing and told them to meet us at the apartment complex in Barton. I'd go over more details with them then. Jack and I headed to the Lakeview apartments, and Todd and Billy followed us. I rolled down the passenger window, even though the day was turning into another scorcher. All I needed was a quick breeze to blow across my face and a gulp of fresh air to fill my lungs. We arrived at the apartments and parked in a visitor slot. Mr. Crane greeted us when we entered the manager's office. Todd and Billy were only a minute or so behind us. "Mr. Crane, how many cameras are at this complex?" I asked while we waited. "There are 8 cameras in total. They're scattered among the parking lots, and there's one in front of the clubhouse and another in front of the office." "Do you know which camera faces the parking lot for the E building?" "Yep, it's camera 5. "Okay, good. It looks like our tech crew is here. Can you show them to the control room, please? Todd, Billy, we need footage from Sunday night. Ring me when you have a dark truck entering and exiting the E building parking lot. Jack and I will wait outside." "Got it. It would be after dark, then?" "Yeah, focus on any time between 10 and midnight." Jack and I stepped outside and found an umbrella table in the shade to wait for Jameson and Horbeck. We each grabbed a bottle of ice water from the vending machine before we sat down. I cracked mine open and took a deep gulp. Behind us, the swimming pool looked so inviting. I would have given anything to spend a relaxing day in the pool at my own condo's clubhouse, but for now, thoughts like that would have to wait on the back burner. I'd settle for a cold shower later on. 10 minutes passed, then Jameson and Horbeck pulled in and parked next to our cruiser. Jack waved them over. "Guys, what do you have?" Horbeck asked. 2 more murders, and the rage and intensity are escalating. This is the worst we've seen yet. The 2 men were found on the benches in front of St. John's. "No shit," Jameson said. I nodded. The media is already having a field day with this, and we haven't even held a press conference yet. According to Jan, 2 calls were patched through to her from the police department. Coincidentally, 2 men were reported missing by their wives just this morning. What are the chances of them being our Vicks? Jameson answered, "Pretty good, I'd say." "Right. We have a million things to follow up on. I'm going to need you guys to conduct the interviews with the wives and get their statements. We don't definitively know if these men are the husbands, since they were both found nude without any ID. I'm having Kyle fingerprint them and see if they're in the system. I wouldn't want the wives to have to visually identify them if we don't have to." "That bad?" Horbeck asked. Jack whistled. "It's more than bad, man. It's macabre, gruesome, and much worse than the first 2 murders." Okay, we're on it. Jameson pulled the car keys out of his pocket. Thanks, guys. Call me when you're finished. I'm texting you the names and addresses right now. I got up and threw my empty water bottle in the nearest recycling receptacle. Jack followed at my back. Let's go inside where it's cooler, he said. We'll check on Todd and Billy's progress. I wiped my clammy brow with the back of my hand and headed for the office door. Yeah, good idea. Mr. Crane led us to the control room where he'd left Todd and Billy 25 minutes prior. We walked in and thanked him. He closed the door as he left. Anything yet? I asked. Billy answered for both of them. We're just coming up on 11 o'clock. Nothing before that, even though we had to double-check a few of the vehicles coming in and out. These cameras leave a lot to be desired. I'd say super discount store quality at best. That's awesome. The young lady that had to wait for the truck to pull out of her spot did say she thought it was around 11 o'clock. I pulled up a chair as close as I could get to the computer screen in the cramped room. Jack stood behind me and leaned in. There, a vehicle is pulling in. That's probably Brenda Miller. Go slow, Todd. He nodded and slowed the feed down. It's a small car like Brenda's, Jack said. Colors are hard to make out. Too bad the parking lot light isn't closer. We watched as a small car passed the camera in the second row of the lot. Brake lights flashed, then stayed on. She's holding her foot on the brake. Son of a gun, there it is. Can you freeze that frame, Billy? I asked. Sure thing. We stared at the truck that had backed out. What do you guys think? Is that the same truck on the footage by the university? Todd nodded. Yeah, it looks like it to me. Billy, what do you think? I agree. We'll make a copy of this tape and compare it to the one we have from the ATM. A side-by-side comparison will tell us. There's a back entrance to the parking lots. They must have come in that way, otherwise they would have passed the camera. Okay, can you advance the footage slowly? I want to see if that blonde girl shows up getting into the truck. Stop there, Billy. Back it up just a smidge. Yep, there you are. We got our mystery girl's face on tape. Is there any way to zoom in on her face without losing the sharpness? Probably back at the station with our own equipment. Billy jotted down the timestamp, 11:07 p.m. Okay, we'll get this copy back to the tech department and start working on it. We thanked Mr. Crane for his help and headed back to the station. So we're pretty sure it was the same truck that went by the ATM camera and pulled out of the apartment complex. We know what kind of tires are on it. But what we don't know is who owns it, Jack said. Right, but we're tightening the noose. Crap, I don't believe I just said that. I dug my thumbs into my temples. Anyway, we do know there's at least one woman, a younger-looking blonde, that's involved in these murders. We can add that information to the profile. I looked at the clock in the cruiser, and it was closing in on 11. I almost forgot about the press conference. We don't have time to go back to the station. Head to St. John's. Chapter 36. Feel like going for a drive? Alice asked as she folded the checkerboard in half and put it back in the box. We never cleaned up the workshop, Mama. I saw a bunch of flies buzzing around through the windows when I walked past earlier. Never mind that. We'll worry about the workshop tonight when it's cooler in there. Go upstairs and see what Mandy is doing. I want her to go with us. I don't trust that girl one bit anymore, so we need to stay in her good graces. Tell her I'm buying lunch. Mariah ran upstairs and returned a few minutes later. Mandy said okay, but she didn't look happy about it. I don't care how she looks. I just want to keep an eye on her. We'll have lunch first, then swing by the church. It will be amusing to see how much of an uproar we've caused. Can I drive? Because you've been so helpful, yes, you can drive. Later we have to think of somewhere to dump Larry and John's cars. Alice noticed a spider scurrying across the kitchen floor. She crossed the room and smashed it with her bare foot, then picked it up and tossed it in the garbage can. From the house, it took 10 minutes to reach the green North Bend city limit sign, population 22,158. Mariah turned into the tucked-away restaurant Alice instructed her to drive to. The small, nondescript cafe sat behind another business that shared a driveway. The parking lot was unseen from busy Washington Street. Inside, the cafe was abuzz with chatter about the horrific scene described on every news channel in southeast Wisconsin. From what Alice and the twins heard, everyone feared for their lives. Mariah chuckled into her hand. Alice gave her a stern look and whispered across the booth, "Shush, young lady, we're trying to fit in, so act horrified." Alice smiled with her hands cupped along the sides of her face so nobody would notice. "Go ahead and look through the menu, both of you." "I'm not hungry." Mandy sat nearest the window and looked out. Her hands were folded on the table. Alice glared at the twin, who was her eldest daughter, by 2 minutes. "Suit yourself, but I don't want to hear any whining later. We'll be busy cleaning the workshop, and I don't know if I'll feel like eating after that." Mariah giggled again and gave her mother a napkin. "Your arm is bleeding, Mama. You shouldn't scratch it so much. Anyway, I'm having a grilled cheese sandwich, fries, and an iced tea." "Thank you, Sweet Pea. I'm going to have the same." The waitress arrived with 3 glasses of water, took their orders, then left. Mandy looked up at the TV behind the lunch counter and saw the news broadcast from that morning playing on a continuous loop. She took a sip of water, then turned her head and stared out the window again. Chapter 37. We filed into the conference room in the administrative building at the church. Minister Harland gave us carte blanche to use the facility as a staging area and meeting place. All of the events there had been canceled for that day anyway. The only people absent from our meeting were Horbeck and Jameson, whom I'd sent out to interview the wives of the 2 missing men. Clark began since we didn't have much time to get an accurate description out to the public. Our profile needed to be completed and presented to the press in an hour. The room was crowded, and a number of policemen lined the walls with their arms crossed over their chests. Lieutenant Clark, Captain Sanders, and Lieutenant Colbert from the PD sat at the first few seats of the long conference table. Detective Miller from the police department, Jack, myself, Clayton, Billings, and a dozen or more officers, as well as Lena and Jason, were in attendance. Since this case had just crossed into the city's jurisdiction, the North Bend PD wasn't up to date on what we had already gathered. Clark took charge of telling them what we knew so far. "We received a letter from the killer 10 days ago," Clark said. He read it aloud for the PD. The rustling of pages turning told us most of them had their notepads out and were ready to take down everything. "From the way the killer writes, it sounds like there could be religious undertones, or possibly Southern roots. Cheating seems to be the theme of the letter, as well as the message left on these latest bodies. From what we've learned so far, we're leaning toward a female or multiple females as our perpetrators. I'd go out on a limb and say multiple females, maybe even a family." Clark picked up his water glass and took a sip. "I'm sure all of you know Jade Monroe, our sergeant at the sheriff's department. Jade and her group of detectives have been actively gathering information on these perps since the first body was found a week ago. I'm going to let her fill everyone in on the details they have so far. Jade, if you don't mind." Lieutenant Clark sat, and I stood to take over. "Hello, everyone, and I'm sorry we have to gather under such terrible circumstances. Here's what we know so far. The vehicle used by our perp is a dark green crew cab pickup. According to the plaster mold we made at the second site, the tires on the vehicle are B.F. Goodrich all-terrain truck tires. The truck is likely around 10 years old, give or take a year or so on either end. It doesn't have a cap on it, but it could possibly have a tonneau cover, since the bodies are likely transported in the back. We don't have plate numbers or anything that could easily identify that vehicle in particular." Lieutenant Colbert from the police department spoke up. "Has anyone caught a glimpse of the truck's occupants?" "Good question, sir.
As a matter of fact, our tech team is working as we speak to enhance a video we caught of a female getting into that vehicle. What we can tell from the original footage is that she looks to be in her early 20s, tall, slender, and has light blonde hair. We're hoping our team can clean up that image of her so it can be included in the press conference and go on the air. An officer from the back waved to catch my attention.
What does the brutality and carving mean? It looks like a rage killing. So is there a connection between any of these men that you know of?
I took a drink of my water as he spoke, then nodded when he finished his question.
That's a connection we haven't made yet, but clearly there is one, at least in the mind of our killer or killers. The representation of some form of betrayal or infidelity is evident in the damage or removal of the hearts, brain, eyes, tongue, and teeth of these victims. Without sounding flip, wouldn't there most likely be another appendage removed if it was about infidelity? The officer asked.
The group smirked and nodded.
I totally agree, but we aren't in the head of our killer quite yet to know what drives them.
Now, there is a significant difference between the first victim and the rest. Our John Doe had his fingers removed, which none of the others have. That tells us a very personal story, meaning the killer doesn't want us to figure out who he is from fingerprints. Chances are if we did, it would lead us right to the killer. We're inclined to believe he may be victim number 1 and likely the husband. The only thing we have found out so far, and it hasn't been verified yet, is his name could be Dean, and the family could have previously lived in Madison. Also, something that could be very important is that, at least with victims 1 and 2, the damage to their bodies was done with tools one would likely find in any home workshop. We'll know more about our latest victims after the autopsies.
So the killings could have taken place right at their house and the bodies transported to the dump site?
Captain Sanders asked. Yes, sir, that's most likely what happened.
And these killings really could be the act of a wife and maybe even a daughter?
I turned my head to face him. Most definitely, Captain, given the fact that John Doe is between 45 and 50 years old, and the young lady in the video looked to be in her early 20s, she could easily be a daughter. Clark coughed into his fist and stood.
Okay, that's all we actually know so far. Let's get this profile together. Anyone with an idea or opinion, please speak up. The floor is open.
Chapter 38. The door at the back of the room squeaked open. All heads turned when Horbeck and Jameson stepped in. They made their apologies for being late and found empty spots along the wall to stand. Clark nodded and addressed them.
Guys, what did you learn about the missing husbands? Could our latest victims be them?
Horbeck spoke up.
The wives showed us recent photos, boss. I snapped duplicates of them with my phone. Since neither of us has actually seen the deceased men, we don't know if it's them or not.
Horbeck pulled out his cell phone and handed it to Lena. She studied both photos of the deceased men and nodded.
I'd say that's them, but I can't give a positive ID until I have them on the autopsy table. We'd probably need a DNA sample as well to confirm it.
Jameson continued where Horbeck left off.
We brought their toothbrushes along, and we have approximate height, weight, hair, and eye color, and ages of both men from the wives.
He tore the pages out of his notepad and passed them to Jason.
I'll bring the toothbrushes downstairs once we get back to the station.
Lena gave Jameson a grateful smile.
Sir?
She said as she addressed Clark. Jason and I should get the bodies to the autopsy room, considering the heat outside.
Yep, I agree. Give me 1 minute.
Clark called Kyle's phone and asked if they were finished with the bodies. Kyle said they were still processing the scene, but they could work with Lena and Jason later if they needed anything more. The lieutenant addressed Lena.
Go ahead, you two. Kyle and Dan will talk to you further outside. They're still processing the scene, but the bodies can leave.
Lena and Jason pushed back their chairs and stood. Thank you, sir. We'll update you in a few hours when we know more. Clark nodded and they left.
All right. Do we have enough to give the press?
He glanced at his watch.
We have 10 more minutes. Anybody?
I spoke up. One thing we haven't addressed is the fact that these 4 men all look to be between 40 and 50.
If there's any connection among them, could it be that they're all experiencing a midlife crisis, hence the notation of being a cheater?
Good point, Jade, Captain Sanders said. Were those questions asked of the wives?
Jack responded about the interview we had with David Smith's widow.
She said everything was fine in their relationship, given the marriage was in its 10th year.
Clark addressed Jameson and Horbeck.
Guys, did you ask those questions too?
Horbeck answered.
Absolutely, boss. They both denied anything going on, but the spouses are usually the last to know, aren't they? I'd agree with that. Jade, I want you and Jack to go back to the Smith home and confiscate any computer or tablet that's in the house. We already have a warrant for that residence. I'll get warrants for the computers at the other men's homes once Lena and Jason tell us definitively if the bodies are indeed Larry Taylor and John Leiter.
Todd and Billy walked in right as we were wrapping up the meeting.
We enhanced the photo of the young woman at the truck,
Billy said.
Here are a few dozen copies of the still shot we put together of her face.
He handed several stacks of photos to the officers, and they passed them out.
Great job, guys, Clark said. We need to keep 6 copies aside for the press. They can get that image along with the profile on their next news segment. Okay, let's get out there and continue where we left off. I've heard there's still quite a mob of spectators outside. Thanks, everyone. Now let's go catch these sick individuals.
We filed out of the conference room and followed the hallway to the south exit. I told Clark that Jack and I were heading to the Smith household. If anything was hidden on their home computer that could indicate infidelity, Todd and Billy would find it. Chapter 39.
Thank you for lunch, Mama. It's so much fun to see how far I can stretch the cheese in my sandwich, Mariah said.
You're just weird, Mandy grumbled as she sat in the back seat and picked at her cuticles. Alice turned toward Mandy, her left arm across the back of the truck's bench seat, and glared.
Watch your mouth, young lady. As a matter of fact, I like to stretch the cheese in my grilled cheese sandwich, too.
Mandy huffed. Whatever. Alice rearranged herself and faced forward again. She pulled the bobby pins out, smoothed her stray hairs, and put the pins back in place. The side window was open just enough to have a breeze blowing through. She pointed out the windshield for Mariah to turn left on 18th Street.
I want you to weave your way in through the back streets. I'm sure Silverbrook and Highland are closed off to through traffic, but move in as close to the church as you can. Let's see if we're getting our 15 minutes of fame.
I want more than 15 minutes, Mama. They don't even know our names yet. It's a figure of speech, idiot, Mandy said. Alice swung her arm that lay resting on the seat back and caught Mandy off guard with a fist to the face. Mandy held her left temple while salty tears ran down her cheeks and dropped off her chin.
I told you that was enough of your smart mouth. Now look what you made me do.
Alice huffed and looked forward again.
Turn left onto Cora, Sweet Pea. We'll take that to Silverbrook and see how close we can get.
Mariah swung left and drove 3 blocks north to Silverbrook. The next intersection was cordoned off with police tape. That was as far as she could get.
Look at all the cops, Mama. We're going to be famous.
Mariah giggled and chewed on her fingers. She bounced up and down on the seat.
That isn't the point, Mariah, Alice said as she scanned the street ahead of her. We're trying to rid this county of men like Daddy. Park the truck. I'm going to take a closer look.
Can I go with you?
No, honey. Sit here with your sister and keep an eye on things. I'll be right back.
Alice left the truck and crossed the street. She followed the alley behind the houses and gathered with the group of onlookers that lined up behind the yellow police tape.
What happened here?
Alice asked as she squeezed between people hoping to get a glimpse of something. Don't you know? It's been on the news, and the police have been out here for hours. The woman standing next to Alice said. Then she quietly went back to praying the rosary.
I've been out of town until now, so what happened?
2 innocent men were brutally butchered and set out on display before the entire city, I've been told." Alice snickered. "I doubt if many men are innocent about anything." The shocked woman turned to Alice, her mouth agape. "What's with the look? I'm only telling the truth." Alice walked away and crossed the street to the alley, then headed back to the truck. She climbed into the passenger seat and settled in. "Did you see anything, Mama?" Mariah asked. "Nah, they had barricades up blocking the front entrance. There wasn't anything to see except a bunch of worrywarts and people praying for the poor victimized men. I took a few pictures you can look at later. Let's go home and watch the news coverage." Mariah clicked the blinker and pulled out. She made a U-turn and went back the way she had come. "Why do you keep looking in the rearview mirror?" Alice asked as they approached the edge of town. She'd noticed Mariah checking it every few seconds. "Don't look back, but there's been an unmarked black car behind us for several blocks now. It's about 5 cars back, and it turns every time I do." Alice looked through the side mirror and saw the vehicle gaining on them. "What should I do, Mama? There's a train coming, and I'm going to have to stop." "You aren't stopping." "But there are cars in front of me." Mariah looked at Alice with fear written across her face. Mandy spun in the jump seat and peered through the back window. "We're finally going to get busted." "Blow past all of them, now." Alice looked at the cruiser again. It was only 3 cars back. The blue and red lights came on between the headlights and above the windshield. "Gun it, Mariah." "The train will hit us, Mama." "You can beat it. Now go." Chapter 40. We drove west so we could merge onto the freeway. From North Bend, getting to Ridgefield, where Whitney Smith lived, was easiest via State Highway 45. I called her and said we were on our way, but I didn't say why. We knew from previous experience that anything could accidentally disappear from a computer's history with a 20-minute heads up. We didn't suspect Whitney of anything, yet we'd rather have our own specialists look at the computers for themselves. I ripped my sunglasses off and stared through the windshield with a laser focus, my hands gripping the dashboard. Jack jerked his head toward me. "What the hell are you looking at?" "Get ahead of these cars, Jack. Hurry." "Why?" He gunned the gas pedal before I had time to answer. "It's them, the green truck. I know it's them. Son of a bitch, there's a train coming and I think they made us. Look, they're passing the cars ahead of them. Hit the lights." Jack flipped on the cruiser's red and blues and hit the siren. He gunned the cruiser and tried to get ahead of the cars in front of us. The train was approaching fast, and the sound of its horn blasted loudly as the truck flew over the tracks with seconds to spare. I yelled out and punched the dashboard with my fist. Jack slammed on the brakes and skidded to a stop within feet of the train. There was nowhere for us to go. The vibration from the powerful locomotive rattled our coffee mugs and the cup holders and knocked my sunglasses to the floor. The truck made it to the other side in a nick of time and disappeared into the afternoon sunlight. "Did you get a plate number?" "No, I was too focused on not crashing into the train." "I can't believe you saw the truck with the sun hitting us square in the face," Jack said. "Get out. We can't let any of these cars move until we find out if anybody saw the truck's license plate number." I jumped out of the cruiser and began talking to each occupant of the first 5 cars in line. They weren't going anywhere anyway, with the train still passing by. Everyone was shocked by the stunt they'd witnessed, but nobody we spoke with recalled a plate number. "Damn it," I said as I climbed back into the cruiser. "I should have figured we wouldn't get that lucky." "It's a pretty brazen act for them to come into town. That's telling me they didn't realize we knew their vehicle. Until now. What do you think they were up to?" "The same thing they were doing at the track field. Gloating. They wanted to see how many people were interested in their work. Those sick sons of bitches. Could you tell how many people were in the truck?" "I saw 2 for sure, possibly 3. They have to live somewhere west of town. That's the direction they came from on the university video, too. Let's get the computer and get back to the station. I want to go through all those receipts that were in David Smith's car. I have the one from the post office, too."
My head was on a swivel as Jack drove. I wasn't expecting to see the truck again. That was just wishful thinking on my part. We arrived at Whitney's house 15 minutes later. Jack pulled into the driveway and parked. The yard looked worse than it had the first time we were there. Whitney needed to hire somebody to maintain that mess. We exited the car and walked up the sidewalk, and she met us at the door. "Detectives, come in. Have there been any updates on David's case? I saw the news earlier. It's unbelievable." Whitney led us to the kitchen where we sat at the table. She pulled 3 glasses out of the upper cabinet and set them down, then took an icy pitcher of lemonade out of the refrigerator. She sat across from us and pointed. "Please, help yourself." Jack poured lemonade for all of us as I spoke. "Whitney, we believe what you saw on the news earlier is relative to David's case. There's something connecting these murders, and we're pretty sure it's the same perpetrator in all of them." "But what I saw on the news sounded so violent." "Yes, it was. They all were. We're going to need your home computer. Actually, we'll have to confiscate any device that connects to the internet. We hope to get those items back to you as soon as possible." "Why? I'm not giving you my cell phone. I don't have any other phone in the house." "David had his own phone, correct?" "Yes, and I have no idea what happened to that unless it's in his car." "It isn't. We've already checked. Actually, his car can be released back to you in a day or so. There could be evidence on your computer that you aren't even aware of. Our technical specialists will take a look." "What kind of evidence?" "We don't know yet. But please, any home computer, laptop, and tablets that were used by David need to go with us right now." "This is ridiculous. My kids use the computer for everything." "Ma'am, it's important. Like I said, we'll get the computer back to you as soon as we can." "Fine. I have 2 laptops and 1 tablet. I'll be right back." We listened as Whitney stomped down the hallway a little louder than necessary. I was sure she was trying to make her anger known. She returned with her hands full and cords dangling. "I don't know if David used a password or not. We had separate accounts and email addresses." "Was there a particular computer he used more than the other?" I asked. "He used the Dell most of the time. The kids used the other one for their homework." "Thanks, Whitney. I'm sure our tech guys can figure it out. Do you know if the devices were synced to each other?" Jack asked. "I couldn't say. I'm not a techie." "Okay, we'll get these back to you as soon as we can, and I'll call you in a few days about picking up David's car. Again, you have our condolences." She brushed aside an imaginary crumb from the table. "Thank you, and I'm sorry I'm edgy about everything. I wasn't expecting my husband to die. The funeral is next Wednesday. Just thought I'd let you know." We nodded and showed ourselves out. Jack set the computers and tablet in the back seat and climbed in behind the steering wheel. He turned the key and backed out of the driveway. "What do you think the boys will find on the computers?" I asked. "Not sure, but if these killings are all about cheating, they're going to find evidence of that somewhere in the history and hard drive." I sighed. Let's see if Lena and Jason made a positive ID on the bodies yet. If those men are in fact the missing husbands, we'll have to put a bolo out on their vehicles and confiscate their computers too. I want to talk to Jameson and Horbeck. We need a little more information on the husbands. Chapter 41. Mariah exited the main road and turned left onto the dead-end street. Tree branches from both sides of the street nearly touched each other in the center. Full foliage hanging from the long limbs created a dark, tunnel-like path that ended at the long Blakely driveway. Not many people drove down that street since it didn't lead anywhere except to Alice and the twins. A cool eeriness took over right at the dead-end sign. "I can't believe I did that, Mama. I'm like a stunt driver." Mariah's grin spread to her ears. "You did real good, honey. I'm so proud of you. Those cops have met their match." "We could have been killed," Mandy said as she climbed out of the truck and slammed the door. "You're an idiot, Mariah. Mama is sucking your brain right out of your head."
Don't even listen to her. She's nothing but sour grapes. I don't think we can risk dumping Larry and John's cars in town. Apparently there are too many eyeballs that know the truck. We can keep them here, Mama. I'd love to have my own vehicle. That won't work, Mariah. They're probably already looking for the cars. Let's drive them to another town and drop them off. Mandy can drive one, you'll drive another, and I'll follow you. We'll dump them and all come home together in the truck. Alice unlocked the creaky front door and pushed it open. Mandy and Mariah were at her back. The twins plopped down on the sofa, and Alice turned on the TV. Let's see if there's anything new about Larry and John. Alice sat on the ottoman again, just 3 feet from the TV screen. Mariah rose from the couch and joined her, scooting in close against her mother's side. Alice looked over her shoulder at Mandy and smirked as she flipped the stations with the remote. There, Channel 12 is breaking news. Mariah squealed with delight as she leaned in and rested her elbows on her knees. She hung on every word the newscaster said. An update had just gone out to all of the news stations with a profile of the person or persons responsible for these recent murders. The screen showed an enlarged photograph of Mariah's face. Mama, I'm on TV. How did they do that? Shush, I have to listen to this, Alice said as she swiped at the air. The North Bend Police, working hand-in-hand with the Sheriff's Department, has just put out a profile of the perpetrator responsible for the rash of murders in Washburn County over the last week. The newscaster went on to describe what the police and sheriff's departments were looking for as the picture of Mariah stayed on the screen. According to law enforcement, they are looking for 2 to 3 women, including the female on the screen, as well as a dark green crew cab pickup. This vehicle could be up to 10 years old, and it has B.F. Goodrich all-terrain tires on it. It doesn't have a cap or camper, but it may have a tonneau cover over the bed. The newscaster looked at her notes and continued reading. Law enforcement believes this could be the work of a mother and twin daughters that live somewhere west of North Bend. They also said there's a chance this family moved to the area from Madison and may be religious zealots. The murder victim in the park early last week could have been named Dean. So far, the police do not have a last name. They fear the wife, Alice, and the daughters could be the responsible parties. Law enforcement is depending on you, the viewers, to help them apprehend these criminals and bring them to justice. If anyone in the viewing area knows anything about this vehicle, this woman on the screen, or a family fitting the names and descriptions, please call the North Bend PD or the Washburn County Sheriff's Department. The numbers are at the bottom of the screen, and you can remain anonymous if you like. The newscaster went on to recap what had happened at St. John's Church and showed scenes from earlier that day. Alice grabbed the remote, hit the off button, then threw it. The remote hit the wall and shattered, and the batteries rolled across the floor. Now how am I going to watch TV? Mariah whined and punched the ottoman. Bring the remote down from the bedroom, you idiot. It's exactly like the one Mama just broke. Alice glared at Mandy. You know I've almost had enough of you, Mandy Jean. Now shut up and start cleaning the workshop. Sure, why not? Anything is better than being around you two. Mandy stormed out the door and slammed it at her back. Alice pulled the curtain aside and watched as Mandy crossed the driveway and kicked open the workshop door. Go help your sister, Mariah. I'll be out in a bit. We'll drop the cars off in Slinger later. I have to think things over. We may be laying low for a while. Chapter 42. We gathered back at the station in the lunchroom and watched the breaking news. Every news channel in southeast Wisconsin covered our press conference and showed the photograph of the unidentified young woman caught on the apartment's parking lot camera. That should ring some bells, Clayton said as he dropped 4 quarters into the soda machine. An icy can of white soda tumbled down to the hinged door, and Clayton pulled it out and popped the tab. Billings nodded. With any luck, the phones will start ringing soon. What if these people are hermits, recluses in a way, and nobody knows them? Jack said. Somebody knows them, maybe not by name, but that girl's face has to be familiar to someone. They have to buy groceries, get gas, and see a doctor now and then, don't they? Jason popped his head around the door. Hey, guys, just wanted to let you know the tox report came back for David Smith. And? I asked. And he's clean. No drugs or alcohol of any kind, induced or taken voluntarily. I rubbed my temples as I spoke. John Doe had a large dose of antifreeze in his system, and David had nothing. That's telling me John's family had privacy, time, and the convenience of letting him die a slow death right in his own home. I bet the tox reports on our latest Vicks will come back clean, too. I glanced hopefully at Jason. Did you guys make a positive ID yet? Yeah, we're almost 100% sure. According to the height, weight, hair, and eye color, and any markings the wives could remember. They're the missing husbands. Short of showing the wives their bodies, I interrupted. You don't want to do that, Jason. It will scar them for life, I guarantee it. He nodded. I agree. The DNA profile is almost complete. That will give us the definitive results and answers the families need. I'll let you know as soon as we do. Thanks, Jason. Appreciate it. I looked across the table at Horbeck and Jameson. How are you two holding up? I know you didn't get much sleep. Horbeck shrugged. I'm good. He looked at Jameson. Want some coffee? Jameson laughed. Yeah, and make it strong. Okay, did you guys put a bolo out on the cars? Jameson nodded. Yep, we did it as soon as the wives gave us the descriptions. He pulled out his notepad. Larry Taylor has a 2010 red Ford Focus, and John Leiter has a 2014 black Toyota 4Runner. Okay, thanks, guys. No hits, though, right? Horbeck responded. No hits. I'm going to talk to Kyle and Dan. If they haven't gone through those receipts yet, I will. We can give you a hand with that, Jade. We're going to be sitting around waiting for the phones to ring anyway, Billings said. I smiled. Sounds good. I took the hallway back to the entrance of the building, where the steps led to the lower level. Kyle and Dan were going through the photographs they took earlier at the church. I knew they'd be preoccupied for some time. They were working with the crime lab at the PD as well. Between both departments, they had scoured a 5-block radius around the church. Anything that seemed out of place was brought back to the crime lab. They both looked up when I walked through the door. Jade, how's it going on your end? We heard you had a little run-in with a green pickup. Word travels fast. I wish we would have had a run-in, but those suckers managed to slip past a 20-ton locomotive that was barreling down the tracks right at them. That in itself tells me they have no regard for human life. Kyle whistled. Wow, that's insane. You think? Did you guys ever do anything with those receipts found in David Smith's car? Yeah, we fingerprinted them. His were the only consistent prints on them. I guess the rest would be from the drive-through window attendant. We didn't go beyond that. Do you mind if I take them? I'd like to see if the dates and times mean anything. Also, if he ordered a meal for 2 on any of those receipts, we can go back and see if the restaurant has them on video. That's smart, Kyle said. Do you remember if they were all from the same fast food restaurant? Yeah, they were all from Danny's Quick Serve on West Washington Street. I suppose that makes sense. It's on his route coming into or leaving from North Bend. Kyle grabbed the brown paper evidence bag off the shelf to his left. He double-checked the contents written in black magic marker on the side. Yep, this is it. Thanks, Kyle. I turned and headed back upstairs to the bullpen. Over the next hour, we documented the time and date of each receipt as well as what was ordered. It didn't appear that David ever had anybody with him. Each time he ordered, it was a number 2, 4, or 6 on the full-sized meal menu. That was some type of sandwich, fries, and drink. Okay, are we done? I asked as Billings and Jack finished the stack they were working on. The date furthest back was 6 months ago, and the most recent was the day before he died. The times of day varied dramatically. I attributed that to his inconsistent work schedule. After we compared receipts and tried to come up with anything that would give us an aha moment, we still had nothing. That was useless. Jack said. He groaned and stretched back in his chair. Yeah, but we had to be sure. I still have the post office receipt. I'll check that out tomorrow. Jack? Yep. He glanced up from the papers scattered across his desk. What's up with your car? Did they put the new tire on it yet? There's been so much commotion around here, and... Jack waved me off. Don't worry about it. Mike from the shop called and said they'd dropped it off in my driveway. I told them where to put the key. It's all good. Billings stared at Jack. Where did you take your car? To Mike's corner service down the street from my house. Why? Billings shuffled through the folder on his desk with the names of the garages, tire companies, and big box stores that did automotive repair. Mike's corner service wasn't on my list. Clayton? Clayton pulled out his folder. After Jack and I bailed on that task, Clayton and Billings took over finishing up the phone calls. Clayton scratched his head and looked again. Nope, not on my list either. How did that place get past us? Jack groaned. That's my oversight. Mike owns a small corner gas station with a repair shop in the back. He doesn't even advertise. Everyone in the neighborhood knows him, and he gets plenty of business. I'll give him a quick call and ask if he sells those B.F. Goodrich tires. We watched with bated breath, eager to hear the answer. Jack dialed his neighborhood service station. Hey, Mike, it's Jack Steele. He paused for a moment and listened. Uh-huh. Yeah, thanks a lot, appreciate it. I have a question for you that I should have thought of a few days back. Do you guys carry or purchase for the customer B.F. Goodrich all-terrain truck tires? Jack tapped his fingers on his desk as he waited for a response, then perked up in his chair. You do? I'll owe you one, but I have to know if you've sold those tires to a man named Dean or a woman named Alice in the last 2 years. Sure, I'll hold. Jack gave us a grin and a thumbs up as we all waited for Mike to check his records. Yep, I'm here. Jack grabbed his pen and began writing on the back of a conveniently placed envelope sitting on his desk. Uh-huh. I'll be damned. We'll be there in 10 minutes. I owe you a beer, dude. Thanks. Jack hung up and pushed back his chair. I think we finally got a last name, and Alice Blakely paid by money order for a set of those tires in January. Let's go check his records. I grabbed my purse, cell phone, and notepad. I'll tell Clark we're leaving. We aren't positive it's her, but what are the odds? Great job, guys. I informed Clark of the potential lead and said we were heading out. We'd be back within the hour. Chapter 43. Jack drove while I texted Amber. Without knowing if she was in a class or not, I thought a text was a better choice than a phone call. I was sure, knowing how much she loved Spaz, she had checked up on him over the phone at least once, maybe twice. As far as I knew, she was still scheduled to pick him up tomorrow. We should stop at my house first. I'll grab my own car so you don't have to drive me home later. Makes sense, I said as he turned down his street and pulled up along the curb. It took only a few minutes for him to grab his car key from under the flower pot at his front door and climb into his Charger. He led the way the few blocks to Mike's corner service. The oversized garage doors were open and one car was on a lift. 2 men worked on the muffler in the steaming hot space. The blades of several large wall-mounted fans whirred as they blew across the room in an effort to cool the area. The man nearest the overhead garage door noticed us walking toward him. He pulled a shop rag out of his back pocket and wiped his brow. "Looking for Mike?" Jack responded that we were. "He's in the back. Go on inside where there's air conditioning. I'll tell him he has company." Jack and I entered the small waiting area. 2 vinyl-covered chairs lined the wall, and a soda vending machine stood directly opposite them. Across from the entry door stood a counter with 3 tall file cabinets behind it. A rack of cigarette choices and a lottery terminal sat on the counter, and hanging from a nail on the wall was a calendar showing a scantily dressed young lady lying across the hood of a muscle car. The back door opened, and Mike entered the waiting area. "Jack." He held out his hand and shook Jack's. "I don't think you've actually met my partner, Sergeant Jade Monroe," Jack said. "She gave me a ride when I dropped the car off, but she didn't come inside. Jade, this is Mike Chandler." I extended my hand. "It's nice to meet you, Mike." "Likewise. Anyway, here's a copy of the receipt for the tires you asked about. It's dated January 17th of this year. I have a notation in the margin that it was paid with a money order and made a copy of it. Usually we run credit cards, and on occasion we'll accept checks if we know the customer. I had never seen this woman before, but a money order is as good as cash, so I went ahead." We looked at the receipt for 4 tires paid by an Alice Blakely. The total came to $1,067.82. "This looks like a post office money order, so I guess that's going to be our next stop. No sense in waiting until tomorrow. Can you think of anything else, Jack?" "No, that's all we need. I just can't believe we got this lucky. Thanks, Mike. Always a pleasure." "See you, Jack. Nice meeting you, Jade." I shook Mike's hand once more, and we walked out to the bright concrete area where the gas pumps and 4 parking spots were. I shielded my eyes as I stood next to the cruiser. "Want to go to the post office together?" I checked the time on my watch, 4:30. The service counter closes in 30 minutes, and it's likely we'll have to talk to the postmaster. I doubt if a counter person can help us. I pulled out the receipt I had stashed in my notepad. "I need to find out what this is about, too. It's dated the day before David was found, and the parcel was insured. Somebody had to sign something, didn't they?" "Go ahead, but I'm thinking we're going to get a hand in the face without a warrant," Jack said. "See if your sweet nature will get you anywhere. Meanwhile, I'll talk to Clark about it, and I'll get Todd and Billy on the names Dean and Alice Blakely. Wouldn't that be nice if an address pops?" "I'd say. Okay, I'll see you back at the station." I got in the cruiser and drove the 6 blocks to the post office. I had to detour down several alternate streets since much of the area around St. John's was still blocked off. The closest spot I could find was 2 blocks from the post office on Elm. I walked the rest of the way, giving my watch another glance. Only 10 minutes was left before the doors to the service counter would be locked for the day. The large antebellum-style red-brick building with its massive columns stood directly ahead. I took the 8 granite steps to the front double doors. A lobby lay ahead of me with wall-to-wall murals of Old North Bend. Growing up, I'd always loved this building, but there was no time to reflect. The doors were about to be locked. The only remaining counter clerk looked up. "Ma'am, we're about to close. Unless you need a book of stamps or something quickly, I flashed my badge to silence her. "Is the postmaster in?" "I'm afraid not, officer. He spends time at each of the county's post offices, not just here. He returns to North Bend next Tuesday." "That won't do. Can he access records from any post office to another one?" "I'm afraid not. We like to keep things uncomplicated." She forced a smile. "Where is he going to be tomorrow, and what's his name?" "One moment." The clerk accessed the postmaster's weekly calendar on her terminal. "It looks like he's in Germantown tomorrow." "Do I need an appointment to meet with him, and his name is?" "Oh, sorry. The postmaster is James McHenry, and yes, you'd need an appointment." "Okay, set that up, please." "Excuse me?" "Call him and set it up. I'll wait." "It doesn't work that way, ma'am." "Then what way does it work? I'm sure you have a phone number for him somewhere, don't you?" I'd almost had enough of her, and my patience was wearing thin. "I mean, he's likely gone for the day." "Good. Call his personal number, now, please. Neither of us is leaving this building until I have an appointment with the postmaster." I looked at her name badge. "Understood, Gail?" She huffed but complied. "Yes, ma'am." I walked out of the post office with a 10 o'clock appointment with Postmaster McHenry tomorrow in Germantown. Meanwhile, I was hoping Clark could expedite a warrant. Back at the car, I dropped into the driver's seat and headed for the sheriff's department. I wanted to exchange our most current information before I left for the day. I called Jack's desk phone as I drove. Hey, partner, could you be a sweetheart and make some coffee? I'm about ready to crash. That's why my ears were burning. You were thinking about me, weren't you? He chuckled into the phone. Yeah, sure, if that's how you want to play it. To be honest, I was thinking about strong, black coffee. It's already brewing, and there will be a cup on your desk in 5 minutes. Bless you, my child. I hung up and stepped on the gas. Chapter 44. Alice sat on a folding chair and watched the twins at work. Most of the flies and stench were gone after they'd sprayed the workshop with insect killer and closed the doors for an hour. Mandy got off her knees and stood. She carried the bucket of red water out to the weeds and dumped it, then refilled the bucket with fresh, clean water from the spigot on the outside wall of the workshop. "Mariah is barely doing anything," Mandy said as she passed her mother with the bucket in hand. "She's just going through the motions. She dumps 1 bucket to my 3. Mandy scowled at her sister and pulled off the rubber gloves that went to her elbows. The triangle-folded bandana covering her forehead and tied at the nape of her neck was loosening. She grabbed the knotted ends and gave them a pull, then put her gloves back on. "If you'd help Mama as much as I do, maybe you'd get special treatment too, right, Mama?" Alice smiled at Mariah. "That's right, sweet pea. Mandy can finish up here. I want you to bury those cell phones back by the swamp." "All 3 of them?" "That's right, all 3. Mariah removed her blood-stained yellow gloves, snickered at Mandy, and trotted off. "You know we're going to get caught, don't you, Mama? I'm not helping you two because I want to." "You're helping because you're family, and that's what family does, Mandy. Daddy betrayed all of us, not just me." "Then why kill the others?" "Because they're men. Now quit dilly-dallying and get back to work." Alice scratched her forearm. Mariah returned to the workshop 10 minutes later. She wiped her muddy hands on a shop rag, then slapped them together. "All done, Mama?" "Good girl. As soon as Mandy is finished in here, we'll dump the cars. Go ahead and get cleaned up, Pumpkin." Mariah kissed Alice's cheek and headed to the house. Alice stood, pulled at the legs of her shorts to readjust them, and walked back to the storage room. 9 pieces of art Dean had made were still hanging on the walls, ready to be sold. She looked at each one with admiration. Price tags attached with thin, white strings hung from each piece. She smiled as she counted the dollars in her head. "Your daddy was sure talented," Alice said as she returned and reclaimed her seat. She watched as Mandy scrubbed the floor without responding. "I'm finished." Mandy stood 5 minutes later, pulled off the gloves, and rubbed her red knees. Alice pointed with a bony white finger. "There's some brain matter hanging from the workbench. Clean that off. Then you can go inside and shower." Back in the house, Alice watched the local news while Mandy cleaned up. Mariah took a seat on the floor in front of her mother and handed her the wide-tooth comb. "Will you comb out my wet hair, Mama? It's easier to comb now that it's shorter." Alice absent-mindedly took the comb and began, her eyes never veering off the television. Breaking news interrupted the sports segment 20 minutes in. "What's this?" Alice stopped, the comb suspended from her hand in mid-air. The cameras left the sportscaster and panned back to the television anchorman. "New developments have local law enforcement on the verge of making an arrest in these recent grisly crimes. We've just gotten word that the sheriff's department is waiting for confirmation on new leads that may give them the actual names of the North Bend carvers. They're hoping to apprehend these criminals as early as tomorrow. Arrests are imminent. Keep your channel set on ABC as your local stations report breaking news." Mandy trudged down the stairs and sat on the couch. The springs squeaked. "Change of plans, girls. We're going to use Larry's car from now on, but we're putting our plates on it. John's SUV is getting dumped right now. It's too noticeable anyway, and the truck is going in the garage. I'll drive the SUV, and you girls follow me in Larry's car. Mandy, swap out the plates, then we're heading farther out. I'm thinking Dodge County. There's a lot more farmland and tractor paths just over the county line. Chapter 45. I sat at my desk with my fingers entwined around the hot coffee cup. I took a much-anticipated sip. I definitely needed a pick-me-up before I went home. Clark mentioned how he'd called the news stations and given them a teaser update to put on the air. He was hoping the killer would watch it and be scared out of the hole where they were hunkered down. Maybe they'd make a move and a concerned citizen would recognize the girl or the description of the truck and call it in. Todd entered the bullpen and plopped down in a vacant chair. I wanted to update you guys before we head home for the night. I assumed the names took priority over the Smith's computer history search. Anyway, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but there's nobody listed with the last name of Blakely in Washburn County. Damn it, how is that possible? Not even somebody with a different first name? I rolled my neck and listened to it pop as I waited with everyone else for his answer. Todd shook his head. Sorry, Jade, but maybe that isn't a common last name. Jack spoke up. So what that's telling us is they're renting a place, and the utilities are included in the rent. All that leaves is the cell phones, and anybody can get burners. But no credit cards? Clayton asked. That's almost unheard of in this day and age. I wagged my finger at him. Not as unheard of as you might think. There are religious sects that stay off the grid, and certain people that just don't want to conform or be found. Some people live off the land, and others are transient and don't settle down in any one place. Yeah, I guess so. I can't imagine living that way, though. Ask your grandma. It wasn't so long ago that people had party lines, and getting a long-distance phone call was as exciting as Christmas morning. Clayton laughed. You're weird, Monroe. What's weird, Chad, is that we haven't gotten any calls about somebody recognizing the blonde girl's face. Clayton grinned at me. You never call me Chad. I shook my head. Now who's the weird one? Billings piped in. It is true about the calls not coming in. I was hoping the phones would be ringing off the hook. These people must never come out of their hole if nobody recognizes the girl's face. Boss, what about the warrant for the post office? I'm not sure they'll give us anything without one. Be patient and see what you can get from the postmaster tomorrow. The warrant will give us access to their video footage. Cameras are always located inside the lobby, at the counter, and outside facing the street. Whoever dropped off that insured parcel is in their video archives from earlier in the week. It's either our perps or it's David Smith. There isn't anybody else it could be, unless Whitney drives his car now and then. Which is doubtful. So when will I get the warrant? I asked. We should have it by day after tomorrow. Judge Binder was in court when I called. Now he's gone for the day. Meanwhile, everyone go home and get a decent night's sleep. Tomorrow we'll be busy. Jade, you'll go to Germantown and talk to the postmaster at 10. See if you can get anything out of him. Clark slapped my desk. Okay, pack it up and go home. Hopefully it will be quiet between now and tomorrow morning. Good night, guys. We said goodnight to Clark and filed out of the building. Jack and I walked to our cars together. The evening air was heavy, still, and sticky. What are your plans for the night? He asked. I have a date with a frozen dinner and a hot bath in an air-conditioned condo. How about you? The same, except a shower instead of the tub. I think I'll pick something up on my way home. With any luck, I'll be asleep before the 10 o'clock news. I smiled. That sounds nice. See you in the morning, partner. I climbed into my Mustang and sped off. Chapter 46. Alice paced the living room while waiting for Mandy to return from the garage. The squeak of the front door opening caught her attention, and she turned toward the sound. All done? Mandy closed the door at her back and crossed the room. She placed the flashlight and the screwdriver on the kitchen table. "Yes, it's done. The truck plates are on Larry's car, and his are in the trash." "Then it's time to leave. Mariah, here are Larry's keys. Make sure you stay behind me, and don't speed. Don't do anything that will draw attention to his car, understand?" Mariah nodded. "Yes, Mama, I won't make any mistakes." "All right, let's go." They filed out of the house, and Alice locked the door behind her. She climbed into John's SUV, and Mariah and Mandy got into the red Ford Focus. Alice wasn't sure where she'd leave the Forerunner, but she knew the location of several long-forgotten tractor paths in the next county. The drive would take at least 30 minutes, especially in the dark. Mariah clicked on the headlights and followed Alice down the long driveway that connected with the dead-end road. Traveling on the far west edge of town gave Alice a certain amount of relief. They weren't heading into traffic or a populated area. The only thing ahead of them, as long as she skirted the edge of every small town, was darkness and farmland. Keeping the truck in the garage from now on would help, too. She'd keep their errands to a minimum and wander out only under the cover of darkness. She'd wait for another sign before the killing spree resumed. 20 minutes later, out on the country roads, Alice had passed only a few cars. She'd assumed most people had finished dinner by now and were settled in on their sofas watching television. She turned right on Mayfield Road because the name sounded familiar. Another few miles in a northern direction took her to the intersection of Mayfield and Pleasant Valley. She smiled and turned left. The rearview mirror showed headlights glowing a few car lengths behind her. Alice picked up her phone and called Mandy. "Tell Mariah we're almost there. I think there's a tractor path just beyond the next intersection, if my memory serves me right. Follow me slowly when I turn in so you don't hit any potholes or rocks." "I'll tell her." Mandy hung up and relayed the message to Mariah. They passed the stop sign at the four-way intersection, and Alice turned right. Ahead of them lay a narrow dirt lane, and a heavy row of trees lined each side. 3 times Alice had to stop to pull limbs off the path, but at least that told her the trail was unused. She continued on until the lane ended about a half-mile in. She stopped the SUV, killed the engine, and got out. She took the keys with her and locked the doors just to make things more difficult for whoever found the vehicle. As with David Smith's car, John's wallet was placed under the seat. Mariah put the car in park and turned off the engine. Both girls exited Larry's car and joined Alice in the search for a good place to turn around. The lane was too long to back out the entire way. Mandy slapped at the pesky mosquitoes biting her neck and face as she walked the densely wooded area. "Over here." Alice shined the flashlight she found in John's glove box at a small spot void of trees where Mariah could turn the car around. "Looks flat enough, and there's nothing you can hit. Go ahead, Mandy and I will guide you. Just make sure you follow our hand signals." Mariah got back into the car and backed up 20 feet. "Okay, turn the steering wheel to the right and go slow," Alice yelled. Mariah looked out the side mirrors at her mother's reflection behind the car. Alice waved her back. Mandy called out that everything looked good from her side. Alice held up her hand, giving Mariah the signal to stop. "Okay, that's far enough. Now turn the wheel to your left and go forward. We should be good." Alice climbed into the passenger seat and slammed the door behind her. "Easy peasy, let's go." Mandy got into the back seat and let out a sigh. Total blackness engulfed them as Mariah cautiously drove with only the fog lamps guiding her out. She turned on the headlights after reaching the blacktop. Alice rolled down her window and sucked in the heavy evening air. Crickets chirped in the tall grasses, and frogs croaked in the nearby creek just beyond the tree line. "Guess nobody's going to need these anymore." She launched John's keys out the window. "Let's go home." Chapter 47. Alice woke the next morning to the sound of birds chirping in the nearby ash tree. She slipped on the robe that hung from the hook on the back of her bedroom door, then walked barefoot out to the hallway. The smell of coffee wafted up the staircase as she descended. A peek around the corner told her who had risen even earlier than she had. "What are you doing up so early?" Mandy sat alone at the table, holding a steaming cup of coffee between her hands. The kitchen curtains were parted, and she stared out past the driveway toward the workshop. She didn't turn toward Alice. Her eyes remained fixed on the view outside. "I couldn't sleep anymore." Those few words were her only response. Alice opened the cabinet and pulled out a large ceramic mug. She poured coffee and creamer into it and joined Mandy at the table. "See anything interesting?" "Not anymore." "What is that supposed to mean?" Alice was growing weary of Mandy's lack of solidarity. She wanted her to participate enthusiastically in the cause, just as Mariah did. "Looking out at the workshop used to be interesting when Daddy made his art. He'd wave me over from the window and show me each completed piece. He was proud of his work." "And I still am. Your daddy was a good craftsman. That reminds me, I want you and Mariah to package up 2 more pieces I sold online yesterday. You girls can take them to the post office later and drop them off. It will give you something to do instead of moping around the house. In a few days, we can get back to the business at hand." "You mean killing men?" "Call it what you want, young lady. I consider it reducing the filth in our county. Now go upstairs and wake your sister. You have work to do." "Didn't your disability check come yet, Mama? You're out of money? Is that why you're anxious to get rid of Daddy's art?" "It needs to be done. I'll bring in the pieces that sold and make labels. After breakfast, you girls can get them wrapped. Meanwhile, I'll check the cheaters' site and find more men for you girls to meet." Chapter 48. "You sure you don't need my help?" I sat at the breakfast bar, sipping coffee and enjoying a piece of raisin toast with peanut butter on it. For some reason, peanut butter always made coffee taste better. "Nah, I can handle Spaz myself. Don't forget I have a kitty carrier." I did forget. "No early classes?" "Not until 10:30, and the vet's office opens early. It's all good." Amber gave me a "sorry I put you through the ordeal with Spaz yesterday" look. "That's right, the vet opens at 7 o'clock. I hope Spaz is feeling okay." I was thinking about installing a kitty door and a fenced enclosure at the end of the deck. Spaz can go outside whenever he pleases, he just can't get away. He can lie in the sun and get fresh air if he wants to. I took another bite of my toast. "You'd go to that trouble for Spaz?" "Honey, Spaz is family. Of course I would." I checked online, and a completely enclosed pen that's 6 feet long and 3 feet wide is only a few $100s. A kitty door can't cost much, and maybe Jack will install it for us. The door between the kitchen and garage closes properly, so that means he got out because of human error. We just have to be more mindful of his whereabouts every time we leave the house. Amber came around the breakfast bar and hugged me, then planted a big kiss on my cheek. "I love you, Jade." "Back at ya." "Oh, by the way, I don't have to work tonight, and Mom invited us to dinner." I didn't get that memo." "I guess she figured I'd tell you. She's making lasagna." "Homemade?" Amber grinned. "Is there any other?" "Okay, I'm in. What time?" "I'll wait for you and we can ride together. That way, if anything comes up and you have to leave, I can go too. Dinner is at 6. "You're wicked, little sister." I glanced at my watch and gulped the rest of my coffee. "Gotta go. Call me later and let me know how Spaz is doing." Amber handed me my travel mug as I headed for the garage. I laughed. "What would I do without you?" "Don't know, but you'll never have to find out." I backed out of the driveway and barreled down the street, still wearing a smile. Life was good lately, at least on a personal level. Work, on the other hand, was a constant challenge. I hoped we'd have some answers soon.
I turned left onto Schmidt Road and gunned it between a small opening in a slew of oncoming cars. Jack was walking toward the building and turned around when I entered the parking lot. Evidently, he was more than familiar with the deep, throttling sound my car made. He waited for me at the front door. "Ready for a busy day?" he asked as I caught up to him. If you're asking if I'm ready to arrest these lunatics, the answer is heck yeah. We barely had time to catch our breath, then bam, 2 more murders. The brutality is escalating too. A concerned expression furrowed Jack's forehead. "Yeah, I know." We walked into the sheriff's department and greeted Jan as we passed by the dispatch counter and entered the bullpen. I took a seat at my desk since Billings had already arrived and started the coffee. I still had half a cup in my travel mug anyway. I pulled a yellow legal pad out of my side desk drawer and began writing. Jack looked up from the busy work that was occupying him. "What are you doing?" "Updating my to-do list for the day. We need to touch base with Lena and Jason about the DNA match. If our church Vicks are the missing husbands, then somebody has to tell the wives. I have a 10 o'clock appointment with the Washburn County postmaster, and who knows how that will go. I want to see if Todd and Billy found anything sketchy on David Smith's computers and tablet. That should keep me busy until lunchtime. After that, I guess we'll see what shakes out. Yeah, I'll check to see if we got any hits on the bolo we put out for Larry Taylor and John Leiter's vehicles, and follow up with the PD about their knock-and-talk around the church perimeter." Billy entered the bullpen and grabbed an available chair. "You guys are going to love this." I immediately perked up. "Well, don't leave us in suspense, for Pete's sake. Spill it." "We found something on David Smith's computer that his wife most likely didn't know about. Didn't she tell you guys their marriage was going well, considering they were in their 10th year?" Jack whistled. "Wow, you almost said that verbatim. But yeah, that's what she said. Why?" Billy was clearly impressed with his memory skills. "Well, after digging through a few layers and locating the erased and washed history file, we found a hookup site David logged onto quite often. Apparently he regularly Googled a company called Unhappily Hitched Inc., which has their own discreet dating service for married people. Let's just say Mr. Smith was a frequent flyer." "No kidding," Jack said as he raised his eyebrows with surprise. "Uh-huh. I'll show you if you have time." I crossed the room and filled my coffee mug. For that, we have plenty of time. Jack filled his cup, too. Then we followed Billy downstairs into the tech department. The lower level was always cold, possibly because it was beneath the ground surface, or maybe because the autopsy room and morgue were down there. No matter what, goosebumps always rose on my arms when I was on that lower floor. "Grab a chair," Billy said as he powered up David Smith's computer. Jack and I each pulled over a roller chair that was sitting along the wall. We sat facing the computer monitor as Billy showed us David's secret history. "Apparently he accessed this site at least once daily, sometimes more than that. Everyone has a pseudonym as their username. Without the browsing history, it would be tough to know who uses this site and who doesn't," Billy said as he walked us through David's contacts. "So even though he's communicating with numerous young ladies, we have no idea who any of them are because of the fake usernames?" "That's correct. This isn't a free website, so anyone who signs up as a member has to pay for the service. That means the real names are recorded and available, but most likely only with a warrant." I groaned. Yeah, these days we need warrants for everything. We have to track down the owner of this site first and go from there. If Lena confirms our latest Vicks are the missing husbands, we'll get a warrant for their computers and a warrant for the member list. Jack added, "I wonder if we should mention the site to Whitney or not." That's a tough call. The question is, was she actually that clueless, or just withholding information from us to save face? Let's run it past Clark and see what he thinks. I glanced at the clock at the bottom right of the computer screen. I need to get back upstairs anyway. I want to talk to the lieutenant before I head out. Great work, Billy. Thanks. He nodded. No problem. Jack and I took the stairs to the main level, where my tense shoulders finally relaxed. The temperature was at least 10 degrees warmer upstairs.
Clark's office door was halfway open, but I knocked anyway. "Boss, do you have a minute?" I asked.
"Sure, come on in."
Jack and I took seats in guest chairs and told Clark what Billy had found on David Smith's computer.
"You know, we may be getting somewhere with the cheater's website. This entire mess could be about infidelity and nothing more."
Clark took off his reading glasses and rubbed his eyes.
"Jack, find out where Lena is with the DNA profile on our Vicks. If their DNA matches the missing husband's toothbrushes, we're good to go forward with the warrants."
"Got it." Jack stepped out and called the ME's office from his desk. He talked for less than a minute. Clark and I watched through the glass. I saw the disappointment written across Jack's face when he hung up.
"Apparently we aren't going to know the results today," he said as he returned to the lieutenant's office. "Lena said maybe tomorrow."
Clark rolled back his desk chair and got up.
"Okay, get on it. Let's wrap up any loose ends while we wait for the post office warrant and the DNA results. Jade, get to Germantown. Jack, I want you to get Whitney Smith in here." "It might be easier if I go there, boss. Her kids haven't started school yet, and I guarantee it would be a big mistake if they came with her."
Clark rolled his eyes, but agreed.
"Okay, go there and tell her about the website. Try to get a read on her by saying this new evidence could put her back on our radar. See if she coughs up anything additional we can use. Also, ask her if she was at the post office lately. May as well get her scratched off that list. Take Billings with you. I sent Clayton to the police department to compare notes with their detectives." "Yep, we're on our way."
Jack and Billings gathered their notepads and phones, then slid their service weapons into their shoulder holsters and left. "I should head out too, boss." Clark nodded as I dropped my phone into my pocket and grabbed my purse, notepad, and gun.
"Keep me posted, Jade."
"Will do." I crossed the bullpen and left. Chapter 49. The drive to the post office would take me 20 minutes from the sheriff's department. Germantown was a cozy little village of about 15,000 people. The town prided itself on having one of the best school districts in the state, and the high school's basketball and football teams always competed in the state championships. Every commercial building throughout the village had to represent a German vibe in its architecture. Most were post and beam, or, as the Germans called it, Fachwerk. I drove east down Mequon Road, which took over Main Street years back. Each side of the street had post and beam buildings, and even the fast food restaurants were styled that way. At the last set of lights before the county roads took over, I turned left. The post office was the second building on my left. I turned into the parking lot, killed the engine, and exited the cruiser. The building was small, nothing like North Bend's post office. Other than the required German facade, the interior was relatively plain. Through the main entrance, I could turn left where the mailboxes and packaging supplies were, or go right and ask somebody at the counter to tell the postmaster I had arrived. I opened the second glass door and entered the area where the 2 counter clerks stood. 3 people were in line ahead of me.
"Next,"
the counter clerk said when it was finally my turn. I approached the window, told the woman who I was, and showed her my badge. "One moment, please," she said, and disappeared around a corkboard wall filled with pinned notices and posters. It took only a few seconds to scan the wall and read the announcements. The first showed what could and could not be shipped via the United States Postal Service. Another sheet went over the laws governing that facility, and the last sheet showed postal rates and shipping options. Hanging in the far corner of the wall were several posters with mugshots of wanted felons. As I waited, I tapped my fingers on the counter and stared at my stamp choices through a wall-mounted glass case. I heard footsteps approaching and voices getting closer. I looked up. Any second, the clerk and postmaster would appear from around the wall.
"Hello, Sergeant Monroe. I'm James McHenry, postmaster for Washburn County. Please, come with me. We can speak in my office."
I passed through a side door and followed the postmaster down a corridor that turned several times. Postal workers to my left were sorting mail and boxes. Farther to my right, an open overhead garage door showed more postal workers filling their trucks for the day.
"Here we are," Mr. McHenry said.
At the end of the corridor, he opened a wooden door that bore a plaque reading Postmaster.
He held the door open and allowed me through. The room was small, void of windows, and had a desk and one guest chair facing it. I assumed 2 would have been a tight fit. A large fluorescent light within the ceiling tiles lit the room. A picture of the president hung behind the postmaster's desk. "Please, have a seat, Sergeant. Go ahead, you have my full attention." "Thank you, sir, and I'll get directly to the point. As a law enforcement agent, I don't have time to beat around the bush." He smiled and nodded for me to continue. I tried to get a read on him and his personality as I spoke. He appeared to be in his mid-40s, seemed pleasant enough, and was a decent-looking man. He had nicely groomed brown hair, a slender build, and wore stylish, wire-rimmed glasses. A wedding ring on his left hand made me hope he'd have a certain amount of empathy in the matter. Families and the community were deeply affected by these recent crimes. I'd make sure to bring that up. I pulled out the receipt Mr. Crane had found lying on the ground next to David Smith's car. I slid it across the desk so he could take a look. "What I need from the post office in North Bend is to see the video footage of whoever dropped off the package that goes along with this receipt. Would the sender have to sign for an insured parcel?" "Not at all. The receiver would have to sign for it. The sender only signs if they paid with a credit card, and according to this receipt, it appears they didn't." "That's why we need to see the footage. We're trying to make a connection between this receipt and the most recent crimes committed in North Bend." Mr. McHenry furrowed his brows. "The killings?" "That's correct, sir. How many cameras are at that post office?" He raked his fingers through his hair as if that would help him think. "Most post offices are similar. They all have cameras at the back where the loading docks are, but that's irrelevant. Let's see. Anywhere there would be customers is what you need, correct?" "Yes, sir." "Okay, there's a camera outside the entrance facing the street. There's 2 at the windows and 1 by the mailboxes." "You realize that time is of the essence here, don't you?" I added. "I do. If the video feed shows us what we're hoping it does, then we'll also need to have access to a post office box. The point I'm trying to make is we'd prefer not to have to wait for the warrant. It's just extra red tape. We'll get the video footage and post office box number no matter what, but we both just agreed that time is of the essence." I smiled and waited. The ball was back in his court. "I see. So you want my permission to access the video feed inside the counter area, and possibly outside, as well as access to open a particular post office box. And this information is directly related to the recent murders." "You nailed it, sir." "May I have your card, Sergeant? I have a few phone calls to make first. If I get the okay to allow you access without a warrant, I'll meet you back in North Bend this afternoon." I pulled a card out of my jacket pocket and handed it to him. I stood and shook his hand. "With your help, we can greatly expedite this investigation. Thank you, Mr. McHenry, and I'll be waiting for your call." I walked out, fist-pumped the air, and called Lieutenant Clark as I drove back to North Bend. Chapter 50. I was back in the bullpen by 11:30. Lieutenant Clark sat in one of my guest chairs, his right leg crossed over his left knee. He said he had started the second pot of coffee, even though he was the only person in the bullpen other than me. "I sure hope Postmaster McHenry calls back soon. I sort of pushed the urgency to do the right thing and how time was of the essence. Since he wore a wedding ring, I figured it wouldn't hurt to push the family and community need for closure." "Smart thinking, Jade. Now we just need him to convince the right people to allow us access without a warrant. I doubt if they would get any backlash from the public for helping us out sooner rather than later. We could get the ball rolling today instead of late tomorrow." "Have you heard from Jack and Billings?" "Jack called and said they were on their way back. They're stopping for fast food first. You might want to give them a call if you haven't eaten anything yet. They're picking up a couple of burgers for me." I grinned. What? No celery stalks and carrot sticks? I'm sick of rabbit food. I'm a grown man and need meat and grease once in a while. Just don't tell Liz. She'd kill me. I made the zipping my lips gesture and called Jack. I asked him to pick me up a double cheeseburger and fries. Clark went back to his office. I heard his phone ring moments later, and with the door open, I caught his side of the conversation. I pushed back from my desk when he called me into his office. "That was the judge, and he's allowed warrants for Larry Taylor and John Leiter's homes."
Really? I wasn't expecting those yet. When Billy told us about the information on David Smith's computer, I called the judge back. I told him Lena was almost positive that Larry and John were the missing husbands. They might have been members of that website as well. He expedited the warrants. It can't hurt to check, even if Larry and John aren't our Vics from the church. They're still missing, and their computers may hold important information. I agree, boss. So now what? We both turned toward the door when Billings and Jack walked in with 4 white bags from the drive-through restaurant. Clayton arrived minutes behind them. "Eat quickly. The warrant should be here in 15 minutes, Clark said as he dug into his burger. "What's going on?" Jack asked. I brought a paper plate over to my desk from the coffee station and sat down. With the napkin spread out in front of me, I dumped my fries on it, then squeezed the foil pouch of ketchup onto the plate. "We're finally making progress. We have warrants coming for Larry Taylor and John Leiter's computers, and we may even get the post office footage today. The postmaster is checking into it." I chomped down on a fry slathered in ketchup. "This is good news," Clayton said as he stole a few fries off my napkin. "Jade, I want you and Jack at the Taylor house. Clayton, you and Billings take the Leiter house. Bring back all of their electronic devices," Clark said. Jan walked into the bullpen with 2 familiar-looking tri-folded documents. "Hi, guys. A courier from the courthouse just dropped these warrants off." Billings took them from Jan and thanked her. We finished our lunch, gathered our necessities and the warrants, and headed to the parking lot. "I'll call Taylor's wife and give her a heads up that we're on our way." Clayton nodded. "Yeah, we'll do the same with Leiter's wife." I had the original interview notes from when Jameson and Horbeck met with Larry Taylor's wife several days ago. Her name, address, and phone number were included. I read from the notes as Jack drove. "Says here Deborah and Larry were married for 16 years and have 1 daughter, Lisa, who is a freshman in high school. Larry was 42 and Deborah is 40 and volunteers at St. Joe's once a week at the information counter. Larry was an engineer at a company that made outdoor lighting." Jack huffed. I turned my head. "What's with the huff?" "Marriage, that's all." "Okay, enlighten me, Mr. Know-It-All. Don't forget I was married once, too." "Yeah, maybe I should keep my opinions to myself." I laughed. "No, please share. You've already stuck your foot in your mouth. May as well choke on it, too." "It just seems that the sanctity of marriage isn't important to people. They get bored so easily with each other. Who stays married anymore these days or remains faithful to their partner?" "Good question. Maybe you should ask Lance." I chuckled. I sure didn't know he was messing around, and apparently most people don't. The internet makes it too convenient. How did Whitney act when you guys told her about the website?" "We took her by surprise, and she started bawling. I really don't think she had a clue." "That's too bad. Did you ask her about the post office visit?" "She said she wasn't there and never had a reason to drive David's car." "Okay, we can scratch her off the list. That leaves David or the killer. It looks like we're getting close to the Taylor house. Turn right at the next intersection. The home is on Clover Lane, 2 blocks up." I gave Jack a thoughtful glance. "If it's any consolation, keep in mind your folks have been happily married for 40 years and have 3 wonderful sons. Don't become too jaded about marriage." I laughed. Jack laughed too. "Great play on words, Miss Monroe." Jaded. You're quite the jokester." I smiled, then pointed at the next mailbox on our right. "This is it." Jack pulled into the S-curved driveway of a 2-story colonial. The brick driveway was flanked by large oak and maple trees that darkened the lawn and made the residence look like a private sanctuary. The teal-colored home was accented with an eye-popping lavender front door. Perfectly groomed shrubbery lined the sidewalk, and potted plants sat next to a suspended swing on the wide brick porch. I sighed and turned toward Jack. "This place is so beautiful. I hope she has a gardener." I pushed the bell on the right side of the door, and we waited. The sound of clip-clopping shoes approaching told me the house had either tile or wood floors, a nice feature.
The door opened, and an ordinary-looking woman greeted us. I sized her up at the door. Deborah was close to my height and weight, tall and slender, with dark blonde hair and glasses. She appeared tired and somewhat disheveled, likely from lack of sleep, but she smiled wearily, shook our hands, and invited us in. The house was dead quiet. Not even soft music played in the background. Deborah motioned for us to have a seat in the den. 2 love seats mirrored each other with a coffee table separating them, and an enormous stacked stone fireplace filled the end wall of the room. Jack and I sat on one love seat, and Deborah faced us from the other. Deborah, we have reason to believe that Larry may be one of the victims from the church murders. I imagine the detectives you spoke with yesterday told you that was possible. She nodded. Yes, that's why they took his toothbrush along, to compare DNA, they said. That's correct. We should have the results back by tomorrow. Tears clouded her eyes and ran down her face. Wouldn't it be easier if I saw the victim for myself? If it isn't Larry, we should be searching for him, shouldn't we? Jack took over the conversation. Ma'am, just give us one more day. We'll know definitively tomorrow if the deceased man is Larry. I don't know if you've been following the news or not, but there are several cases that may be related, including Larry's. Jack reached in his blazer pocket and pulled out the warrant. He slid it across the coffee table. Deborah's eyes filled with surprise as she read the document. Why do you want our computers? Lisa uses them every day. She'd be lost without them. Ma'am, they're going to help us with our case. Did Larry use the computers too? Of course, we all did. Then we're going to have to take them with us, and any tablets too. Is Larry's phone here? No, he had it with him. Every time I try his number, it goes directly to voicemail like it's turned off. I searched the notes from Jameson for Larry's cell number. I passed the notepad to her. This is his number, correct? Yes, that's it. Mrs. Taylor, we don't want to take up your day, so we'll go ahead and grab what we need. Jack stood and gestured toward the hallway. Now, if you don't mind. Deborah stood and walked out of the den. We followed her through the house. We'll need every computer and tablet you have, Jack said. Deborah led us into the library, then to the kitchen, and finally upstairs to Lisa's bedroom. She's going to be furious when she gets home and sees that her laptop is gone. We'll have our specialists begin with hers. Any tablets? Jack asked. Deborah opened Lisa's nightstand drawer and handed me the tablet. Thank you, Mrs. Taylor. These will be returned to you as soon as possible, I said, and you'll hear from us tomorrow. Jack and I left our cards with her and walked out. My phone rang while Jack drove the highway back to the sheriff's department. I checked the time on the dash before I answered. 2:37. Hello, Sergeant Jade Monroe speaking. How may I help you? I listened intently to the voice on the other end. The postmaster was telling me the outcome of his phone calls. I slapped Jack's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Yes, sir. We'll meet you in 20 minutes. The Washburn County Sheriff's Department appreciates your assistance in this matter. I hung up and slapped Jack again. Are you done abusing me now? He playfully rubbed his shoulder as if it hurt. What did he say? Head to the North Bend post office. He's meeting us there. I have to call Clark and tell him what's going on. I want Todd and Billy to meet us there, too. They know the right questions to ask when it comes to video footage. Jack exited Highway 33 at 7th Avenue, turned right on Cedar Street, and followed Cedar past Elm and Maple to Oak Street, where the post office stood in the center of the block. I checked the time again. What's your deal with the clock? Jack asked. Nothing yet, just wanted to stay mindful of the time. Amber and I are supposed to have dinner at my mom's house at 6, meaning I should make sure to head home at 5. That is... What? Jack interrupted. Unless we get an address today. Chapter 51. This piece of artwork won't fit in the box you gave me, Mama, Mariah whined. What did Daddy use?
I don't know, Mariah. It's not like I paid attention to that particular hobby. Take a look in the workshop storage room one more time. Mandy, you go check the basement shelves. The buyers have already paid in full, so these pieces have to go out today. Anyway, we need coffee, bread, and milk. You may as well get those necessities as long as you're in town. Mandy spent 10 minutes in the basement before coming back up. She peered around the doorway and saw Alice sitting on the couch watching TV. Did you find a box downstairs? Yes, Mama, Mandy said. Alice heard the sound of drawers opening and closing in the kitchen. What are you doing in there? Let me see the box. She paused the TV and crossed the room. On the other side of the breakfast bar, she saw a large cardboard box on the kitchen floor. She scratched her arm and stared at the box. That might work. We'll cut down the sides and fold them in. Mariah stomped in through the front door. This is the only box left in the storage room, Mama, and it's way too big. Alice glanced at the clock. The box is fine. We'll cut that one down, too. Let's get busy and wrap these pieces. The post office closes in 2 hours, and I want them dropped off today. Oh, by the way, Mandy, she grinned as she spoke, I found you a date for tomorrow night. Chapter 52. Jack parked the cruiser along the curb, a half-block from the post office entrance. Our location, comfortably nestled under a shade tree, provided us a good view of the front door. We'd see Todd and Billy when they arrived. What time did the postmaster say he'd meet us? Jack asked as he reclined the driver's seat and closed his eyes. 3 o'clock. You still have 5 minutes to rest. Todd and Billy should be here any minute. Here they come. Damn it, just as I was getting comfortable. Jack pulled the handle beneath the seat, slid it forward, then raised the seat back with the lever on the side. Billy headed to our car. What's the word? He asked as he stuck his head in Jack's window. I leaned toward Jack so Billy could see me. We're going in right now. The postmaster may have parked in the back. Todd caught up with us after he found a parking space and said he'd dropped a handful of change into the meter. The 4 of us walked up the post office steps. I pointed toward the outer camera and turned. I wanted to see exactly where it faced. Looks like this camera catches most of the block, I said. Todd and Billy agreed. We'll know exactly how much area it covers when we see the footage. What day was the receipt from, Jade? Last Tuesday, and David was found on Wednesday morning. The time stamped on the receipt showed the package was paid for at 1:30 in the afternoon. No problem, Todd said. Documented dates and times make our job of going through videos a lot easier. We entered the post office and took note of the other cameras near the ornate ceiling. A woman stood off to the side, filling out paperwork with a package jammed under her arm and a whiny child tugging at her leg. The clerk at counter 1 waved me over. I approached the counter and explained who we were and asked if the postmaster had arrived yet. 1 moment, I'll check. It felt like déjà vu as she disappeared around a corkboard wall, just as the clerk did in Germantown that morning. Jack, Todd, and Billy discussed the latest televised baseball game as we waited. I walked from one side of the large post office to the other and admired the beautiful murals for the umpteenth time. "Excuse me," the clerk called out when she returned to the counter. We approached. "Please take the door to your right." She pointed at her left as she faced us. "The postmaster's office is at the end of the hall. He just arrived." I gave her a quick smile and mouthed a thank you before we headed to the door. She nodded as a customer approached the counter. Jack and I walked side by side, and Todd and Billy did the same behind us. I knocked when we reached the postmaster's office door. A familiar voice answered and told us to come in. James McHenry stood and shook each hand as I introduced the group. I thanked him again for the hassle-free permission he'd gotten that allowed us to view the camera footage. "The community is facing a crisis, Sergeant. I live in North Bend, too, and have a family I want to keep safe. There's no need for us to be sticklers." "Well, we certainly appreciate it," Jack said. "Right this way. I'll show you to the control room." We followed Mr. McHenry to a very dated-looking room with old paneled walls and a warped drop ceiling. Todd said the cameras appeared to be newer. Otherwise, it seemed to be a typical control room hidden from sight at the back of the building.
4 live video cameras ran continuously. With everything automated, there was no need for a security person to sit inside and watch the footage. "How long do you keep the videos?" Todd asked. "They record over themselves every 30 days unless we have a reason to hang on to something. I'll admit that hasn't happened as long as I've been the postmaster. We've never had an issue here, and don't even have a guard on site. A technician comes in weekly to make sure everything is running properly. Sorry I can't help you with any of this. It isn't my forte." "No problem," Billy said. "We're very familiar with this setup. Do you mind if we just dig in?" "Not at all. The room is small, but I can have somebody bring in a few extra chairs." I smiled. "Thanks, we'd appreciate that." Mr. McHenry excused himself and closed the door at his back. Jack and I stood behind Todd and Billy as they took the only chairs and seated themselves in front of the equipment. A knock on the door sounded, and I opened it. A young man handed me 2 folding chairs. I thanked him, and he left. "Do you have a preference, Jade?" Billy asked. I opened the chairs and took a seat. Jack did too. "You mean which camera to start with?" "Yeah, I'd suggest the counter cameras." "I agree. Go ahead. Here's the receipt. The timestamp is at the bottom." I handed Billy the receipt for the insured parcel, and Todd brought up camera number 2. He paused the footage, turned a few knobs, and flipped several toggle switches. With the technical magic he and Billy had, they rewound the tape back to last Tuesday. "Where do you want me to start, Jade?" Billy asked. "Let's start at 1:20. That should get us seeing either David or the killer inside the building. They might have had to stand in line for a bit. They would likely be at the counter for a few minutes with an insured parcel." Billy slowly backtracked as we watched the timestamp in the bottom right corner of the video go in reverse. "Okay, let's start now. We don't know if the parcel is small or large, only that it was insured. It could be an envelope for all we know. We have one grainy picture of a young blonde woman, and we all know what David looked like. We need to focus on men or women that look like either of them. Keep in mind, this post office has 4 counters, so we have to keep our eyes on all of them." The 4 of us leaned in and watched the screen as the footage progressed in real time. People came and went. My eyes darted from one counter to the next. I watched the timestamp as it got closer to 1:30. "Anybody see anyone that remotely resembles David or that blonde?" I asked, afraid to take my eyes off the screen. I could barely blink for fear of missing something. They all mumbled that they hadn't. I checked the time in the corner of the screen again. It read 1:30. "Pause the footage, Todd. Okay, what are we missing? Somebody dropped that parcel off. Why aren't we seeing either of them?" I ground my fingers into my temples. "Let's think this through. There was a receipt on the ground next to David's car for this post office and this time. What if it just blew over there and has nothing to do with him?" Jack asked. Todd suggested going over the footage again. "Let's eliminate David first. Don't look for anybody other than him at each counter. I'll widen our parameters to 5 minutes before and 5 minutes after 1:30. Only watch the counters. I'll slow the footage down." I stared at each counter so intently my eyes almost watered. David wasn't on the footage anywhere. We all leaned back and took a deep breath. "Okay, let's do the same for the blonde," Billy said. Customers came and went, but the blonde girl wasn't on the footage either. I slammed my fist on the desk. Now what? "Did we get permission to look through the Blakely post office box?" Jack asked. "Not exactly, but that's next. I want to show this picture to the counter clerks first." I was thankful for the lull in activity at the counters. That would give the clerks time to look at the image of the blonde girl and tell us if she appeared remotely familiar. Jack and I had her image on our cell phones. He took the first counter and I took the second, and neither of us had any luck. He went to the third, and I took the fourth. "Jade, over here." Jack waved me to the counter he was at. "Please tell her what you just told me." The clerk told me the girl in the photo somewhat resembled the Blakely twins, except the hair was different. "I haven't seen Mandy and Mariah since earlier in the week. They used to come in a lot with their father, but last time Dean didn't make it. I guess they favored me since they always came to my counter."
Ma'am, have you been watching the news on TV? I'm not a TV watcher. I'd rather read. Why? I didn't have time to explain. You said the girls were alone? Yes, they were dropping off one of the pieces of art their dad made. I asked where he was, and they said he was gone. I guess Dean is quite the craftsman. I handed her the receipt. Is this your counter terminal? Yep, that's mine. Can you describe the twins? Sure. They both have waist-length brown hair and look the same. They're tall, slender, and quite pretty. Thanks. We'll be back in a few minutes. I jerked my head toward the control room. Let's go over the footage again. This time, we're looking for 2 girls with waist-length hair at counter 3. Did you catch that about Dean being a craftsman? Jack nodded. That would explain the tools. It looked as though we were finally getting a break in the case. Chapter 53. Back in the control room, Billy brought up camera 2 again. He rewound the tape to last Tuesday at 1:25. We watched counter 3. Son of a buck, Jack said. There they are. I leaned in closely. Slow the footage down, Billy. We watched the interaction between the girls and the counter clerk, Betty. Because we saw the girls only from behind, we had to watch Betty's expressions as she waited on them. She smiled and laughed as if she was familiar with them. The box they handed over the counter was large. For some reason, one or both of the girls had their hair cut and dyed between then and now. Let's see if we can access their post office box. Why don't you guys head back and start going through the computers from Larry's house? If that company Unhappily Hitched Inc. pops up, they'll be getting a warrant for their member list. Jack pulled the cruiser door key off the fob and handed it to Billy. The computers are in the trunk. Put the key under the seat, and I can unlock the door with the fob. Sure thing, Billy said. With any luck, we'll know if that website is on Larry's, and maybe even John's computers before we head home tonight. Jack and I returned to Betty's counter. I did a quick visual of the area. Several people were being waited on at counters 1 and 4, but nobody else was in the building. Betty, can you open up the Blakely's post office box for us? She gave us a skeptical frown. There's no way, unless I want to be fired. Do you have a warrant? No, but Mr. McHenry allowed us access to the control room. I'm sure he would let us see what's in their post office box, too. Maybe you'd ask him for us? What are you hoping to find in there? If we're lucky, a home address, Jack said. I can guarantee you there won't be one. Our records do go back 5 years, though. Meaning? My brows arched with curiosity. Meaning they would have had to show us a driver's license to rent a box. And you can show us that? I smiled widely at her. I guess so. She made sure nobody was waiting in line behind us. Give me a minute. This is even better than seeing inside the post office box. Usually those things are filled with junk mail anyway. I cracked my knuckles and paced until Betty returned. She had a postcard in her hand and slid it across the counter to us. Here's what Dean used as an address when he rented the box several years ago. It's a copy of his driver's license. I grabbed the card with excitement and read it. Damn it, the address is from Madison. Jack looked over my shoulder. Apparently it was when they moved here, and he hadn't updated his driver's license yet. That's it? I asked, hoping for more. Sorry, that's it, Betty said. Jack and I thanked her and headed out the front door. I thought out loud as we walked back to the cruiser. So we know the receipt was in the possession of whichever girl drove David's car to the apartment complex. That makes her culpable to some degree for his murder, at least as an accessory. I'm guessing they're both involved. We could be looking for a blonde with shoulder-length hair and a brunette with waist-length hair. We just don't know if it was Mandy or Mariah in the picture. They could have both gone blonde, Jack said. I shrugged. Let's see if Clayton and Billings are back with John's computer. We need something to move forward before the day is over. Chapter 54. We're leaving, Mama. We should be back in an hour or so, Mariah said as she shoved the boxes toward the front door with her foot. Alice wiped her hands on the tea towel and gave the boxes a final once-over. Shipping Dean's art had never been her responsibility, and she wanted to make sure nothing was amiss. The boxes were packaged properly and sealed tightly. The recipients' addresses were correct, and the return address showed the post office box number rather than the house address.
Okay, get going. Don't forget the groceries.
Alice handed Mariah the short list of food staples to pick up and 2 $20 bills.
Drive the speed limit and keep your heads down. We got this, Mama. Don't worry. Nobody will recognize us with baseball caps and sunglasses on.
Mariah and Mandy carried the boxes outside and placed them carefully in the trunk. Mariah climbed in behind the wheel and waved to Alice standing at the front door. Mandy opened the passenger side door, slid in, and stared ahead.
"Don't be such a party pooper, Mandy," Mariah said as she drove off, leaving a dusty trail behind them. "We're out by ourselves in Larry's car. That's something different, and nobody is looking for us in this vehicle. Maybe we can even stop for a root beer float or something."
"What's wrong with you? Has Mama really warped your brain that much? We've killed 4 people, one of whom is our own father, and you're talking about root beer floats?"
"Daddy was a sinner."
"According to who? Mama? You know she isn't right in the head."
"Don't say that. Remember when Mama was sick?"
"Who could forget that?"
"Daddy said to do whatever she says. We don't want to make her mad and have her go off the deep end again. He isn't here to take care of her anymore."
"I don't think Daddy had his own death in mind when he told us that. Let's just leave town, Mariah, and go somewhere by ourselves."
"We don't have educations or money. Neither of us has worked a real job in our lives. We need to stick by Mama's side."
"You're just her minion, nothing else. You do everything she tells you to do."
"No, I don't, and I'll prove it."
"How?" Mariah reached under the seat and pulled out a knife.
"Look what I found. It could come in handy sometime. I have something else, too, but you can't tell Mama. She'd have a cow."
"Show me."
"It's in the glove box."
Mandy pulled the handle and the glove box fell open. Inside, among various papers and the owner's manual, lay a cell phone. Mariah giggled.
"Now I have my own phone. We don't have to share anymore."
"Is this Larry's? Didn't Mama tell you to bury all the phones?"
"I told you, I don't do everything," she says. "Give it to me. There might be game apps or books on it."
"Worry about that later. Let's get groceries, then drop these boxes off.
I'll think about that root beer float, but Mama will probably get mad that we used her money." "Now you're worrying about what Mama thinks."
"Fine, we'll have the root beer floats. I'm not in the mood to go home anyway." Chapter 55. Jack and I returned to the sheriff's department and went upstairs to brief Clark on what transpired at the post office and at Larry Taylor's house.
"We have names, boss, and it was confirmed by the post office clerk that the girl in the photo dropping off David's car is one of the Blakely twins. We just don't know which one," I said.
Clark shrugged.
"As far as we know, they could both be involved. Why haven't we heard anything about the mother yet?"
Jack spoke up.
"Don't know. It didn't sound like the mom ever frequented the post office with Dean and the girls. At least the counter clerk, Betty, didn't mention her. Either way, we still don't have an address. Nothing in the entire county is listed in the public records under Blakely. Betty showed us the only address recorded when Dean rented the box, and that was from Madison years back."
Clayton and Billings entered the bullpen. I tried to read their faces. "I hope you have good news."
Billings answered, "How about no news? Does that qualify? We dropped off the computers from John Leiter's house. The guys are going through them as we speak. I guess Billy is working on Larry Taylor's, and Todd just started on John's." "Did Billy say if he found anything yet?" Clark asked.
Billings shook his head.
"He only said he was making progress, boss."
I checked the time on the analog clock above the door, then double-checked it on my cell phone. I pointed at the wall.
"That clock is 5 minutes slow." "Have somewhere to be, Jade?" Clark asked.
"No, not yet.
If nothing pops in the next 45 minutes, I'll be heading out. Dinner plans with the family, that's all."
The lieutenant paced the bullpen floor. "What's going on with the bolo for Larry and John's vehicles?" I responded. "Dead quiet, sir. Either the vehicles are well hidden or they haven't disposed of them yet." "We should have the DNA results back by tomorrow for the church victims. At least that's some news we can give the grieving families. Has Lena said what the plans are for John Doe or Dean?" Clark asked. Jack filled his coffee cup and returned to his seat. "Not yet. For now, he's killing time in a refrigerated drawer in the morgue." I shook my head and let out a groan with the others. "That was in bad taste, dude." "Yeah, that was a stupid statement. Sorry. Anyway, I'm sure when we catch these ladies and find out where they live, we'll be able to get DNA from the house. We'll know for sure at that time if John Doe is actually Dean Blakely. He'll go into a simple grave at the county's expense, unless there's some other relative that will come forward and claim him." I pushed back my chair, stood, and pulled the lightweight sweater off my chair back. "I'm going downstairs to check on Billy's progress." "I'll join you," Jack said as he rose and gave his cup an extra splash of coffee. We took the stairs to the lower level and entered the tech department. Todd and Billy were hard at work going through the computer files and buried history reports. Jack and I grabbed roller chairs that sat against the wall and pulled up a seat. "How's it going?" I asked as I slipped on my sweater. "Slow, but we're making progress," Billy said. "Larry deleted his browsing history every time he logged off the computer. I'm guessing the main computer was shared by everyone. The tablet and laptop the daughter used was password protected. Neither the mother nor the father ever used them." I looked at Todd. "And how's it going with John's computer?" "About the same. I'm guessing we're going to find exactly what we hope to. These guys wouldn't be deleting their history every day if they had nothing to hide. None of the computers are synced with the tablets either. Another dead giveaway." An alert sounded from both Todd and Billy's cell phones. "No way," Billy yelled. Both men jumped from their seats and grabbed the phones that were sitting on the table behind them. "What's going on?" I gave Jack a puzzled look. He returned the same expression. "We have a hit on Larry Taylor's cell phone. Somebody just powered it on." Billy clicked a few keys on his computer and entered Larry Taylor's cell phone number. A map of Washburn County popped up with a red dot moving across the screen. "Is that his phone?" My heart was thumping in my chest triple time. Todd grinned, Jack whistled, and Billy responded. "That's his phone." "It's heading toward downtown. Let's go. Can you bounce that interactive map over to your cell phone and keep tracking it?" "Sure can. Give me a second. I'll catch up with you." I kicked the roller chair back against the wall and ran out of the room. "I'll tell Clark and get Billings and Clayton. We're taking down those criminals today. Jack and Todd pull the cruisers up to the front door." I burst through the bullpen door to the apparent shock of Clark, Billings, and Clayton. "What the hell?" Clark said. "Boss, we got a hit on Larry's phone. Let's go. Jack is pulling the cruisers up to the door. Follow us. We'll have Billy in the car with the tracker." I heard Clark yell to Clayton to grab extra vests as I ran out the door. Chapter 56. "How long should we stay out?" Mariah checked the rearview mirror and switched lanes. "There you go again, worrying about Mama. It's not like we're going to do anything special once we're back home. I don't want to hear her plans of ways to butcher the next guy. We're 20 years old, Mariah. When are we going to start thinking for ourselves?" "But Daddy said to—" "You do realize Mama uses that against us every day, and I'm sick of it." Mariah looked at the dashboard clock and frowned. "Does that thing work?" She pounded the dash with her fist. "How would I know? This isn't our car." "Well, then what time is it?" "Mama gave you the money, not me. The phone is in my purse at home." "You're so stupid, Mandy. Get Larry's phone out of the glove box. It must have some charge left. It's been turned off all this while. We need to know what time it is." Mandy pulled the phone out and powered it on. "It's 4:30. We have plenty of time." Mariah glanced across the console. "What are you doing?" "Looking at his pictures. His home screen shows him, a woman, and a teenage girl. They look happy, Mariah." You know that's crap. Anyone can look happy in a picture. He was a liar and a cheater. That's why he's dead. Mandy nodded. She touched the gallery icon and scrolled through Larry's photographs. They sure have a pretty house, though. Envy is a sin, Mandy. Come on, help me look for a parking space. Mandy set the phone in the cup holder and pointed at a parallel parking spot that somebody had just pulled out of. Park there. It's as close as you're going to get. Mariah parked. I'm taking off this stupid hat. It makes my head itch. Then I am too. Mandy threw the hat on the seat and removed her sunglasses. They exited the car. Mariah reached under the seat before she popped the trunk, then walked to the back and grabbed a box. She closed the trunk with her elbow, locked the doors, and headed to the post office entrance. Inside, the line at counter 3 was 4 people deep. We can go to a different counter, Mariah. Number 1 only has 2 people in line. Mariah looked over the top of the box she held. Yeah, but each person has boxes to mail. Our line doesn't. 10 minutes passed before the girls reached Betty's counter. Mariah, Mandy, it's good to see you again. Still no Dad? Betty said. He isn't home right now, Mandy replied. Betty grinned. I barely recognized you girls with the new haircut and color, but then I remembered the officer showing me— Mariah's eyes darted across the room. Showing you what? Oh, nothing. Betty looked away and fumbled at the postage scale. I don't even know what I'm talking about half the time. I just babble. Mariah leaned across the counter. You sure? Betty avoided eye contact and nodded. I'm sure. Chapter 57. Where are they? We must be close. You aren't going to believe this, Jade, but they're at the post office. Son of a bitch, that looks like the description of Larry's car, I said as Jack got closer. I pulled out my notepad. Different plates, though. It's his. The phone is pinging from inside that car, Billy said. Jack, park the cruiser. We're going in. Billy, call Todd. I want both of you to stay in the cars where it's safe. I jumped out and ran to the second car. Billings opened his window. Find a place to park. They're in the post office. I'm heading in. I slipped my sweater over my shoulder holster and tucked my chained badge down the front of my shirt. They won't know I'm a cop. Come in quietly, no stormtrooping, but be ready for anything. We have no idea who is in there or if they're armed. Clark reached across the console and grabbed my sleeve. Jade. I know, boss. Be careful. They aren't going to expect a female cop. I can walk in without creating suspicion. I need to see who came in Larry's car and how many innocent people are inside. I nodded to Jack as he secured the Velcro tabs on his vest. Clayton, Billings, and Clark secured theirs, too. I took the steps to the large double doors alone, entered the building, and did a quick visual sweep of the area. There were 12 customers in total, 2 of them blondes, facing Betty at counter 3. I got in line at counter 4. The twins stood only 5 feet away. The girl farthest from me held a box in her arms, and the other had set hers on the counter. I quickly sized them up. They were as tall as me, and probably weighed the same, give or take a few pounds. I knew I could take one of them if I had to, but not both, and there were still too many people in the building to pull out my gun. One woman stood in line behind the girls, and 2 people waited their turn in front of me. I watched Betty fidget. She couldn't hide her nervousness. Something was wrong. I was sure the recognition and wave of relief on her face when she saw me gave me away. Her eyes darted back and forth between me and the girls. I wasn't prepared for the speed of the girl nearest me. In the blur of a second, I was in a chokehold with a knife against my temple. You don't want to do this, I called out sternly. Shut up, I know you're a cop. She pressed the knife tip deeper against my flesh. People screamed and ran. The counter clerks ducked behind the safety of the solid wood counter. The other twin spun, my eyes locked with hers. She looked petrified. Mariah, stop! What in God's name are you doing? Daddy wouldn't want you to do this. But Mama would, and Daddy is dead. He doesn't count anymore. Jack, Clark, Clayton, and Billings approached slowly. I looked Jack square in the face and watched his every movement. We always had each other's back. We both knew it and were trained for it. Clayton yelled for everyone to get out of the building. Billings had his laser sights focused on the other girl and ordered her to the ground. She dropped to the floor. "Put the knife down, now!" Clark yelled. The red laser sights bounced off both me and my captor as my colleagues inched closer. With every command called out, the knife was pressed harder against my face. I felt the tip pierce the skin at my temple. "You're going to make me kill her, aren't you?" Mariah yelled out. "Now back away!" I couldn't see Mandy, but I knew she was on the floor nearby. She pleaded through her sobs for Mariah to drop the knife. "We aren't backing away. This is your last warning," Jack yelled. "Drop it." I focused on Jack and waited for his signal. A nod was all I needed. When it came, I elbowed Mariah in the gut and spun out of her grip. Jack shot her center mass. She fell back against the counter and slid to the ground. Mandy's piercing screams lasted for what sounded like an eternity. She crawled to Mariah, hugging, holding, and rocking her sister's lifeless body. Jack rushed to my side. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, but I need your handkerchief." Jack handed it to me, and I pressed it against my bleeding temple. I leaned back against the counter and watched everyone around me as I took a few deep breaths. Clayton and Billings grabbed Mandy and loosened her tight grip on Mariah's body. They pulled her away and cuffed her hands behind her back. Clark was on his radio making emergency calls to dispatch. "Jan, we need Lena and Jason at the North Bend post office now. Get Dan and Kyle here, too." He called North Bend PD, and a dozen officers arrived within minutes. Clark stood off to the side with Chief Sanders and Lieutenant Colbert from the police department, discussing the situation. "How do you want to handle this, Tom?" The chief patted Clark on the shoulder. "I know your team was working this case before we stepped in to help. It's all yours, Chuck." Clark nodded. "Clayton, read Mandy her rights and take her to the station. Lock her up. We'll get to her later." "Let's go." Clayton pulled Mandy by the bent arm and led her out of the building. Clark waved Billings over. "Adam, make sure everyone that is still in the building is okay. Lead them out and secure the scene. Round up some officers to lend a hand getting tape up and cordoning off the block." Chief Sanders instructed his officers to work with Billings. Within a few minutes, Lena, Jason, Dan, and Kyle arrived and pushed through the doors. "Let me see your head," Lena said as she turned my face toward hers. "I'm fine, really. It's just a surface cut." "Shush. Find yourself a seat. At least I can put some disinfectant and a bandage on it." She reached in her portable case and pulled out what she needed. Once I passed Lena's approval, I found Clark. "Boss, do you mind if I head out?" "Those dinner plans?" I chuckled. "Not likely tonight. I need to get started on Mandy. Can Jack join me?" He looked around, and I followed his eyes. "Yeah, go ahead." Clark raked his fingers through his hair. "I think we've got this covered." Chapter 58. I have to call Amber and bail on dinner again. I sighed and took another cleansing breath. "You sure you're okay?" Jack asked. He rubbed my shoulder as we walked out of the post office entrance. I nodded. Outside, a flood of onlookers stood behind the police tape. Mobile units from the local news stations were setting up. Microphones were jammed in our faces as we tried to get through the crowd of reporters. "No comment. We have nothing to tell you yet. It's early in the investigation." Jack and I repeated those words until we were in the quiet of the cruiser. Todd and Billy were gone. They likely caught a ride back to the sheriff's department with somebody. I made the quick apology call to Amber, something that had become far too frequent. She said she had picked up spaz, and the doctor told her he'd make a full recovery. I was thankful for that. "You know, you should have your family host dinner parties at the station. Maybe you'd see them more often." Jack gave me a wink and chuckled. That would be funny if it wasn't the truth. Jack pulled into the station and parked. We entered the building, talked to Jan for a minute, then walked into the bullpen. Clayton sat with Jameson and Horbeck, giving them the condensed version of what took place over the last hour. We needed to speak to Clayton before interviewing Mandy. Jack plopped down on his chair with a heave, and I did the same on mine.
"Did she say anything to you on the way back?"
Jack asked. Clayton shook his head.
"From the little information I gathered from her, those girls are, or were, really messed up. The mom has quite a hold on them."
I perked up. So Mandy talked about her mom?
"Not so much about her. She kept saying how Mama was going to be mad that they'd get home late. I think she's still in shock."
I nodded. Understandable. It's bad enough to witness a family member die violently, but I've heard twins are particularly close. Regardless, she has a lot of talking to do.
"So Mama is still in the picture somewhere?"
Clayton replied,
"Sounded like it."
"Good, and I'll bet my bottom dollar she's the ringleader." I made a fresh pot of coffee and called upstairs. I told John I wanted Mandy Blakely linked up in interrogation room number 2.
"You got it, Jade. How soon?"
"Give me 10 minutes. I turned to Jack. You want to sit in on this?"
"I think you'll do better alone with her. I'll be watching from the other side of the glass. Hell, we all will."
"Fair enough." I got up and filled the largest mug available on the shelf at the coffee station. The guys did the same and followed me upstairs. I signed in with John at the desk. "Is she ready?"
"Ready and waiting, Jade. She seems frantic, though. Good thing she's linked up."
"Thanks, John." I walked into the small interrogation room where Mandy sat. The barren walls were pale green, a color supposedly meant to keep people calm. A metal table separated us. She sat on one side, linked up, and I sat across from her. The only chairs in the room were the ones we were seated on. I placed my coffee in front of me. "Would you like something to drink, Mandy? Water or a soda?"
"Iced tea would be good."
I turned toward the mirror and nodded. A few minutes later, a knock sounded on the door. I rose, cracked the door open far enough to reach through, and said thank you. I handed Mandy the can of iced tea, with a straw poking out of the opening. She'd have to lean over the can to take a sip. I returned to my seat. "We need some answers, Mandy."
"Can I call Mama? I'm sure she's wondering where we are."
"You can talk to your mother after you answer my questions. Deal?"
She looked at the floor and nodded.
"Where's Mariah?
Can I see her?"
"No, you can't, and I'm not sure where she is at the moment. I'll be the one asking the questions. First, how did you end up with Larry Taylor's car and cell phone?" She looked surprised, then smiled as if that were a foolish question.
"Seriously? He didn't need them anymore. Mama suggested keeping the car since he recognized our truck. And the phone? That was all Mariah. I made the mistake of turning it on to check the time."
A panicked look crossed Mandy's face.
"What time is it now?"
I glanced at my watch. "It's 7 o'clock.
"I need to call Mama."
"Not yet. So are you saying Larry is dead? And how about John Leiter? Is he dead too?"
"Yes, and yes, they both are. I thought cops were supposed to be smart."
"Who else is dead?"
She rolled her eyes before she answered. "Daddy and David Smith. Mama was planning for somebody to die tomorrow, too, but now that's not going to happen. She'll be mad. Mama is scary when she gets mad."
Mandy sipped her tea before she continued.
"She's crazy, you know."
"Crazy how?" Mandy huffed and tapped her fingers on the table.
"It's a long story."
"I have time."
Daddy was a good-looking man, and sweet. He'd never hurt a fly. Mama always thought he was cheating on her."
"Was he?"
Mandy shook her head defiantly. "No, Daddy wouldn't do that. He was a good Christian man. Mama always said he was trying to kill her, to get rid of her, so he could cheat. One morning she attacked him with a knife after cutting her own arms. He was lucky she didn't kill him. Mama told everyone he cut her, but it wasn't true. Everything Mama said and did was a fallacy. She never had her facts straight. She was delusional."
Mandy looked to be remembering something, so I waited. Mama really went off the deep end when Grandma died 5 years ago. Daddy even had a meeting with the minister about Mama. He wanted her exorcised. He said she talked to demons, but she said she talked to God. Mandy rearranged herself in the chair and took another sip of iced tea. Either way, she was crazy and ended up in a psychiatric ward for 6 months. We moved here a few years back, but she still never seemed right in the head. Daddy told us to tread lightly around Mama and to always do what she wanted. It would keep her calm and happy. And she really went berserk about a month ago. It was coming up on the anniversary of Grandma's death, and I think she threw away her pills. Mama is bipolar, you know, and on disability. Anyway, that's the second time she brought up killing Daddy. She kept reminding Mariah and me that we had to do whatever she said. I shook my head. Even to the point of killing your own father? He didn't know he was going to die. We used antifreeze to get it going. Who actually killed your dad? I took a sip of coffee, my eyes locked with Mandy's. The antifreeze killed him, but Mariah mixed it. She cut him up, too. She was excited about it. Mama had a lot of influence on her. She convinced Mariah that Daddy was cheating. Who killed David Smith? That was Mama. She drilled through his heart first, then she drilled through his brain. And who killed Larry and John? I did, but not because I was mean and nasty. Mama was torturing them, so I killed them out of mercy. What were the men killed with? John was killed with Daddy's gun, and Larry was strangled to death. Daddy's tools were used on everyone, though. He had such a nice selection, and he took good care of them, too. Daddy made beautiful metal wall hangings and sold them all over the United States. Mandy looked up proudly and smiled. Those men were killed brutally. What did that symbolize? Mandy looked back at the table and stared at her hands. According to Mama, all men that cheated were heartless, brainless, and couldn't see the beauty right in front of them. Oh, and they didn't speak the truth. That's what she said, anyway. That's why those body parts were removed? Uh-huh. Where's home, Mandy? Where's your Mama right now? I can't tell you. Don't you think she's wondering where you are? She knows. She watches the news. Chapter 59. I drummed the table with my fingertips and stood. I'll be right back, Mandy. Would you like another iced tea? Okay, thank you. When can I see Mariah? I gave her a long stare, then turned and walked out of the interrogation room. The other side of the wall held a small observation area with a one-way mirror, a camera, intercom, and a handful of chairs. I walked in and found detectives packed in there like a can of sardines. The lieutenant was back and found a corner in the small room where he could stand. "That girl is batshit crazy," Clayton said. I nodded. It's hard not to feel sorry for her, but she did kill 2 people. Sounds like a cross between manipulation and serious brainwashing on Alice's part. No matter what, those twins couldn't have been the sharpest knives in the block, Jack said. At 20 years old, they were still letting their mother call every shot in their lives. Did either of them work or even finish high school? No clue. We haven't gone there yet. But does it matter? Mandy and Alice will likely spend the rest of their lives in prison. I leaned against the cinder block wall to think. How are we going to get Mandy to cough up Alice's location? She has nothing to gain by telling us. Clark spoke up. Lay on the guilt. Tell her it's the last right thing she can do to make up for the deaths they caused. Or tell her it will be the last time she'll ever see Alice. She can say goodbye to her Mama in person. You mean take her with us? Clark nodded. That may be the only way to get the location out of her, Jade. She can lead us right to the front door. Jack agreed. She seems easily influenced, so it might work. Ease into it, though. You don't want her to clam up. Billings, would you mind grabbing her another iced tea? I'll take a coffee, too, if there's any left. Sure, no problem, Jade. Billings exited the room and returned 5 minutes later with a can of iced tea and a hot cup of coffee for me. Thanks. Okay, wish me luck. I walked out of one room and back into the other. I slid the opened can of tea across the table and dropped the straw Mandy had used earlier into it, then tossed the empty can into the recycling bin next to the door. I took my seat and let out a sigh. Okay, ready? I have a few more questions for you. She nodded and gave me a wide-eyed smile. Where's John's vehicle? Oh, that's out in the woods in Dodge County somewhere. I know it was along a creek on a farm path, but that's all I know. It was nighttime, and I was in the back seat. Mama threw John's keys out the car window when we left. Okay. Does your dad have relatives that were close to him? Maybe somebody we can contact for burial arrangements? Do you guys have Daddy and Mariah? I took a deep breath. Yes, Mandy, we have both of them. Now focus, please. Relatives. There's Jane, my aunt. She and her husband Nathan live in Medford. Daddy talked on the phone with her once in a while. Their last name? Phillips. Jane and Nathan Phillips. Thank you. You know how this goes, right, Mandy? You're under arrest, and your mama will be too. You'll go to jail until your trial, then you'll both go to prison for murder. The chances of you two being in the same prison are slim to none. Why? I want to be near Mama. It's my job to keep her happy. I'm afraid it doesn't work that way. You're never going to see your mother again, Mandy. That is, unless you go with us to arrest her. You'll be able to see her one more time. You can touch her, kiss her, and give her a final hug goodbye. Wouldn't you want to do that? Mandy leaned over the table and wiped her left eye with the back of her hand, then the right. Mama was evil and made us do bad things. That's true. She should be locked up so she can't hurt anyone else. Don't you want to do the right thing? You'd be doing a good deed for the community, and you can still say goodbye to your mother. I know, but she'll be mad that I brought you. We can handle your mama. I promise we won't let her hurt anybody. Can I finish my iced tea first? I smiled. Yes, you may. Chapter 60. By the time we left the station, it was 9:30. Darkness had taken over nearly an hour ago. Clark gave Clayton and Billings the okay to go home. Horbeck and Jameson could fill in, he'd said, but neither were ready to call it a night. They wanted to see this through with Jack and me. We put Mandy in the back seat of our cruiser, her hands cuffed behind her back. Clayton and Billings would follow in the second cruiser, with an empty back seat meant for Alice. We strapped on our vests, even though Mandy said there weren't any weapons in the house. I looked over my left shoulder at Mandy sitting in the back. She grumbled, and her face distorted with discomfort. Jack had just pulled out of the parking lot onto Schmidt Road. "What's wrong with you?" I asked. "These handcuffs hurt, and my elbows are bent backward." "Maybe we'll give you a break when we get to your house. What happened to the gun you shot John with, Mandy?" "I threw it away." "Where?" "In the swamp behind the house." "You sure?" "Yes, I'm sure," she huffed. "You sound just like Mama. She asked me the same thing." Jack turned right onto Washington Street. "Are we leaving the city limits?" "Go west past University Drive. I'll tell you more when we're closer." Jack continued on. The headlights illuminated the shoulders of the highway as we passed acres of fields planted in corn and soybeans. Harvest would begin in 6 weeks, then Halloween, then Thanksgiving. I looked forward to seeing my dad again in a few months. My mind went back to Mandy. She didn't have a father anymore, and there was no good reason why. Jack interrupted the silence. "How much farther?" He adjusted the rearview mirror and looked at her. I turned in my seat. "Mandy, Jack asked you a question." "What?" "How much farther to your house?" "A few miles.
I wonder what Mama is doing right now. I glanced at Jack and wondered the same thing. Mandy squirmed. I have to go to the bathroom. I sighed. You can wait. Can I go when we get to my house? I drank 2 cans of iced tea, you know. Let's just see how this goes. Are we almost there? Yes. Turn left on Salisbury Drive. Go a few miles, then turn right on Hickory Lane. Then what? I asked. Then you'll see. Jack followed her directions and turned on Salisbury. Several minutes later, he turned right at Hickory Lane. I glanced through my side mirror. Clayton and Billings were a few car lengths behind. Jack slowed to a stop. What kind of crap are you pulling, Mandy? I'm not pulling anything. This is a dead-end road. I'm well aware of that. I do live here, you know. There's a gravel driveway at the end of the road. It takes you to my house a 1/4 mile back. Jack radioed to the cruiser behind us. I guess there's a driveway at the end of this dead-end road. Keep your ears perked and your heads on a swivel. The radio crackled when Clayton responded, Roger that. We've got our eyes peeled. Hickory Lane was a narrow path at best, with tree limbs touching at the center. A 1/2 mile back, the pavement stopped and gravel took over. Goosebumps covered my arms, and the hair stood up on the back of my neck. We were on high alert. Jack continued slowly down the gravel driveway while brush scraped the sides of the cruiser. I looked back at Mandy once more. Concern covered her face. Jack reached the end of the driveway. A house stood to our right, and a workshop directly across the driveway was on our left. Light shined through 2 windows on the first floor. I sighed with relief that there actually was a house back there. What are those rooms? I asked as I pointed. The one closest to the door is the living room. The other is the dinette. Where does your mama usually sit? On the couch or at the table. Sometimes if she's really excited about something on TV, she'll sit close to it on the ottoman. I'm sure she's watching us. Call her. I can't. My hands are cuffed. What's the number? Jack asked as he pulled out his cell. Mandy recited the number, and Jack tapped it into his phone. He looked back at her. You're going to tell her we're with you and coming in. You need to talk to her, and we're escorting you. Do you understand that? You say anything else, and you're staying in the car, and we're going in with guns drawn. Got it? Yes, I got it. Chapter 61. Jack dialed Alice's number and pressed the speakerphone icon. She picked up in 2 rings. I've been expecting you. It's me, Mama. Mandy. I'm outside, but I want to come in and talk to you. Where's Mariah? She's at the sheriff's department. I'm here with a few detectives that have questions for you. About what? Cheaters that deserve to die? Yes, they want more information to give the wives. Please, Mama, I want to see you, and there's nowhere for you to go anyway. You may as well talk to them. Fine, come in. Jack put his hand over the phone and whispered, Ask her what room she's in. Mama, where are you? At the kitchen table. Alice clicked off. You heard her. Mandy leaned back against the seat and waited. Jack and I got out. Clayton killed the engine, and he and Billings exited their cruiser. They approached our car. What's the plan? Billings asked. First, you and Clayton check on her whereabouts through the windows. We don't need any surprises. If everything looks normal, we go in with Mandy. No mistakes and no suicide by cop. Vests on, guns at the ready, I said. They nodded and left. I watched as Adam crept along the house and peeked in the living room window. Chad rounded the workshop and came in from the south side where the dinette was, according to Mandy. He crawled under the window and peeked over the sill, watched for a minute, and then returned to the cruiser the same way he came. What did you see? Jack asked. Adam said he could see her arm at the table through the living room curtains. The television was on, too. Clayton added, I saw her sitting at the table, typing on her computer. There wasn't anything else there except her cell phone. Nothing looked fishy.
I also checked the back door. It's unlocked." "Good. You two enter from the back. Jack and I will go through the front door with Mandy. Make sure there's no booby traps. Take your time and be extra cautious." Clayton nodded. "Got it, boss." We waited for them to reach the back door of the house. Billings radioed from his shoulder mic that they were in place. I opened the door of the cruiser and pulled Mandy out by her elbow. "Okay, let's go talk to your mama." She walked ahead of us as she crossed the driveway and shuffled through the dust to the front door. Jack took one side of the door and I the other. I turned the knob and pushed the door open. Mandy walked through first. Alice remained seated at the table. "I'm finishing up this email on your behalf, Sweet Pea. I'm confirming your date for tomorrow night." Mandy looked nervous as she approached Alice. "Is it okay if the officers talk to you, Mama?" "Go ahead and grab a seat. I don't bite." "Mrs. Blakely, I'd like you to stand for a moment," I said. "In a second. I'm signing off." I saw Billings and Clayton enter through the back door, their guns drawn. "The both of you can come in, too. Have a seat," Alice said, snickering. I slammed the laptop lid. "Stand up." Alice complied, and I handcuffed her. She returned to her chair and plopped down. I pulled the cord out of the wall socket and placed the laptop on the couch. "Are there any other computers in the house?" Jack asked. "No, but the computer Dean used for his art is in the workshop. The door is locked, though." "And where would the key be?" I asked. Alice grinned at me. "In my pants pocket." "Stand back up." She rose, and I fished a set of keys out of the back pocket of her jeans. "Mandy, which are for the workshop?" "The silver one." Clayton took it and headed to the front door. "Be careful," I called out behind him. "Mrs. Blakely, I'm going to read you your rights. We're putting you under arrest for the murder of David Smith and aiding in the torture and murders of Dean Blakely, Larry Taylor, and John Leiter." Alice laughed. "It will never stick. I'm crazy as a loon, and everybody knows it. I talk to God, and he tells me what to do. I'm not responsible. Mandy killed 2 people. If anyone is a cold-blooded murderer, it's her. May as well kill me now, because if I go to prison, I won't survive it. Somebody will surely do me in. Go ahead and shoot me." "It doesn't work that way, Alice." Alice rose and walked into the living room. "I'm going to sit on my rocking chair if you don't mind. My sciatica is bothering me." Mandy approached me. "Can you take these handcuffs off so I can go to the bathroom? You said you would." "Where's the bathroom?" "It's right there. I can't escape." Mandy jerked her head just beyond the kitchen. "Hang on." I entered the small half-bath and looked around. The only things inside were a sink and toilet. No medicine cabinets with razor blades or anything sharp in the room that Mandy could use to hurt herself or anyone else. I opened the cabinet beneath the sink and peeked in. 2 rolls of toilet paper, glass cleaner, and a rag lay inside. I walked out. "Okay, turn around." Mandy did, and I removed the handcuffs. "Make it fast." Mandy closed the door behind her after she stepped over the threshold. I stood only 20 feet from the bathroom door against the living room wall. Alice had everyone's attention as she described in great detail how each man met his demise. She seemed to be enjoying the horror story she told my colleagues. In the background, as we listened to Alice's rambling, I heard the toilet flush. Mandy would be out in a second, and we'd head back to the station, she in one cruiser and Alice in the other. The house and workshop would be locked for the night, and we'd return tomorrow with the forensic team to process the buildings. The sound of a drawer opening and closing caught my attention before Mandy rounded the corner. It took only a second. The expression on Alice's face said it all. And then the piercing blast of a gunshot rang in my ears. Chapter 62. The rocker tipped over when Alice was thrown backward by the bullet tearing through her skull. The pistol, still gripped between Mandy's hands, had ribbons of smoke curling upward toward the ceiling. The men jumped from their seats, and I spun, disbelief clouding our thoughts for a split second. Instinct told each of us to pull our service weapons. Mandy stared at Alice's lifeless body while her fingers relaxed one by one. The gun fell to the floor, and a single tear slid down her cheek. I holstered my weapon and grabbed her. "What the hell did you do? Why did you kill her, Mandy?" I yelled as I kicked the gun toward Jack. "She said to shoot her, and Daddy told us to do what Mama said. She wouldn't have made it in prison anyway. She wanted this." Mandy stared at me with blank eyes. "It's justice for the families, don't you agree?" "Jack, call Clark. We're going to need Lena out here. Forensics, too." I spun Mandy around and cuffed her again. I pushed her down on the couch. "Don't even think of moving. You told us there weren't any weapons in the house. Where did the gun come from?" "I found it in the basement this morning and put it in the kitchen towel drawer. I didn't trust Mariah or Mama anymore. Eventually it would have been them or me." I raked my fingers through my hair as my anger increased. Mandy pulled one over on us, and now Alice was dead. Jack hung up from the call and came back into the room. "Clark said he'd get everyone out here. Clayton, he wants you and Billings to stay put until they arrive. Jade, he wants us back at the station with Mandy. Get up. Let's go." I pulled Mandy's arm and lifted her from the couch. She stood and looked back at Alice, lying half in and half out of the rocker with a pool of blood spreading under her head. "Bye, Mama. Enjoy hell." Chapter 63. A week had passed since Alice was shot in the Blakely family home. Mandy occupied a private cell upstairs where she'd remain until her trial. A psychological exam had told us she was deeply disturbed. Chances were she'd never be in a typical prison setting, and in a way I hoped she would live out her life in an institution instead. I couldn't feel bad for Mandy. She had committed murder, but the irony tugged at my heart. She was the only one of the three that had a moral compass and knew right from wrong, yet when all was said and done, Mandy killed more people than Alice and Mariah combined. The sickness that started with Alice consumed both daughters. Now one was dead, and the other would be seriously affected for life. Several days ago, the DNA results came in for Larry Taylor and John Leiter. The DNA matched our victims at St. John's Church. We had known it would, but we needed formal confirmation. Now the families could grieve and make funeral arrangements for their loved ones. The buried computer files revealed that Larry and John were both members of Unhappily Hitched Inc.'s dating service. That was something the wives would have to come to terms with on their own. A warrant gave us access to the member names for that dating service, and sadly enough, Dean Blakely's name was nowhere to be found. According to the home computer, Alice had a membership, and she and Mariah were the only ones that ever accessed that website through a password-protected login. According to Mandy, Dean never used the home computer. Billy checked the computer we took from Dean's workshop. By most standards, the computer was nearly empty of files. The only usage was for Dean's artwork and communications with his customers. A website he created showed descriptions, photographs, and the prices of his wall art. Dean was a skilled craftsman, a good husband, and a loving father and provider for his family. Unfortunately, he had died for nothing. With those loose ends wrapped up and our initial paperwork completed, there was nothing to do with the Blakely case until the trial. I was actually going home on time. My day was done, and I had a date with my sister at the gun range. "Good night, guys. See you bright and early in the morning." Groans sounded among them. "Night, Jade. Have a good evening," Clark said as he looked up from his desk. I walked out with Jack on my heels. "Wait up, partner. What are you doing for dinner?" "I'm going to the gun range with Amber and having pizza afterward. Want to join us?" "Yeah, that sounds like fun. We have to bet on the best shot, though." Of course we will, meaning you'll be picking up the donuts for work in the morning. I grinned at him. Don't forget, French crullers are my favorite, and I'll have 2. This concludes Fallacy by C.M. Sutter, narrated by Nicole Zanzarella, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2016 by C.M. Sutter. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with C.M. Sutter and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.